Welcome to Sleep Audiobooks. If you would like our Better Sleep Quick Guide filled with proven techniques to improve sleep, sign up to our mailing list at sleepaudiobooks.com and we'll send the PDF as a thank you. Subscribing and leaving a comment helps this channel more than you know, so please feel free to offer suggestions for future audiobooks or to just say hi. Thank you for listening. We hope you have an excellent night's sleep. This is Sleep Audiobooks.
The Iliad of Homer, rendered into English blank verse by Edward, Earl of Derby.
Recording by Michael Armenta.
Book 17. Argument. The seventh battle for the body of Patroclus. The Acts of Menelaus. Menelaus, upon the death of Patroclus, defends his body from the enemy. Euphorbus, who attempts it, is slain. Hector advancing, Menelaus retires, but soon returns with Ajax and drives him off. This Glaucus objects to Hector as a flight, who thereupon puts on the armour he had won from Patroclus and renews the battle. The Greeks give way till Ajax rallies them. Aeneas sustains the Trojans. Aeneas and Hector attempt the chariot of Achilles, which is borne off by Automedon. The horses of Achilles deplore the loss of Patroclus. Jupiter covers his body with a thick darkness, the noble prayer of Ajax on that occasion. Menelaus sends Antilochus to Achilles with the news of Patroclus's death, then returns to the fight, where though attacked with the utmost fury, he and Meriones, assisted by the Ajaces, bear off the body to the ships. The time is the evening of the 28th day. The scene lies in the fields before Troy. Nor was Patroclus's fall, by Trojans slain, of warlike Menelaus unobserved. Forward he sprang, in dazzling arms arrayed, and round him moved, as round her new-dropped calf, her first, a heifer moves with plaintive moan. So round Patroclus Menelaus moved, his shield's broad orb and spear before him held, to all who might oppose him threatening death. Nor, on his side, was Panthous' noble son, unmindful of the slain, but standing near, the warlike Menelaus thus addressed: "Illustrious son of Ajax, heaven-born chief, quit thou the dead, yield up the bloody spoils. For, of the Trojans and their fam'd allies, mine was the hand that in the stubborn fight first struck Patroclus. Leave me then to wear, among the men of Troy, my honours due, lest by my spear thou lose thy cherish'd life." To whom in anger Menelaus thus: "O Father Jove, how ill this vaunting tone beseems this braggart! In their own esteem, with Panthous' sons for courage none may vie, nor pard, nor lion, nor the forest boar, fiercest of beasts, and proudest of his strength. Yet not avail'd to high Pyranor's might his youthful vigour, when he held me cheap, and my encounter dared. Of all the Greeks, he deem'd my prowess least, yet he, I ween, on his own feet return'd not to rejoice his tender wife's and honour'd parents' sight. So shall thy pride be quell'd, if me thou dare encounter. But I warn thee, while 'tis time, ere ill betide thee, 'Mid the general throng that thou withdraw, nor stand to me opposed. After the event may e'en a fool be wise." He spoke in vain. Euphorbus thus replied: "Now, heaven-born Menelaus, shalt thou pay the forfeit for my brother's life, o'er whom, slain by thy hand, thou mak'st thy boasting speech. Thou in the chambers of her new-found home hast made his bride a weeping widow. Thou hast filled with bitterest grief his parents' hearts. Some solace might those hapless mourners find, could I thy head and armour in the hands of Panthous and of honour'd Phrontis place. Nor uncontested shall the proof remain, nor long deferr'd, of victory or defeat." He said, and struck the centre of the shield, but broke not through. Against the stubborn brass the point was bent. Then with a prayer to Jove, the son of Atreus, in his turn advanced, and backward as he stepped, below his throat took aim, and pressing hard with stalwart hand, drove through the yielding neck the ponderous spear. Thundering he fell, and loud his armour rang. Those locks that with the Graces' hair might vie, those tresses bright, with gold and silver bound, were dabbled all with blood, as when a man hath rear'd a fair and vigorous olive plant in some lone spot by copious gushing springs, and seen expanding, nursed by every breeze, its whitening blossoms, till with sudden gust a sweeping hurricane of wind and rain uproots it from its bed, and prostrate lays. So lay the youthful son of Panthous, slain by Atreus' son, and of his arms despoiled. And as a lion in the mountains bred, in pride of strength amid the pasturing herd, seizes a heifer in his powerful jaws, the choicest, and, her neck first broken, rends, and on her entrails gorging, laps the blood, though with loud clamour dogs and herdsmen round assail him from afar, yet ventures none to meet his rage, for fear is on them all. So none was there so bold, with dauntless breast, the noble Menelaus' wrath to meet. Now had Atrides borne away with ease the spoils of Panthous' son, but Phoebus grudged his prize of victory, and against him launched the might of Hector, terrible as Mars, to whom his winged words, in Mentes' form, chief of the Cicones, he thus addressed: "Hector, thy labour all is vain, pursuing Pelides' flying steeds, and hard are they for mortal man to harness or control, save for Achilles' self, the goddess born. The valiant Menelaus, Atreus' son, defends meanwhile Patroclus, and e'en now hath slain a noble Trojan, Panthous' son, Euphorbus, and his youthful vigour quelled." He said, and joined again the strife of men. Hector's dark soul with bitter grief was filled. He looked amid the ranks, and saw the two, one slain, the other stripping off his arms, the blood outpouring from the gaping wound. Forward he sprang, in dazzling arms arrayed, loud shouting, blazing like the quenchless flames of Vulcan. Menelaus heard the shout, and troubled communed with his valiant heart. Oh, woe is me! For should I now the spoils abandon, and Patroclus, who for me and in my cause lies slain, of any Greek who saw me, I might well incur the blame. And yet if here alone I dare to fight with Hector and his Trojans, much I fear, singly, to be by numbers overwhelmed, for Hector all the Trojans hither brings. But wherefore entertain such thoughts, my soul? Who strives against the will divine with one beloved of heaven, a bitter doom must meet. Then none may blame me, though I should retreat from Hector, who with heaven's assistance wars. Yet could I hear brave Ajax's battle cry, we two, returning, would the encounter dare, e'en against heaven. If so, for Peleus' son we might regain, and bear away the dead. Some solace of our loss might then be ours. While in his mind and spirit thus he mused, by Hector led, the Trojan ranks advanced. Backward he moved, abandoning the dead, but turning oft, as when by men and dogs a bearded lion from the fold is driven, with shouts and spears, yet grieves his mighty heart, and with reluctant step he quits the yard. So from Patroclus Menelaus moved. Yet when he reached his comrades' ranks, he turned and looked around, if haply he might find the mighty Ajax, son of Telamon. Him on the battle's farthest left he spied, cheering his friends, and urging to the fight, for sorely Phoebus had their courage tried, and hastening to his side, addressed him thus: Ajax, haste hither! To the rescue come of slain Patroclus, if perchance we too may to Achilles, Peleus' son, restore his body, his naked body, for his arms are prized to Hector of the glancing helm. He said, and Ajax's spirit within him stirred. Forward he sprang, and with him Atreus' son. Hector was dragging now Patroclus' corpse, stripped of its glittering armour, and intent the head to sever with his sword, and give the mangled carcass to the dogs of Troy. But Ajax with his tower-like shield approach'd. Then Hector to his comrades' ranks withdrew, rush'd to his car, and bade the Trojans bear the glittering arms, his glorious prize, to Troy. While Ajax with his mighty shield o'erspread Menoetius' son, and stood, as for his cubs a lion stands, whom hunters unaware have with his offspring met amid the woods. Proud in his strength he stands, and down or drawn, covering his eyes, the wrinkles of his brow. So o'er Patroclus mighty Ajax stood, and by his side, his heart with grief oppressed, the warlike Menelaus, Atreus' son. Then Glaucus, leader of the Lycian host, to Hector thus with scornful glance addressed his keen reproaches: Hector, fair of form, how art thou wanting in the fight? Thy fame, coward and runaway, thou hast belied. Bethink thee now, if thou alone canst save the city, aided but by Trojans born. Henceforth no Lycian will go forth for Troy to fight with Greeks, since favour none we gain by unremitting toil against the foe. How can a meaner man expect thine aid, who basely to the Greeks a prize and spoil Sarpedon leav'st, thy comrade and thy guest? Greatly he served the city and thyself, while yet he lived, and now thou dar'st not save his body from the dogs. By my advice, if Lycians will be ruled, we take at once our homeward way, and Troy may meet her doom. But if in Trojan bosoms there abode the daring dauntless courage, meet for men, who in their country's cause against the foe endure both toil and war, we soon should see Patroclus brought within the walls of Troy. Him from the battle could we bear away, and lifeless bring to royal Priam's town. Soon would the Greeks Sarpedon's arms release, and we to Ilium's heights himself might bear, for with his valiant comrades there lies slain the follower of the bravest chief of Greece. But thou before the mighty Ajax stood'st with downcast eyes, nor durst in manly fight contend with one thy better far confess'd. To whom thus Hector of the glancing helm with stern regard replied: Why, Glaucus, speak, brave as thou art, in this o'erbearing strain. Good friend, I heretofore have held thee wise o'er all who dwell in Lycia's fertile soil, but now I change, and hold thy judgment cheap, who chargest me with flying from the might of giant Ajax. Never have I shrunk from the stern fight and clatter of the cars, but all o'erruling is the mind of Jove, who strikes with panic, and of victory robs the bravest, and anon excites to war. Stand by me now, and see if through the day I prove myself the coward that thou say'st, or suffer that a Greek, how brave soe'er, shall rescue from my hands Patroclus' corpse." He said, and loudly on the Trojans called: "Trojans and Lycians, and ye Dardans fam'd in close encounter, quit ye now like men, maintain a while the stubborn fight, while I the splendid armour of Achilles don, my glorious prize from slain Patroclus torn." So saying, Hector of the glancing helm, withdrawing from the field, with rapid steps his comrades followed, and ere long o'ertook who towards the town Achilles' armour bore. Then, standing from the bloody fight aloof, the armour he exchanged; his own he bade the warlike Trojans to the city bear, while he of Peleus' son Achilles donned the heavenly armour which the immortal gods gave to his sire, he to his son conveyed. Yet in that armour grew not old that son. Him, when apart the Cloud Compeller saw, girt with the arms of Peleus' godlike son, he shook his head, and inly thus he mused: "Ah, hapless! Little deem'st thou of thy fate, though now so nigh. Thou of the prime of men, the dread of all, hast donned the immortal arms, whose comrade, brave and good, thy hand hath slain, and shamed him, stripping from his head and breast helmet and cuirass. Yet thy latest hours will I with glory crown, since ne'er from thee, returned from battle, shall Andromache receive the spoils of Peleus' godlike son." He said, and nodded with his shadowy brows. Then, with the armour fitted to his form by Jove himself, was Hector girt by Mars, the fierce and terrible. With vigorous strength his limbs were strung, as mid his brave allies he sprang, loud shouting. Glittering in his arms, to all he seemed Achilles' godlike self. To each and all in cheering tones he spoke. Mesthles and Glaucus and Thersilochus, Asteropaeus and Hippothous, Medon, Decenor, Phorcys, Chromius, and Ennomus the seer. To all of these his winged words he cheeringly addressed. "Hear me, ye countless tribes, that dwelling round assist our cause. You from your several homes, not for display of numbers have I called, but that with willing hearts ye should defend our wives and infants from the warlike Greeks. For this I drain my people's stores, for food and gifts for you, exalting your estate. Who will boldly onward, may he fall, or safe escape. Such is the chance of war. But who within our valiant Trojans' ranks shall but the body of Patroclus bring, despite the might of Ajax, half the spoils to him I give, the other half myself retaining, and his praise shall equal mine." He said, and onward with uplifted spears they marched upon the Greeks. High rose their hopes from Ajax Telamon to snatch the dead. Vain hopes, which cost them many a life. Then thus to valiant Menelaus Ajax spoke: "O heaven-born Menelaus, noble friend, for safe return I dare no longer hope. Not for Patroclus' corpse so much I fear, which soon will glut the dogs and birds of Troy, as for my life and thine I tremble now. For like a war cloud Hector's might I see, o'ershadowing all around. Now is our doom apparent. But do thou for succour call on all the chiefs, if haply they may hear." Thus Ajax spoke. Obedient to his word, on all the chiefs Atrides called aloud. "O friends, the chiefs and counsellors of Greece, all ye that banquet at the general cost with Atreus' sons, and o'er your several states dominion hold, whose honour is of Jove. 'Twere hard to call by name each single man, so fierce the combat rages. But let each and all their aid afford, and deem it shame Patroclus' corpse should glut the dogs of Troy." He said. First heard Oileus' active son, and hastening through the fray, beside him stood. Next him Idomeneus, with whom there came, valiant as Mars, his friend Meriones. But who can know or tell the names of all, who, following, swelled the battle of the Greeks? Onward the Trojans press'd, by Hector led, with such a sound, as when the ocean wave meets on the beach the outpouring of a stream, swollen by the rains of heaven, the lofty cliffs resound, and bellows the big sea without. With such a sound advanced the Trojan host, while round Patroclus, with one heart and mind, the Greeks a fence of brass-clad bucklers raised. O'er their bright helms the son of Saturn shed a veil of darkness, for Menoetius' son, Achilles' faithful friend, while yet he lived, Jove hated not, nor would now that his corpse should to the dogs of Troy remain a prey, but to the rescue all his comrades stirred. At first the Trojans drove the keen-eyed Greeks, leaving the corpse they fled, nor with their spears the valiant Trojans reach'd a single Greek. But on the dead they seized, yet not for long endured their flight. Them Ajax rallied soon, in form preeminent, and deeds of arms o'er all the Greeks, save Peleus' matchless son. Onward he sprang, as springs a mountain boar, which, turning in the forest glade to bay, scatters with ease both dogs and stalwart youths. So Ajax scattered soon the Trojan ranks, that round Patroclus, closing, hoped to bear, with glory to themselves, his corpse to Troy. Hippothous, Pelagian Lathus' son, was dragging by the feet the noble dead, a leathern belt around his ankles bound, seeking the favour of the men of Troy. But on himself he brought destruction down, which none might turn aside. For from the crowd outsprang the son of Telamon, and struck in close encounter on the brass-cheeked helm. The plumed helm was shivered by the blow, dealt by a weighty spear, and stalwart hand. Gush'd from the wound the mingled blood and brain. His vital spirit quench'd, and on the ground fell from his powerless grasp Patroclus' foot, while he himself lay stretched beside the dead, far from his own Larissa's teeming soil, nor destined he his parents to repay their early care, for short his term of life, by godly Ajax' mighty spear subdued. At Ajax Hector threw his glittering spear. He saw, and narrowly the brazen death escaped. But Schedius, son of Iphitus, the bravest of the Phocian chiefs, who dwell in far-famed Panopeus, the mighty lord of numerous hosts, below the collarbone it struck, and passing through, the brazen point came forth again beneath his shoulder blade. Thundering, he fell, and loud his armour rang. As Phorcys, son of Phaenops, kept his watch o'er slain Hippothous, him Ajax smote below the waist. The weighty spear broke through the hollow breastplate, and the intestines tore. Prone in the dust he fell, and clutched the ground. At this the Trojan chiefs, and Hector's self, 'gan to give way. The Greeks with joyful shouts seized both the dead, and stripped their armour off. To Ilium now, before the warlike Greeks, o'ercome by panic, had the Trojans fled, and now had Greeks, despite the will of Jove, by their own strength and courage, won the day. Had not Apollo's self Aeneas roused, in likeness of a herald, Periphas, the son of Epitus, now aged, grown in service of Aeneas' aged sire, a man of kindliest soul. His form assumed, Apollo and Aeneas thus addressed: Aeneas, how, against the will of heaven, could ye defend your city, as others now, in their own strength and courage confident, their numbers, and their troops' undaunted hearts I see their cause maintaining? If, when Jove rather to us than them the victory wills, with fear unspeakable ye shun the fight. He said. The presence of the archer-god Aeneas knew, and loud to Hector called, Hector, and all ye other chiefs of Troy, and brave allies, foul shame it were that we, o'ercome by panic, should to Ilium now in flight be driven before the warlike Greeks. And by my side but now some god there stood, and told me how Jove, the sovereign arbiter of battle, on our side bestowed his aid. On then, nor undisturbed, allow the Greeks to bear Patroclus' body to their ships. He said, and far before the ranks advanced. They, rallying, turned, and faced again the Greeks. Then first Aeneas' spear, the comrade brave of Lycomedes, struck Leocritus, son of Arisbus. Lycomedes saw, with pitying eyes, his gallant comrades fall, and standing near, his glittering spear he threw, and through the midriff Apisaon struck, his people's guardian chief, the valiant son of Hippasus, and slacked his limbs in death. He from Paeonia's fertile fields had come, o'er all his comrades eminent in fight, all save Asteropaeus, who with eyes of pity saw his gallant comrades fall, and forward sprang to battle with the Greeks, yet could not force his way. For all around Patroclus rose a fence of serried shields and spears projecting. Such the orders given by Ajax, and with earnest care enforced, that from around the dead none should retire, nor any to the front advance alone before his fellows, but their steady guard maintain, and hand to hand the battle wage. So ordered Ajax. Then with crimson blood the earth was wet, and hand to hand they fell, Trojans alike, and brave allies, and Greeks. For neither these a bloodless fight sustained, though fewer far their losses, for they stood of mutual succour mindful, and support. Thus, furious as the rage of fire, they fought. Nor might ye deem the glorious sun himself, nor moon was safe, for darkest clouds of night o'erspread the warriors, who the battle waged around the body of Menoetius' son. Elsewhere the Trojans and the well-greaved Greeks fought undisturbed in the clear light of day. The sun's bright beams were shed abroad, No cloud lay on the face of earth or mountain tops, but by fits, at distant intervals, and far apart, each seeking to avoid the hostile missiles, fought. But in the midst the bravest all, in darkness, and in strife sore pressed, toiled on beneath their armour's weight. As yet no tidings of Patroclus' fall had reached two valiant chiefs, Antilochus and Thrasymedes, but they deemed him still alive, and fighting in the foremost ranks. They, witnessing their comrades' flight and death, fought on apart, by Nestor so enjoined, when from the ships he bade them join the fray. Great was, meanwhile, their labour, who sustained throughout the livelong day that weary fight, reeked with continuous toil and sweat the knees and legs and feet, the arms and eyes, of all who round Achilles' faithful comrade fought. As when a chief his people bids to stretch a huge bull's hide, all drenched and soaked with grease, they in a circle ranged, this way and that, pull the tough hide, till, entering in, the grease is all absorbed, and dragged by numerous hands the supple skin to the utmost length is stretched. So these, in narrow space, this way and that, the body dragged, and high the hopes of each to bear it off in triumph, to their ships the Greeks, to Troy the Trojans. Fiercely raged the struggle, spirit-stirring Mars himself, or Pallas to her utmost fury roused, had not that struggle with contempt beheld. Such grievous labour o'er Patroclus' corpse had Jove to horses and to men decreed. But of Patroclus' fall no tidings yet had reached Achilles, for the war was waged far from the ships beneath the walls of Troy. Nor looked he of his death to hear, but deemed that when the Trojans to their gates were driven, he would return in safety. For no hope had he of taking, by assault, the town, with or without his aid. For oft apart his goddess mother had his doom foretold, revealing to her son the mind of Jove, yet ne'er had warned him of such grief as this which now befell his dearest comrade's loss. Still round the dead they held their pointed spears, fought hand to hand, and mutual slaughter dealt. And thus, perchance, some brass-clad Greek would say, "O friends, 'twere shameful should we to the ships ingloriously return. Ere that should be, let earth engulf us all, so better far than let these Trojans to their city bear our dead, and boast them of their triumph gained." On the other hand, some valiant Trojan thus would shout, "O friends, though fate decreed that here we all should die, yet let not one give way." Thus cheering each his comrades would they speak, and thus they fought. The iron clangor pierced the empty air and brazen vault of heaven. But from the fight withdrawn, Achilles' steeds wept as they heard how in the dust was laid their charioteer by Hector's murderous hand. Automedon, Diores' valiant son essayed in vain to rouse them with the lash, in vain with honeyed words, in vain with threats, nor to the ships would they return again by the broad Hellespont, nor join the fray, but as a column stands, which marks the tomb of man or woman, so immovable beneath the splendid car they stood, their heads down drooping to the ground, while scalding tears dropped earthward from their eyelids, as they mourned their charioteer, and o'er the yoke-band shed, down streamed their ample manes with dust defiled. The son of Saturn, pitying, saw their grief, and sorrowing shook his head as thus he mused. Ah, hapless horses! Wherefore gave we you to royal Peleus, to a mortal man, you that from age and death are both exempt? Was it that you the miseries might share of wretched mortals? For of all that breathe and walk upon the earth, or creep, is not more wretched than the unhappy race of man. Yet shall not ye, nor shall your well-wrought car, by Hector son of Priam be controlled. I will not suffer it. Enough for him to hold, with vaunting boast, Achilles' arms, but to your limbs and spirits will I impart such strength, that from the battle to the ships ye shall in safety bear Automedon. For yet I will, the Trojans shall prevail, and slay, until they reach the well-manned ships, till sets the sun, and darkness shrouds the earth. He said, and in their breasts fresh spirit infused. They, shaking from their manes the dust, the car amid the Greeks and Trojans lightly bore. Then, as a vulture mid a flock of geese, amid the battle rush'd Automedon, his horses' course directing, and their speed exciting, though he mourn'd his comrades slain. Swiftly he fled from out the Trojan host, swiftly again assailed them in pursuit. Yet, speedy to pursue, he could not slay, nor in the car alone had power at once to guide the flying steeds and hurl the spear. At length a comrade brave, Alcimedon, Laerces' son, beheld. Behind the car he stood, and thus Automedon addressed. Automedon, but God has filled thy mind with counsels vain, and thee of sense bereft, that with the Trojans in the foremost ranks thou fain wouldst fight alone, thy comrades slain, while Hector proudly on his breast displays the glorious arms of great Aeacides. To whom Automedon, Diores' son: Alcimedon, since none of all the Greeks may vie with thee, the mettle to control of these immortal horses, save indeed, while yet he lived, Patroclus, godlike chief, but him stern death and fate have o'erta'en. Take thou then the whip and shining reins, while I, descending from the car, engage in fight. He said, and mounting on the war-car straight, Alcimedon the whip and reins assumed. Down leaped Automedon. Great Hector saw, and thus addressed Aeneas at his side: Aeneas, prince and counsellor of Troy, I see, committed to unskilful hands, Achilles' horses on the battlefield. These we may hope to take, if such thy will, for they, methinks, will scarcely stand opposed, or dare the encounter of our joint assault." He said, and Anchises' valiant son complied. Forward they went, their shoulders covered o'er with stout bull's hide, thick overlaid with brass. With them both Chromius and Aretus went, and high their hopes were raised, the warriors both, to slay and make the strong-necked steeds their prize. Blind fools! Nor destined scatheless to escape Automedon's encounter. He his prayer to Jove addressed, and straight with added strength his soul was filled. And to Alcimedon, his trusty friend and comrade, thus he spoke: "Alcimedon, do thou the horses keep not far away, but breathing on my neck, for Hector's might will not, I deem, be stayed ere us he slay, and mount Achilles' car, and carry terror mid the Grecian host, or in the foremost ranks himself be slain." Thus spoke Automedon, and loudly called on Menelaus and the Ajaces both. "Ye two Ajaces, leaders of the host, and Menelaus, with our bravest all, ye on the dead alone your care bestow, to guard him and stave off the hostile ranks. But haste, and us, the living, save from death. For Hector and Aeneas hitherward, with weight o'erpowering, through the bloody press, the bravest of the Trojans, force their way. Yet is the issue in the hands of Heaven. I hurl the spear, but Jove directs the blow." He said, and poising hurled the ponderous spear. Full on Aretus' broad-orbed shield it struck, nor stayed the shield its course. The brazen point drove through the belt, and in his body lodged. As, with sharp axe in hand, a stalwart man, striking behind the horns, a sturdy bull severs the neck, he, forward plunging, falls. So forward first he sprang, then backwards fell, and quivering in his vitals deep infixed, the sharp spear soon relaxed his limbs in death. Then at Automedon great Hector threw his glittering spear. He saw, and forward stoop'd, and shunn'd the brazen death. Behind him far, deep in the soil infixed, with quivering shaft the weapon stood. There Mars its impulse stayed. And now with swords, and hand to hand, the fight had been renewed. But at their comrades' call, the two Ajaces, pressing through the throng, between the warriors interposed in haste. Before them Hector and Aeneas both, and godlike Chromius, in alarm recoiled. Pierced through the heart, Aretus there they left, and, terrible as Mars, Automedon stripped off his arms, and thus exulting cried: "Of some small portion of its load of grief for slain Patroclus is my heart relieved in slaying thee, all worthless as thou art." Then, throwing on the car the bloody spoils, he mounted, hands and feet imbrued with blood, as 'twere a lion, fresh from his repast, upon the carcass of a slaughtered bull. Again around Patroclus' body raged the stubborn conflict, direful, sorrow-fraught. From heaven descending, Pallas stirred the strife, sent by all-seeing Jove to stimulate the warlike Greeks. So changed was now his will. As o'er the face of heaven, when Jove extends his bright-hued bow, a sign to mortal men of war or wintry storms, which bid surcease the rural works of man, and pinch the flocks, so Pallas, in a bright-hued cloud arrayed, passed through the ranks, and roused each several man. To noble Menelaus, Atreus' son, who close beside her stood, the goddess first, the form of Phoenix, and his powerful voice assuming, thus her stirring words addressed. On thee, O Menelaus, foul reproach will fasten, if Achilles' faithful friend the dogs devour beneath the walls of Troy. Then hold thou firm, and all the hosts inspire. To whom thus Menelaus, good in fight: O Phoenix, aged warrior, honour'd sire, if Pallas would the needful power impart, and o'er me spread her aegis, then would I, undaunted, for Patroclus' rescue fight. For deeply by his death my heart is touch'd. But valiant Hector with the strength of fire still rages, and destruction deals around. For Jove is with him, and his triumph wills. He said. The blue-eyed goddess heard with joy that, chief of all the gods, her aid he sought. She gave fresh vigour to his arms and knees, and to his breast the boldness of the fly, which, oft repelled by man, renews the assault, incessant, lured by taste of human blood. Such boldness in Atrides' manly breast Pallas inspired. Beside Patroclus' corpse again he stood, and poised his glittering spear. There was one, Podes, in the Trojan ranks, son of Eetion, rich, of blameless life, of all the people most to Hector dear, and at his table oft a welcome guest. Him, as he turned to fly, beneath the waist Atrides struck. Right through the spear was driven. Thundering he fell, and Atreus' son the corpse dragged from the Trojans mid the ranks of Greece. Then, close at Hector's side, Apollo stood, clad in the form of Phaenops, Asius' son, who in Abydos dwelt. Of all the allies, honour'd of Hector most, and best beloved. Clad in his form, the far destroyer spoke. Hector, what other Greek will scare thee next, who shrink'st from Menelaus, heretofore a warrior deemed of no repute, but now, alone, he robs our Trojans of their dead, and in the foremost ranks e'en now hath slain Podes, thine own good friend, Eetion's son. He said. Dark grief o'erclouded Hector's brow. As to the front in dazzling arms he sprang. Then Saturn's son his tasselled aegis waved, all glittering bright, and Ida's lofty head in clouds and darkness shrouded. Then he bade his lightning flash, his volleying thunder roar, that shook the mountain, and with victory crowned the Trojan arms, and panic struck the Greeks. The first who turned to fly was Peneleus, Boeotian chief. Him, facing still the foe, a spear had slightly on the shoulder struck, the bone just grazing. By Polydamas, who close before him stood, the spear was thrown. Then Hector, Leitus, Electrion's son, thrust through the wrist, and quelled his warlike might. Trembling he looked around, nor hoped again the Trojans, spear in hand, to meet in fight. But onward, as he rushed on Leitus, Idomeneus at Hector threw his spear. Full on his breast it struck, but near the head the sturdy shaft was on the breastplate snapped. Loud was the Trojan's shout, and he in turn aimed at Idomeneus, Deucalion's son, upstanding on his car. His mark he missed, but Cyrinus he struck, the charioteer and faithful follower of Meriones, who with him came from Lyctus' thriving town. The chief had left on foot the well-trimmed ships, and had not Cyrinus his car in haste driven to the rescue, by his fall had given a Trojan triumph. To his lord he brought safety and rescue from unsparing death, but fell himself by Hector's murderous hand. Him Hector struck between the cheek and ear, crashing the teeth and cutting through the tongue. Headlong he fell to earth, and dropped the reins. These, stooping from the car, Meriones caught up, and thus Idomeneus addressed: "Ply now the lash, until thou reach the ships. Thyself must see how crush'd the strength of Greece." He said, and toward the ships Idomeneus urged his fleet steeds, for fear was on his soul. Nor did not Ajax and Atrides see how, in the Trojans' favour, Saturn's son, the wavering scale of victory, turned, and thus great Ajax Telamon his grief expressed: "O heaven! the veriest child might plainly see that Jove the Trojans' triumph has decreed. Their weapons all, by whomsoever thrown, or weak or strong, attain their mark, for Jove directs their course, while ours upon the plain innocuous fall. But take we counsel now, how from the fray to bear away our dead, and by our own return rejoice those friends who look with sorrow on our plight, and deem that we, all powerless to resist the might of Hector's arm, beside the ships must fall. Would that some comrade were at hand to bear a message to Achilles. Him, I ween, as yet the mournful tidings have not reached, that on the field his dearest friend lies dead. But such I see not, for a veil of cloud o'er men and horses all around is spread. Remove this cloudy darkness, clear the sky, that we may see our fate, and die at least, if such thy will, in the open light of day." He said, and pitying, Jove beheld his tears. The clouds he scatter'd, and the mist dispersed, the sun shone forth, and all the field was clear. Then Ajax thus to Menelaus spoke: "Now, heaven-born Menelaus, look around, if haply mid the living thou mayst see Antilochus, the noble Nestor's son, and bid him to Achilles bear in haste the tidings that his dearest friend lies dead." He said, nor did Atrides not comply, but slow, as moves a lion from the fold, which dogs and youths with ceaseless toil hath worn, who all night long have kept their watch, to guard from his assault the choicest of the herd. He, hunger pinch'd, hath oft the attempt renew'd, but not prevail'd. By spears on every side, and javelins met, wielded by stalwart hands, and blazing torches, which his courage daunt, till with the morn he sullenly withdraws. So from Patroclus with reluctant step Atrides moved, for much he fear'd the Greeks might to the Trojans, panic struck, the dead abandon. And departing, he besought the two Ajaces and Meriones: "Ye two Ajaces, and thou, Meriones, remember now our lost Patroclus' gentle courtesy, how kind and genial was his soul to all, while yet he lived, now sunk, alas, in death." Thus saying, Menelaus took his way, casting his glance around on every side, like to an eagle, fam'd of sharpest sight of all that fly beneath the vault of heaven, whom, soaring in the clouds, the crouching hare eludes not, though in leafiest covert hid, but swooping down he rends her life away. So, Menelaus, through the ranks of war thy piercing glances every way were turn'd, if Nestor's son alive thou mightst descry. Him on the field's extremest left he found, cheering his friends, and urging to the fight. He stood beside him, and address'd him thus: "Antilochus, come hither, godlike friend, and woeful tidings hear, which would to heaven I had not to impart. Thyself thou seest how Jove hath heaped disaster on the Greeks, and victory given to Troy. But one has fallen, our bravest, best, Patroclus lies in death, and deeply must the Greeks his loss deplore. But haste thee to the ships, to Peleus' son the tidings bear, if haply he may save the body of Patroclus from the foe. His naked body, for his arms are now the prize of Hector of the glancing helm." He said, and at his words Antilochus astounded stood. Long time his tongue in vain for utterance strove. His eyes were filled with tears, his cheerful voice was mute, yet not the less to Menelaus' bidding gave his care. Swiftly he sped, but to Laodocus his comrade brave, who waited with his car in close attendance, first consigned his arms. Then from the field with active limbs he flew, weeping, with mournful news to Peleus' son. Nor, noble Menelaus, did thy heart incline thee to remain and aid thy friends, where from their war-worn ranks the Pylian troops deplored the absence of Antilochus. But these in godlike Thrasymedes' charge he left, and to Patroclus hastening back, beside the Ajaces stood, as thus he spoke: "Him to Achilles, to the ships in haste I have dispatch'd. Yet fiercely as his wrath may burn toward Hector, I can scarce expect his presence here. For how could he, unarm'd, with Trojans fight? But take we counsel now, how from the field to bear away our dead, and 'scape ourselves from death by Trojan hands." Whom answer'd thus great Ajax Telamon: "Illustrious Menelaus, all thy words are just and true. Then from amid the press thou and Meriones take up in haste, and bear away the body, while behind we two, in heart united as in name, who side by side have still been wont to fight, will Hector and his Trojans hold at bay." He said. They, lifting in their arms the corpse, upraised it high in air. Then from behind loud yelled the Trojans, as they saw the Greeks retiring with their dead. And on they rush'd, as dogs that in advance of hunter youths pursue a wounded boar. Awhile they run, eager for blood, but when in pride of strength he turns upon them, backward they recoil, this way and that, in fear of death dispersed. So onward press'd a while the Trojan crowd, with thrust of swords and double-pointed spears. But ever as the Ajaces turn'd to bay, their colour changed to pale. Not one so bold as, dashing on, to battle for the corpse. Thus they, with anxious care, from off the field bore toward the ships their dead. But on their track came sweeping on the storm of battle, fierce as, on a sudden breaking forth, the fire seizes some populous city, and devours house after house amid the glare and blaze, while roar the flames before the gusty wind. So fiercely press'd upon the Greeks' retreat the clattering tramp of steeds and armed men. But as the mules, with stubborn strength endued, that down the mountain, through the trackless waste, drag some huge log or timber for the ships, and, spent with toil and sweat, still labour on, unflinching, so the Greeks with patient toil bore on their dead, the Ajaces in their rear stemming the war, as stems the torrent's force some wooded cliff, far stretching o'er the plain, checking the mighty river's rushing stream, and flinging it aside upon the plain, itself unbroken by the strength of flood. So firmly in the rear the Ajaces stemm'd the Trojan force. Yet these still onward press'd, and, mid their comrades proudly eminent, two chiefs, Aeneas, old Anchises' son, and glorious Hector, in the van were seen. Then, as a cloud of starlings or of daws fly screaming as they see the hawk approach, to lesser birds the messenger of death, so before Hector and Aeneas fled, screaming, forgetful of their warlike fame, the sons of Greece, and scattered here and there around the ditch lay store of goodly arms by Greeks abandoned in their hasty flight. Yet still unintermitted raged the war. Book 18. Argument. The grief of Achilles, and new armour made by him by Vulcan. The news of the death of Patroclus is brought to Achilles by Antilochus. Thetis, hearing his lamentations, comes with all her sea-nymphs to comfort him. The speeches of the mother and son on this occasion. Iris appears to Achilles by command of Juno, and orders him to show himself at the head of the entrenchments. The sight of him turns the fortune of the day, and the body of Patroclus is carried off by the Greeks. The Trojans call a council, where Hector and Polydamas disagree in their opinions, but the advice of the former prevails, to remain encamped in the field. The grief of Achilles over the body of Patroclus. Thetis goes to the palace of Vulcan to obtain new arms for her son. The description of the wonderful works of Vulcan, and lastly that noble one of the shield of Achilles. The latter part of the 29th day, and the night ensuing, take up this book. The scene is at Achilles' tent on the seashore, from whence it changes to the palace of Vulcan. Thus, furious as the rage of fire, they fought. Meantime, Antilochus, to Peleus' son, swift-footed messenger, his tidings bore. Him by the high-beaked ships he found, his mind the event presaging, filled with anxious thoughts, as thus he communed with his mighty heart. Alas, what means it that the long-haired Greeks, chased from the plain, are thronging round the ships? Let me not now, ye gods, endure the grief my mother once foretold, that I should live to see the bravest of the Myrmidons cut off by Trojans from the light of day. Menoetius' noble son has surely fallen, foolhardy. Yet I warned him, and besought, soon as the ships from hostile fires were safe, back to return, nor Hector's onset meet. While in his mind and spirits thus he mused, beside him stood the noble Nestor's son, and, weeping, thus his mournful message gave. Alas, great son of Peleus, woeful news, which would to heaven I had not to impart, to thee I bring. Patroclus lies in death, and o'er his body now the war is waged. His naked body, for his arms, are now the prize of Hector of the glancing helm. He said, and darkest clouds of grief o'erspread Achilles' brow. With both his hands he seized and poured upon his face the grimy dust, marring his graceful visage, and defiled with blackening ashes all his costly robes. Stretched in the dust his lofty stature lay, as with his hands his flowing locks he tore. Loud was the wailing of the female band, Achilles and Patroclus' prize of war, as round Achilles, rushing out of doors, beating their breasts with tottering limbs, they pressed. In tears beside him stood Antilochus, and in his own Achilles' hand he held, groaning in spirit, fearful lest for grief in his own bosom he should sheath his sword. loud were his moans. His goddess mother heard beside her aged father, where she sat in the deep ocean caves. She heard and wept. The Nereids all, in ocean's depths who dwell, encircled her around. Cymodocea, Nicaea, Spio, and Simothe, the stag-eyed Halia, and Amphithe, Actaea, Limnoria, Melite, Doris, and Galatea, Panope. There too were Oreithia, Clymene, and Amathia, with the golden hair, and all the denizens of ocean's depths. Filled was the glassy cave. In unison they beat their breasts, as Thetis led the wail. Give ear, my sister Nereids all, and learn how deep the grief that in my breast I bear. Me miserable, me of noblest son, unhappiest mother, me a son who bore my brave, my beautiful, of heroes chief. Like a young tree he throve. I tended him in a rich vineyard as the choicest plant, till in the beaked ships I sent him forth to war with Troy. Him ne'er shall I behold returning home in aged Peleus' house. E'en while he lives and sees the light of day, he lives in sorrow. Nor, to soothe his grief, my presence can avail. Yet will I go, that I may see my dearest child, and learn what grief hath reach'd him from the war withdrawn." She said, and left the cave. With her they went, weeping. Before them parted the ocean wave. But when they reach'd the fertile shore of Troy, in order due they landed on the beach, where frequent, round Achilles swift of foot, were moored the vessels of the Myrmidons. There, as he groaned aloud, beside him stood his goddess mother. Weeping, in her hands she held his head, while pitying thus she spoke. "Why weeps my son? And what his cause of grief? Speak out, and not conceal. For all thy prayer, with which uplifted hands thou mad'st to Jove, he hath fulfilled, that, flying to their ships, the routed sons of Greece shall feel how much they need thine aid, and mourn their insult past." To whom Achilles, deeply groaning, thus: "Mother, all this indeed hath Jove fulfilled. Yet what avails it, since my dearest friend is slain, Patroclus, whom I honour'd most of all my comrades, loved him as my soul? Him have I lost, and Hector from his corpse hath stripp'd those arms, those weighty, beauteous arms, a marvel to behold, which from the gods Peleus received, a glorious gift, that day when they consign'd thee to a mortal's bed. How better were it if thy lot had been still 'mid the ocean deities to dwell, and Peleus had espoused a mortal bride! For now is bitter grief for thee in store, mourning thy son, whom to his home return'd thou never more shalt see. Nor would I wish to live and move amid my fellow men, unless that Hector, vanquish'd by my spear, may lose his forfeit life, and pay the price of foul dishonour to Patroclus done." To whom, her tears o'erflowing, Thetis thus: "E'en as thou say'st, my son, thy term is short, nor long shall Hector's fate precede thine own." Achilles, answering, spoke in passionate grief: "Would I might die this hour, who fail'd to save my comrade slain! Far from his native land he died, sore needing my protecting arm; and I, who ne'er again must see my home, nor to Patroclus, nor the many Greeks whom Hector's hand hath slain, have render'd aid. But idly here I sit cumbering the ground, I who amid the Greeks no equal own in fight, to others in debate I yield. Accursed of gods and men be hateful strife and anger, which to violence provokes e'en temperate souls. Though sweeter be its taste than dropping honey in the heart of man, swelling like smoke, such anger in my soul hath Agamemnon kindled, King of men. But pass we that, though still my heart be sore, yet will I school my angry spirit down. In search of Hector now, of him who slew my friend, I go, prepar'd to meet my death when Jove shall will it, and the Immortals all. From death not e'en the might of Hercules, though best belov'd of Saturn's son, could fly, by fate and Juno's bitter wrath subdued. I too, since such my doom, must lie in death. Yet ere I die, immortal fame will win, and from their delicate cheeks deep-bosom'd dames, Dardan and Trojan, bitter tears shall wipe, and groan in anguish. Then shall all men know how long I have been absent from the field. Then, though thou love me, seek not from the war to stay my steps, for bootless were thy speech." Whom answer'd thus the silver-footed Queen: "True are thy words, my son, and good it is, and commendable, from the stroke of death to save a worsted comrade. But thine arms, thy brazen flashing arms, the Trojans hold; them Hector of the glancing helm himself bears on his breast, exulting. Yet not long shall be his triumph, for his doom is nigh. But thou engage not in the toils of war, until thine eyes again behold me here. For with tomorrow's sun will I return, with arms of heavenly mould, by Vulcan wrought." Thus saying, from her son she turn'd away, and turning to her sister Nereids spoke: "Back to the spacious bosom of the deep retire ye now, and to my father's house, the aged ocean god, your tidings bear, while I to high Olympus speed, to crave at Vulcan's hand, the skill'd artificer, a boon of dazzling armour for my son." She said, and they beneath the ocean wave descended, while to high Olympus sped the silver-footed goddess, thence in hope to bear the dazzling armour to her son. She to Olympus sped. The Greeks, meanwhile, before the warrior-slayer Hector fled with wild, tumultuous uproar, till they reached their vessels and the shore of Hellespont. Nor had the well-grieved Greeks Achilles' friend Patroclus from amid the fray withdrawn, for close upon him followed horse and man, and Hector, son of Priam, fierce as flame. Thrice noble Hector, seizing from behind, sought by the feet to drag away the dead, cheering his friends. Thrice, clad in warlike might, the two Ajaces drove him from his prey. Yet, fearless in his strength, now rushing on, he dashed amid the fray, now shouting loud, stood firm, but backward not a step retired. As from a carcass, herdsmen strive in vain to scare a tawny lion, hunger-pinched, e'en so the Ajaces, mail-clad warriors, failed the son of Priam from the corpse to scare. And now the body had he borne away with endless fame. But from Olympus' height came storm-swift Iris down to Peleus' son, and bade him don his arms, by Juno sent, unknown to Jove and to the immortals all. She stood behind him and addressed him thus: "Up, son of Peleus! Up, thou prince of men! Haste to Patroclus' rescue, whom around before the ships is waged a fearful war, with mutual slaughter, these the dead defending, and those to Ilium's breezy heights intent to bear the body. Noble Hector chief, who longs to sever from the tender neck and fix upon the spikes thy comrade's head. Up then, delay no longer. Deem it shame Patroclus' corpse should glut the dogs of Troy, dishonouring thee, if aught dishonouring him." Whom answer'd thus Achilles, swift of foot: "Say, heav'nly Iris of the immortal gods, who bade thee seek me, and this message bring?" To whom swift Iris thus: "To thee I come, by Juno sent, the imperial wife of Jove, unknown to Saturn's son, and all the gods who on Olympus' snowy summit dwell." To whom again Achilles, swift of foot: "How in the battle toil can I engage? My arms are with the Trojans, and to boot my mother warned me not to arm for fight, till I again should see her, for she hoped to bring me heavenly arms, by Vulcan wrought. Nor know I well whose armour I could wear, save the broad shield of Ajax Telamon, and he, methinks, amid the foremost ranks, even now, is fighting o'er Patroclus' corpse." Whom answer'd storm-swift Iris: "Well we know thy glorious arms are by the Trojans held. But go thou forth, and from above the ditch appear before them. Daunted at the sight, haply the Trojans may forsake the field, and breathing time afford the sons of Greece, toil-worn, for little pause has yet been theirs." Swift Iris said, and vanish'd. Then uprose Achilles, dear to Jove, and Pallas threw her tasselled aegis o'er his shoulders broad, his head encircling with a coronet of golden cloud, whence fiery flashes gleamed. As from an island city up to heav'n the smoke ascends, which hostile forces round beleaguer, and all that day with cruel war from its own state cut off. But when the sun hath set, blaze frequent forth the beacon fires, high rise the flames, and to the dwellers round their signal flash, if haply o'er the sea may come the needful aid. So brightly flash'd that fiery light around Achilles' head. He left the wall, and stood above the ditch, but from the Greeks apart, remembering well his mother's prudent counsel. There he stood, and shouted loudly. Pallas join'd her voice, and fill'd with terror all the Trojan host. Clear as the trumpet's sound, which calls to arms some town, encompass'd round with hostile bands, rang out the voice of great Aeacides. But when Achilles' voice of brass they heard, they quail'd in spirit. The sleek-skinn'd steeds themselves, conscious of coming ill, bore back the cars. Their charioteers, dismay'd, beheld the flame, which, kindled by the blue-eyed goddess, blazed unquench'd around the head of Peleus' son. Thrice shouted from the ditch the godlike chief. Thrice terror struck both Trojans and allies. And there and then beside their chariots fell 12 of their bravest, while the Greeks, well pleas'd, Patroclus' body from the fray withdrew, and on a litter laid. Around him stood his comrades mourning. With them Peleus' son, shedding hot tears, as on his friend he gazed, laid on the bier, and pierced with deadly wounds. Him to the war with horses and with cars he sent, but ne'er to welcome his return. By stag-eyed Juno sent, reluctant sank the unwearied sun beneath the ocean wave. The sun had set, and breathed a while the Greeks from the fierce labours of the balanced field. Nor less the Trojans, from the stubborn fight retiring, loosed their steeds. But ere they shared the evening meal, they met in council. All stood up, none dared to sit, for fear had fallen on all, when reappear'd Achilles, from the battle long withdrawn. First Panthous' son, the sage Polydamas, address'd the assembly. His sagacious mind alone beheld the future and the past, the friend of Hector, born the self-same night, one in debate, the other best in arms, who thus with prudent speech began, and said, "Be well advised, my friends. My counsel is, that we regain the city, nor the morn, here in the plain beside the ships, await, so far removed from our protecting walls, while fiercely burned 'gainst Atreus' godlike son, that mighty warrior's wrath. 'Twas easier far with the other Greeks to deal. and I rejoiced when by the ships we passed the night, in hopes we soon might call them ours. But now, I own, Achilles, swift of foot, excites my fear. His proud, impetuous spirit will spur the plain, where Greeks and Trojans oft in warlike strife their balanced strength exert. If he come forth, our fight will be to guard our homes and wives. Gain we the city, trust me, so 'twere best. Now, for a while, ambrosial night detains the son of Peleus. But at early morn, if, issuing forth in arms, he find us here, his prowess we shall know, and happy he who, flying, shall in safety reach the walls of sacred Troy. For many a Trojan slain shall feed the vultures. Heaven, avert such fate! But if, though loth, ye will by me be ruled, this night in council husband we our strength, while towers and lofty gates, and folding doors close joined, well fitting, shall our city guard. Then, issuing forth in arms at early morn, man we the towers. So harder were his task, if, from the ships advancing, round the wall he offer battle, bootless to return his strong-neck'd horses, worn with labour vain in coursing, purposeless, around the town. To force an entrance, or the town destroy, is not his aim. And ere that end be gain'd, the dogs of Troy upon his flesh shall feed. To whom thus Hector of the glancing helm, with stern regard: Polydamas, thy words are such as grate unkindly on mine ear, who fain wouldst have us to the walls retire. What, have ye not already long enough been coop'd within the towers? The wealth of Troy, its brass, its gold, were once the common theme of every tongue. Our hoarded treasures now are gone, to Phrygian and Maeonian shores, for sale exported, costly merchandise, since on our city fell the wrath of Jove. And now, when deep-designing Saturn's son such glory gives me as to gain the ships, and, crowded by the sea, hem in the Greeks? Fool, put not thou these timid counsels forth, which none will follow, nor will I allow. But hear ye all, and do as I advise. Share now the meal, by ranks throughout the host. Then set your watch, and each keep careful guard. And whom his spoils o'erload, if such there be, let him divide them with the general crowd. Better that they should hold them than the Greeks. And with the morn, in arms beside the ships, will we again awake the furious war. But if indeed Achilles by the ships hath reappear'd, himself, if so he choose, shall be the sufferer. From the perilous strife I will not shrink, but his encounter meet. So he or I shall gain immortal fame. Impartial Mars hath oft the slayer slain. Thus Hector spoke. The Trojans cheer'd aloud, fools, and by Pallas of their sense bereft, who all applauded Hector's ill advice, none the sage counsel of Polydamas. Then through the camp they shared the evening meal. Meantime the Greeks all night with tears and groans bewailed Patroclus. On his comrade's breast Achilles laid his murder-dealing hands, and led with bitter groans the loud lament. As when the hunters in the forest's depth have robbed a bearded lion of his cubs, too late arriving, he with anger chafes, then follows, if perchance he may o'ertake, through many a mountain glen, the hunter's steps, with grief and fury filled. So Peleus' son, with bitter groans, the Myrmidons addressed. Vain was, alas, the promise which I gave, seeking the brave Menoetius to console, to bring to Opus back his gallant son, rich with his share of spoil, from Troy o'erthrown. But Jove fulfils not all that man designs. For us hath fate decreed that here in Troy we too one soil should redden with our blood. Nor me, returning to my native land, shall aged Peleus in his halls receive, nor Thetis. Here must earth retain my bones. But since, Patroclus, I am doom'd on earth behind thee to remain, thy funeral rites I will not celebrate till Hector's arms and head thy haughty slayers here I bring, and on thy pyre 12 noble sons of Troy will sacrifice in vengeance of thy death. Thou by our beaked ships till then must lie, and weeping o'er thee shall deep-bosom'd dames, Trojan and Dardan, mourn both night and day, the prizes of our toil, when wealthy towns before our valour and our spears have fallen." He said, and bade his comrades on the fire an ample tripod place, without delay, to cleanse Patroclus from the bloody gore. They on the burning fire the tripod placed, with water filled, and kindled wood beneath. Around the bellying tripod rose the flames, heating the bath. Within the glittering brass, soon as the water boiled, they washed the corpse, with lissome oils anointing, and the wounds with fragrant ointments filled, of 9 years old. Then in fine linen they the body wrapped, from head to feet, and laid it on a couch, and covered over with a fair white sheet. All night around Achilles, swift of foot, the Myrmidons with tears Patroclus mourned. To Juno then, his sister and his wife, thus Saturn's son: "At length thou hast thy will, imperial Juno, who hast stirred to war Achilles, swift of foot. Well might one deem these long-haired Greeks from thee derived their birth." To whom in answer thus the stag-eyed queen: "What words, dread son of Saturn, dost thou speak? E'en man, though mortal, and inferior to us in wisdom, might so much effect against his fellow man, then how should I, by double title chief of goddesses, first by my birth, and next because thy wife, I boast thee, thine, o'er all the gods supreme, not work my vengeance on the Trojan race? Such converse, while they held, to Vulcan's house immortal, star-like bright, among the gods, unrivalled, all of brass, by Vulcan's self constructed, sped the silver-footed queen. Him sweltering at his forge she found, intent on forming 20 tripods, which should stand the walls surrounding of his well-built house. With golden wheels beneath he furnish'd each, and to the assembly of the gods endued with power to move spontaneous and return, a marvel to behold. Thus far his work he had completed, but not yet had fixed the rich-wrought handles. These his labour now engaged to fit them, and to rivet fast. While thus he exercised his practised skill, the silver-footed queen approach'd the house. Charis, the skilful artist's wedded wife, beheld her coming, and advanced to meet, and as her hand she clasp'd, addressed her thus: "Say, Thetis of the flowing robe, belov'd and honour'd, whence this visit to our house, an unaccustom'd guest? But come thou in, that I may welcome thee with honour due." Thus as she spoke, the goddess led her in, and on a seat with silver studs adorned, fair, richly wrought, a footstool at her feet, she bade her sit. Then thus to Vulcan called: "Haste hither, Vulcan, Thetis asks thine aid." Whom answer'd thus the skill'd artificer: "An honour'd and a venerated guest our house contains, who saved me once from woe, when, by my mother's act, from heaven I fell, who, for that I was crippled in my feet, deem'd it not shame to hide me. Hard had then my fortune been, had not Eurynomé and Thetis in their bosoms shelter'd me. Eurynomé, from old Oceanus, who drew her birth the ever-circling flood. 9 years with them I dwelt, and many a work I fashion'd there, of metal clasps and chains, of spiral coil, rich cups, and collars fair, hid in a cave profound, where the ocean stream with ceaseless murmur foam'd and moan'd around, unknown to God or man. But to those two who saved me, Thetis and Eurynomé, now to my house hath fair-hair'd Thetis come. To her my life preserved its tribute owes. Then thou the hospitable rites perform, while I my bellows and my tools lay by." He said, and from the anvil rear'd upright his massive strength, and as he limped along, his tottering knees were bowed beneath his weight. The bellows from the fire he next withdrew, and in a silver casket placed his tools. Then with a sponge his brows and lusty arms he wiped, and sturdy neck and hairy chest. He donned his robe, and took his weighty staff. There waited on their king the attendant maids. in form as living maids, but wrought in cold, instinct, with consciousness, with voice endued, and strength, and skill from heavenly teachers drawn. These waited, duteous, at the monarch's side, his steps supporting. He, with halting gait, passed to a gorgeous chair by Thetis' side, and, as her hand he clasped, addressed her thus: "Say, Thetis, of the flowing robe, beloved and honour'd, whence this visit to our house, an unaccustom'd guest? Say what thy will, and if within my power, esteem it done." To whom in answer Thetis, weeping, thus: "Vulcan, of all the goddesses who dwell on high Olympus, lives there one whose soul hath borne such weight of woe, so many griefs, as Saturn's son hath heaped on me alone? Me, whom he chose from all the sea-born nymphs, and gave to Peleus, son of Aeacus, his subject. I endured a mortal's bed, though sore against my will. He now, bent down by feeble age, lies helpless in his house. Now adds he a farther grief. He granted me to bear and rear a son, of heroes chief. Like a young tree he throve. I tended him in a rich vineyard, as the choicest plant, till in the beaked ships I sent him forth to war with Troy. Him ne'er shall I receive returning home, in aged Peleus' house. E'en while he lives, and sees the light of day, he lives in sorrow. Nor to soothe his grief my presence can avail. A girl, his prize selected for him by the sons of Greece, great Agamemnon, wrested from his arms. In grief and rage he pined his soul away. Then by the Trojans were the Greeks hemm'd in beside their ships, and from within their camp no outlet found. The Grecian elders then implored his aid, and promised costly gifts. With his own hand to save them he refused, but in his armour clad to battle sent his friend Patroclus, with a numerous band. All day they fought before the Scaean gates, and in that day had Ilium be destroyed. But in the van Menoetius' noble son, after great deeds achieved, Apollo slew, and crown'd with glory Hector, Priam's son. Therefore a supplicant to thy knees I come, if to my son, to early death condemn'd, thou wilt accord the boon of shield and helm, and well-wrought greaves, with silver clasps secured, and breastplate. For his own, his faithful friend, by Trojan hands subdued, hath lost, and he, o'erwhelm'd with grief, lies prostrate on the earth. Whom answer'd thus the skill'd artificer: Take comfort, nor let this disturb thy mind. Would that as surely, when his hour shall come, I could defend him from the stroke of death, as I can undertake that his shall be such arms as they shall marvel who behold. He left her thus, and to his forge return'd. The bellows then, directing to the fire, he bade them work. Through 20 pipes at once, forthwith they pour'd their diverse temper'd blasts. now briskly seconding his eager haste, now at his will, and as the work required. The stubborn brass and tin and precious gold and silver first he melted in the fire, then on its stand his weighty anvil placed, and with one hand the hammer's ponderous weight he wielded, while the other grasped the tongs. And first a shield he fashioned, vast and strong, with rich adornment, circled with a rim threefold, bright gleaming, whence a silver belt depended. Of 5 folds the shield was formed, and on its surface many a rare design of curious art his practised skill had wrought. Thereon were figured earth and sky and sea, the ever-circling sun and full-orbed moon, and all the signs that crown the vault of heaven, Pleiads and Hyades, and Orion's might, and Arctos, called the Wain, who wheels on high his circling course, and on Orion waits, sole star that never bathes in the ocean waves. And 2 fair populous towns were sculptured there, in one where marriage pomp and revelry, and brides in gay procession through the streets, with blazing torches from their chambers borne, while frequent rose the hymeneal song, youths whirled around in joyous dance, with sound of flute and harp, and standing at their doors admiring women on the pageant gazed. Meanwhile a busy throng the forum filled. There between two a fierce contention rose, about a death fine. To the public one appealed, asserting to have paid the whole, while one denied that he had aught received. Both were desirous that before the judge the issue should be tried. With noisy shouts their several partisans encouraged each. The heralds stilled the tumult of the crowd. On polished chairs, in solemn circle, sat the reverend elders. In their hands they held the loud-voiced heralds' scepters. Waving these, they heard the alternate pleadings. In the midst 2 talents lay of gold, which he should take who should before him prove his righteous cause. Before the second town 2 armies lay, in arms refulgent, to destroy the town the assailants threatened, or among themselves of all the wealth within the city stored, an equal half, as ransom, to divide. The terms rejecting, the defenders manned a secret ambush. On the walls they placed women and children, mustered for defence, and men by age enfeebled. Forth they went, by Mars and Pallas led. These, wrought in golden arms arrayed, above the crowd, for beauty and stature, as befitting gods, conspicuous shone. Of lesser height the rest. But when the destined ambuscade was reached, beside the river, where the shepherds drove their flocks and herds to water, down they lay, in glittering arms accoutred. And apart they placed 2 spies, to notify betimes the approach of flocks and sheep and lowing herds. These in 2 shepherds' charge ere long appeared, who, unsuspecting as they moved along, enjoyed the music of their pastoral pipes. They, on the booty from afar discerned, sprang from their ambuscade, and cutting off the herds and fleecy flocks, their guardians slew. Their comrades heard the tumult, where they sat, before their sacred altars, and forthwith sprang on their cars, with fast-stepping steeds, pursued the plunderers, and o'ertook them soon. There, on the river's bank, they met in arms, and at each other hurled their brazen spears. And there were figured strife, and tumult wild, and deadly fate, who in her iron grasp one newly wounded, one unwounded bore, while by the feet from out the press she dragged another slain. About her shoulders hung a garment crimsoned with the blood of men. Like living men they seemed to move, to fight, to drag away the bodies of the slain. And there was graven a wide extended plain of fallow land, rich, fertile, mellow soil, thrice ploughed, where many ploughmen up and down their teams were driving, and as each attained the limit of the field, would one advance and tender him a cup of generous wine. Then would he turn, and to the end again along the furrow cheerly drive his plough, and still behind them darker showed the soil, the true presentment of a new ploughed field, though wrought in gold, a miracle of art. There too was graven a cornfield, rich in grain, where with sharp sickles reapers plied their task, and thick in even swathe the trusses fell, the binders following close the bundles tied. 3 were the binders, and behind them boys, in close attendance waiting, in their arms gathered the bundles, and in order piled amid them, staff in hand, in silence stood. The king, rejoicing in the plenteous swathe, a little way removed. The heralds slew a sturdy ox, and now beneath an oak prepared the feast, while women mixed hard by, while barley porridge for the labourers' meal. And with rich clusters laden there was graven a vineyard fair, of gold, of glossy black the bunches were, on silver poles sustained. Around a darksome trench, beyond a fence was wrought of shining tin, and through it led one only path, by which the bearers passed, who gathered in the vineyard's bounteous store. There maids and youths in joyous spirits bright, in woven baskets, bore the luscious fruit. A boy amid them, with a clear-toned harp, drew lovely music, while his liquid voice the strings accompanied. They all with dance and song harmonies joined, and joyous shouts, as the gay bevy lightly tripped along. Of straight-horned cattle, too, a herd was graven, of gold and tin the heifers all were wrought. They to the pasture, from the cattle-yard, with gentle lowings, by a babbling stream where quivering reed beds rustled, slowly moved. 4 golden shepherds walked beside the herd, by 9 swift dogs attended. Then amid the foremost heifers sprang 2 lions fierce upon the lordly bull. He, bellowing loud, was dragged along, by dogs and youths pursued. The tough bull's hide they tore, and gorging lapped the intestines and dark blood. With vain attempt the herdsmen, following closely, to the attack cheered their swift dogs. These shunned the lion's jaws, and close around them baying, held aloof. And there the skilful artist's hands had traced a pastaro broad, with fleecy flocks o'erspread, in a fair glade, with fold and tent and pens. There too the skilful artist's hand had wrought, with curious workmanship, a mazy dance, like that which Daedalus in Gnosis erst at fair-haired Ariadne's bidding framed. There, laying each on other's wrists their hand, bright youths and many suitored maidens danced, in fair white linen these, in tunics those, well woven, shining soft with fragrant oils. These with fair coronets were crowned, while those with golden swords from silver belts were girt. Now whirled they round with nimble practised feet, easy, as when a potter seated turns a wheel, new fashioned by his skilful hand, and spins it round, to prove if true it run. Now featly moved in well-beseeming ranks, a numerous crowd around the lovely dance surveyed, delighted, while an honour'd bard sang, as he struck the lyre, and to the strain 2 tumblers in the midst were whirling round. About the margin of the massive shield was wrought the mighty strength of the ocean stream. The shield completed, vast and strong, he forged a breastplate dazzling bright as flame of fire, and next a weighty helmet for his head, fair, richly wrought, with crest of gold above. Then, last, well-fitting greaves of pliant tin. The skilled artificer, his works complete, before Achilles' goddess mother laid. She, like a falcon from the snow-clad heights of huge Olympus, darted swiftly down, charged with the glittering arms by Vulcan wrought. Book 19. Argument. The reconciliation of Achilles and Agamemnon. Thetis brings to her son the armour made by Vulcan. She preserves the body of his friend from corruption, and commands him to assemble the army, to declare his resentment at an end. Agamemnon and Achilles are solemnly reconciled, the speeches, presents, and ceremonies on that occasion. Achilles is with great difficulty persuaded to refrain from the battle, till the troops have refreshed themselves, by the advice of Ulysses. The presents are conveyed to the tent of Achilles, where Briseis laments over the body of Patroclus. The hero obstinately refuses all repast, and gives himself up to lamentations for his friend. Minerva descends to strengthen him by the order of Jupiter. He arms for the fight, his appearance described. He addresses himself to his horses, and reproaches them with the death of Patroclus. One of them is miraculously endued with voice, and inspired to prophesy his fate, but the hero, not astonished by that prodigy, rushes with fury to the combat. The 30th day. The scene is on the seashore. Now morn, in saffron robe, from the ocean stream ascending, light diffused o'er gods and men, as Thetis, to the ships returning, bore the gift of Vulcan. There her son she found, who o'er Patroclus hung in bitter grief. Around him mourned his comrades. In the midst she stood, and clasped his hand, as thus she spoke. Leave we, my son, though deep our grief, the dead, here let him lie, since heaven hath doom'd his fall. But thou these arms receive, by Vulcan sent, fairer than e'er on mortal breast were born. The arms before Achilles, as she spoke, the goddess laid. Loud rang the wondrous work. With awe the Myrmidons beheld, nor dared affront the sight. But as Achilles gazed, more fiery burned his wrath. Beneath his brows his eyes like lightning flash'd. With fierce delight he seized the glorious gift, and when his soul had feasted on the miracle of art, to Thetis thus his winged words address'd. Mother, the God hath given me arms indeed, worthy a god, and such as mortal man could never forge. I go to arm me straight, yet fear I for Menoetius' noble son, lest in his spear-inflicted wounds the flies may gender worms, and desecrate the dead, and, life extinct, corruption reach his flesh. Whom answer'd thus the silver-footed queen: Let not such fears, my son, disturb thy mind. I will myself the swarms of flies disperse, that on the flesh of slaughter'd warriors prey. And should he here remain a year complete, still should his flesh be firm and fresh as now. But thou to council call the chiefs of Greece, against the monarch Agamemnon there, the leader of the host, abjure thy wrath. Then arm thee quickly, and put on thy might. Her words with dauntless courage filled his breast. She in Patroclus' nostrils, to preserve his flesh, red nectar and ambrosia pour'd. Along the ocean beach Achilles pass'd, and loudly shouting, called on all the chiefs. Then all who heretofore remained on board, the steersmen, who the vessel's rudders hold, the very stewards that served the daily bread, all to the assembly thronged, when reappear'd Achilles, from the fight so long withdrawn. Two noble chiefs, two ministers of Mars, Ulysses sage, and valiant Diomed, appear'd, yet crippled by their grievous wounds, their halting steps supporting with their spears, and on the foremost seats their places took. Next followed Agamemnon, king of men, he also wounded, for Antenor's son, Coon, had stabbed him in the stubborn fight. When all the Greeks were closely thronged around, up rose Achilles, swift of foot, and said, Great son of Atreus, what hath been the gain to thee or me, since heart-consuming strife hath fiercely raged between us for a girl, who would to heaven had died by Dian's shafts, that day when from Lyrnessus' captured town I bore her off? So had not many a Greek bitten the bloody dust, by hostile hands subdued, while I in anger stood aloof. Great was the gain to Troy, but Greeks, methinks, will long retain the memory of our feud. Yet pass we that, and though our hearts be sore, still let us school our angry spirits down. My wrath I here abjure. It is not meet it burn for ever unappeased. Do thou muster to battle straight the long-haired Greeks, that to the Trojans, once again opposed, I may make trial, if beside the ships they dare this night remain. But he, I ween, will gladly rest his limbs, who safe shall fly, my spear escaping from the battlefield." He said. The well-greaved Greeks rejoiced to hear his wrath abjured by Peleus' godlike son. And from his seat, not standing in the midst, thus to the assembly Agamemnon spoke. "Friends, Grecian heroes, ministers of Mars, when one stands up to speak, 'tis meet for all to lend a patient ear, nor interrupt. For in to practised speakers hard the task, but in this vast assembly who can speak that all may hear? The clearest voice must fail. To Peleus' son Achilles I my mind will frankly open. Ye among yourselves impart the words I speak, that all may know. Oft hath this matter been by Greeks discussed, and I their frequent censure have incurred. Yet was not I the cause, but Jove, and fate, and gloomy Erinnys, who combined to throw a strong delusion o'er my mind, that day I robbed Achilles of his lawful prize. What could I do? A goddess all o'erruled, daughter of Jove, dread Ate, baleful power, misleading all. With lightest step she moves, not on the earth, but o'er the heads of men, with blighting touch, and many hath caused to err. E'en Jove, the wisest deemed of gods and men, in error she involved, when Juno's art, by female stratagem, the god deceived, when in well-girdled Thebes, Alcmena lay, in travail of the might of Hercules. In boastful tone amid the gods he spoke, "Hear all ye gods and all ye goddesses, the words I speak, the promptings of my soul. This day Lucina shall to light bring forth a child, the future lord of all around, of mortal men, who trace to me their blood." Whom answer'd Juno thus with deep deceit, "Thou dost but feign, nor wilt fulfil thy word. Come now, Olympian, swear a solemn oath, that he shall be the lord of all around, who on this day shall be of woman born, of mortal men, who trace to thee their blood." She said, and Jove, the snare unseeing, swore a solemn oath, but found his error soon. Down from Olympus' height she sped in haste to Argos of Achaea, for the wife of Sthenelus, the son of Perseus. There she knew was 7 months pregnant of a son, whom, though untimely born, she brought to light, staying meanwhile Alcmena's labour pangs. To Saturn's son herself the tidings brought, and thus addressed him: "Jove, the lightning's lord, I bring thee news. This day a mighty man, by thee ordained to be the Argives' king, is born, Eurystheus, son of Sthenelus, the son of Perseus, issue of thy blood. Well worthy he to be the Argives' king." She said. Keen sorrow deeply pierced his soul. Then Ate by the glossy locks he seized in mighty wrath, and swore a solemn oath, that to Olympus and the starry heaven she never should return, who all misleads. His arm then, whirling from the starry heaven, he flung her down, to vex the affairs of men. Yet oft her fraud remember'd he, with groans, when by Eurystheus' hard commands he saw to servile tasks his noble son. So, oft as Hector of the glancing helm beside the ships the Greeks to slaughter gave, back to my mind my former error came. I err'd, for Jove my judgment took away. But friendly reconcilement now I seek, and tender costly presents. Then thyself uprouse thee, and excite the rest to arms, while I prepare the gifts, whate'er of late the sage Ulysses promised in thy tent. Or if thou wilt, though eager for the fray, remain thou here a while, till from my ship my followers bring the gifts, that thou mayst see I make my offerings with no niggard hand." Whom answer'd thus Achilles, swift of foot: "Most mighty Agamemnon, King of men, the gifts thou deem'st befitting, 'tis for thee to give or to withhold. But now at once prepare we for the battle. 'Tis not meet on trivial pretexts here to waste our time, or idly loiter. Much remains to do. Again be seen Achilles in the van, scattering with brazen spear the Trojan ranks. And ye, forget not man with man to fight." To whom in answer sage Ulysses thus: "Brave as thou art, Achilles, godlike chief, yet fasting lead not forth the sons of Greece to fight the Trojans. For no little time will last the struggle, when the serried ranks are once engaged in conflict, and the gods with equal courage either side inspire. But bid them, by the ships, of food and wine, wherein are strength and courage, first partake. For none throughout the day till set of sun, fasting from food, may bear the toils of war. His spirit may still be eager for the fray, yet are his limbs by slow degrees weighed down, himself by thirst and hunger worn, his knees unable, as he moves, to bear his weight. But he, who first with food and wine refresh'd, all day maintains the combat with the foe, his spirit retains unbroken, and his limbs unwearied, till both armies quit the field. Disperse then now the crowd, and bid prepare the morning meal. Meantime, to public view let Agamemnon, king of men, display his costly gifts, that all the Greeks may see, and that thy heart within thee melt with joy. And there in full assembly let him swear a solemn oath, that he hath ne'er approach'd the fair Briseis' bed, nor held with her such intercourse as man with woman holds. Be thou propitious, and accept his oath. Then at a sumptuous banquet in his tent let him receive thee, that thine honour due may nothing lack. And so, Atrides, thou shalt stand in sight of all men, clear of blame, for none can wonder that insulting speech should rouse the anger of a sceptred king." To whom thus Agamemnon, king of men: "Son of Laertes, I accept thy speech with cordial welcome. All that thou hast said is well and wisely spoken. For the oath I am prepared, with willing mind, to swear, nor in the sight of heaven will be forsworn. Let then, Achilles, here a while remain, though eager for the fray. Ye too remain, until the presents from my tent be brought, and we our solemn compact ratify. And this command upon thyself I lay, that thou the noblest youths of all the Greeks select, and bid them from my vessel bear the gifts which to Achilles yesternight we promised, and withal the women bring. And let Talthybius through the host seek out a boar, with sacrifice to Jove and Sol. Whom answered thus Achilles, swift of foot: Most mighty Agamemnon, king of men, these matters to some future time were best deferr'd, some hour of respite from the fight, of rage less fiercely burning in my breast. But slaughter'd now they lie, whom Priam's son Hector hath slain, by Jove to victory led. Ye bid us take our food. If I might rule, I would to battle lead the sons of Greece, unfed and fasting, and at the set of sun, our shame avenged, an ample feast prepare. Till then, nor food nor drink shall pass my lips. My comrade slain, who pierced with mortal wounds, turned toward the doorway, lies within my tent, his mourning friends around. While there he lies, no thought have I for these, or aught beside, save carnage, blood, and groans of dying men. To whom Ulysses, sage in council, thus: O son of Peleus, noblest of the Greeks, how far, Achilles, thou surpassest me in deeds of arms, I know, but thou must yield to me in counsel, for my years are more, and my experience greater far than thine. Then to my words incline a patient ear. Men soonest weary of battle, where the sword the bloodiest harvest reaps. The lightest crop of slaughter is where Jove inclines the scale, dispenser, at his will, of human wars. The Greeks by fasting cannot mourn their dead, for day by day successive numbers fall. Where were the respite then from ceaseless fast? Behooves us bury out of sight our dead, steeling our hearts, and weeping but a day. And we, the rest, whom cruel war has spared, should first with food and wine recruit our strength, then, girding on our arms, the livelong day maintain the war, unwearied. Then let none require a farther summons to the field, and woe to him who loitering by the ships that summons hears. But with united force against the Trojans wake the furious war. He said, and called on noble Nestor's sons, on Meges, Phyleus' son, Meriones, Tausus, and Lycomedes, Creon's son, and Melanippus. They together sought the mighty monarch Agamemnon's tent. Soon as the word was given, the work was done. 7 tripods brought they out, the promised gifts, 12 horses, 20 cauldrons glittering bright, 7 women too, well skilled in household cares, with whom the 8th, the fair Briseis, came. Ulysses led the way, and with him brought 10 talents full of gold, the attendant youths the other presents bore, and in the midst displayed before the assembly. Then uprose the monarch Agamemnon. By his side, with voice of godlike power, Talthybius stood, holding the victim. Then Atrides drew the dagger, ever hanging at his side, close by the scabbard of his mighty sword, and from the victim's head the bristles shore. With hands uplifted then to Jove, he prayed, while all around the Greeks in silent stood, listening, decorous, to the monarch's words, as looking up to heaven he made his prayer. Be witness, Jove, thou highest, first of gods, and sun and earth, and ye, who vengeance wreak beneath the earth on souls of men forsworn, Furies, that never, or to love unchaste, soliciting or otherwise, my hand hath fair Briseis touch'd, but in my tent, still pure and undefiled, hath she remained. And if in this I be forsworn, may heaven with all the plagues afflict me, due to those who sin by perjur'd oaths against the gods. Thus as he spoke, across the victim's throat he drew the pitiless blade. Talthybius then to hoary ocean's depths the carcass threw, food for the fishes. Then Achilles rose, and thus before the assembled Greeks he spoke. O Father Jove, how dost thou lead astray our human judgments? Ne'er had Atreus' son my bosom filled with wrath, nor from my arms to his own loss against my will had torn the girl I loved, but that the will of Jove to death predestined many a valiant Greek. Now to the meal, anon renew the war. This said, the assembly he dismissed in haste, the crowd dispersing to their several ships. Upon the gifts the warlike Myrmidons bestowed their care, and bore them to the ships. Of Peleus' godlike son, within the tent they laid him down, and there the women placed, while to the drove the followers led the steeds. Briseis, fair as golden Venus, saw Patroclus lying, pierced with mortal wounds, within the tent, and with a bitter cry she flung her down upon the corpse, and tore her breast, her delicate neck, and beauteous cheeks. And, weeping, thus the lovely woman wailed, Patroclus, dearly loved of this sad heart, when last I left this tent, I left thee full of healthy life. Returning now, I find only thy lifeless corpse, thou prince of men. So sorrow still on sorrow heaped I bear. The husband of my youth, to whom my sire and honour'd mother gave me, I beheld slain with the sword before the city walls. 3 brothers, whom with me one mother bore, my dearly loved ones, all were doom'd to death. Nor wouldst thou, when Achilles, swift of foot, my husband slew, and royal Mynes' town in ruin laid, allow my tears to flow? But thou wouldst make me, Such was still thy speech, the wedded wife of Peleus' godlike son. Thou wouldst to Phthia bear me in thy ship, and there thyself amid the Myrmidons would give my marriage feast. Then, unconsoled, I weep thy death, my ever gentle friend." Weeping she spoke. The women joined her wail, Patroclus' death the pretext for their tears, but each in secret wept her private griefs. Around Achilles thronged the elder men, urging to eat, but he with groans refused. "I pray you, would you show your love, dear friends? Ask me not now with food and drink to appease hunger or thirst. A load of bitter grief weighs heavy on my soul. Till set of sun, fasting I will remain, and still endure." At his word withdrew. The two Atridae, and Ulysses sage, and Nestor, and Idomeneus remained, and aged Phoenix, to divert his grief. But comfort none, save in the bloody jaws of battle, would he take. By memory stirred, he heaved a deep-drawn sigh, as thus he spoke. "How oft hast thou, ill-fated dearest friend, here in this tent with eager zeal prepared the tempting meal, whene'er the sons of Greece in haste would arm them for the bloody fray. Now liest thou there, while I, for love of thee, from food and drink before me placed, refrain. For ne'er shall I again such sorrow know, not though I heard of aged Peleus' death, who now in Phthia mourns with tender tears his absent son. He on a foreign shore is warring in that hateful Helen's cause. No, nor of his who now in Scyros' isle is growing up, if yet indeed he live, young Neoptolemus, my godlike son. My hope had been, indeed, that here in Troy, far from the plains of Argos, I alone was doom'd to die, and that to Phthia thou return'd in safety, mightst my son convey from Scyros home, and show him all my wealth, my spoils, my slaves, my lofty spacious house. For Peleus, or to death, methinks, e'en now hath yielded, or not far from death removed, lives on in sorrow, bowed by gloomy age, expecting day by day the messenger who bears the mournful tidings of my death." Weeping, Achilles spoke, and with him wept the elders, each to fond remembrance moved of all that in his home himself had left. The son of Saturn, pitying, saw their grief, and Pallas thus with winged words addressed: "My child, dost thou a hero's cause forsake? Or does Achilles claim no more thy care, who sits in sorrow by the high-prowed ships, mourning his comrade slain? The others all partake the meal, while he from food abstains. Then haste thee, and, with hunger lest he faint, drop nectar and ambrosia on his breast." His words fresh impulse gave to Pallas' zeal. Down like the long-winged falcon, shrill of voice, through the clear sky she swooped, and while the Greeks arm'd for the fight, Achilles she approach'd, and nectar and ambrosia on his breast distilled, lest hunger should his strength subdue. Back to her mighty father's ample house returning, as from out the ships they pour'd, thick as the snowflakes that from heaven descend before the sky-born Boreas' chilling blast, so thick, outpouring from the ships, the stream of helmets polish'd bright, and bossy shields, and breastplates firmly braced, and ashen spears. Their brightness flash'd to heaven, and laugh'd the earth beneath the brazen glare. Loud rang the tramp of armed men, Achilles in the midst, the godlike chief, in dazzling arms arrayed. His teeth were gnashing audibly, his eye blazed with the light of fire. But in his heart was grief unbearable. With furious wrath he burned against the Trojans, as he donned the heavenly gifts, the work of Vulcan's hand. First on his legs the well-wrought greaves he fixed, fastened with silver clasps. His breastplate next around his chest, and o'er his shoulders flung his silver-studded sword, with blade of brass. Then took his vast and weighty shield, whence gleamed a light refulgent as the full-orbed moon, or as to seamen, o'er the wave is borne the watchfire's light, which high among the hills some shepherd kindles in his lonely fold. As they, reluctant, by the stormy winds, far from their friends, are o'er the waters driven, so from Achilles' shield, bright, richly wrought, the light was thrown. The weighty helm he raised, and placed it on his head. The plumed helm shone like a star, and waved the hairs of gold, thick set by Vulcan in the gleaming crest. Then all the arms Achilles proved to know if well they fitted to his graceful limbs. Like wings they seemed to lift him from the ground. Last from its case he drew his father's spear, long, ponderous, tough. Not one of all the Greeks, none save Achilles' self, could poise that spear. The far-famed Pelian ash, which to his sire on Pelion's summit fell'd to be the bane of mighty chiefs, the centaur Chiron gave. With care Automedon and Alcimus, the horses yoked with collars fair attach'd, placed in their mouths the bits, and passed the reins back to the well-built car. Automedon sprang on the car, with shining lash in hand. Behind Achilles came, arrayed for war, in arms all glittering as the gorgeous sun. And loudly to his father's steeds he called, "Xanthus and Balius, noble progeny of swift Podarge, now in other sort back to the Grecian ranks in safety bear, when he shall quit the field, your charioteer, nor leave him as ye left Patroclus slain, To whom, in answer, from beneath the yoke, Xanthus, the noble horse, with glancing feet, bowing his head the while, till all his mane, down from the yoke band streaming, reach'd the ground. By Juno, white-arm'd queen, with speech endued: "Yes, great Achilles, we this day again will bear thee safely, but thy day of doom is nigh at hand. Nor we shall cause thy death, but Heaven's high will, and Fate's imperious power. By no default of ours, nor lack of speed, the Trojans stripp'd Patroclus of his arms. The mighty God, fair-hair'd Latona's son, achieved his death, and Hector's victory gain'd. Our speed of foot may vie with Zephyr's breeze, deem'd swiftest of the winds. But thou art doom'd to die, by force combined of God and man." He said. His farther speech the Furies stay'd. To whom in wrath Achilles, swift of foot: "Xanthus, why thus predict my coming fate? It ill beseems thee. Well I know myself that I am fated here in Troy to die, far from my home and parents. Yet withal I cease not, till these Trojans from the field before me fly." He said, and to the front his war cry shouting, urged his fiery steeds. Book 20. Argument. The Battle of the Gods, and the Acts of Achilles. Jupiter, upon Achilles' return to the battle, calls a council of the gods, and permits them to assist either party. The terrors of the combat described when the deities are engaged. Apollo encourages Aeneas to meet Achilles. After a long conversation, these two heroes encounter, but Aeneas is preserved by the assistance of Neptune. Achilles falls upon the rest of the Trojans, and is upon the point of killing Hector, but Apollo conveys him away in a cloud. Achilles pursues the Trojans with a great slaughter. The same day continues. The scene is in the field before Troy. Round thee, Achilles, eager for the fray, stood thus accoutred by their beaked ships the sons of Greece. The Trojan host, opposed, stood on the sloping margin of the plain. Then Jove to Themis gave command to call the gods to council from the lofty height of many-ridged Olympus. To the house of Jove she summoned them from every side. Thence, of the rivers, save Oceanus, not one was absent, nor of nymphs who haunt clear fount, or shady grove, or grassy mead. They at the Cloud Compeller's house arrived, within the polish'd corridor reclined, which Vulcan's cunning hand for Jove had built. There were they, gather'd in the abode of Jove, nor did the earth-shaking Neptune slight the call, but came from ocean's depths, and in the midst he sat, and thus the will of Jove enquired: "Why, Lord of Lightning, hast thou summoned here the gods to council?" Dost thou aught devise touching the Greeks and Trojans, who e'en now kindle anew, it seems, the blaze of war?" To whom the Cloud Compeller, answering thus: "The purpose, Neptune, well thou know'st thyself, for which I call'd ye. True, they needs must die, but still they claim my care. Yet here will I upon Olympus' lofty ridge remain, and view, serene, the combat. You, the rest, go as you list, to Trojans or to Greeks, and at your pleasure either party aid. For if we leave Achilles thus alone to fight against the Trojans, not an hour will they before the son of Peleus stand. They dreaded him before, but now, I fear, since roused to fury by his comrade's death, he e'en in fate's despite may storm the wall." Thus Saturn's son, and quenchless battle roused, the gods, divided, hasten'd to the war. Juno and Pallas to the ships of Greece, with them the Earth-shaker, and the helpful god Hermes, for cunning subtleties unmatch'd; and Vulcan too, exulting in his strength, yet halting, and on feeble limbs sustain'd. Mars of the glancing helm took part with Troy, and golden Phoebus with his locks unshorn; Latona too, and Dian, archer queen; Xanthus, and Venus, laughter-loving dame. While from the fight of men the gods abstain'd, high rose the Grecian vaunts, as long withdrawn Achilles on the field again appear'd; and every Trojan's limbs with terror quaked, trembling, as Peleus' godlike son they saw, in arms all glittering, fierce as blood-stain'd Mars. But when th' Immortals mingled in the throng, then furious wax'd the spirit-stirring strife. Then Pallas raised her war cry, standing now beside the deep-dug trench without the wall, now shouting loud along the sounding beach. On the other side, as with the tempest's roar, Mars to the Trojans shouted loud, one while from Ilium's topmost height, anon again from the fair hill o'erchanging Simois' stream. Thus either side, exciting to the fray, the immortal gods unchain'd the angry war. Thunder'd on high the sire of gods and men with awful din, while Neptune shook beneath the boundless earth, and lofty mountain tops. The spring-abounding Ida quaked and rock'd from her firm basis to her loftiest peak, and Troy's proud city, and the ships of Greece. Pluto, the infernal monarch, heard, alarm'd, and springing from his throne, cried out in fear, lest Neptune, breaking through the solid earth, to mortals and immortals should lay bare his dark and drear abode, of gods abhorr'd. Such was the shock when gods in battle met, for there to royal Neptune stood opposed Phoebus Apollo with his arrows keen, the blue-eyed Pallas to the God of war, to Juno Dian, heavenly archeress, sister of Phoebus, golden-shafted queen. Stout Hermes, helpful God, Latona faced, while Vulcan met the mighty rolling stream, Xanthus, by gods, by men Scamander called. Thus gods encounter'd gods. Achilles' soul, meantime, was burning mid the throng to meet Hector, the son of Priam, with whose blood he long'd to glut the insatiate lord of war. Apollo then, the spirit-stirring god, Aeneas mov'd Achilles to confront, and fill'd with courage high, and thus, the voice assuming of Lycaon, Priam's son, Apollo, son of Jove, the chief address'd. Aeneas, prince and counsellor of Troy, where are the vaunts which o'er the wine-cup late thou mad'st amid th' assembled chiefs of Troy, that hand to hand thou wouldst Achilles meet? To whom Aeneas thus in answer spoke: Why, son of Priam, urge me to contend against my will with Peleus' mighty son? Not for the first time should I now engage Achilles, swift of foot. I met him once, and fled before his spear, on Ida's hill, when on our herds he fell. Lyrnessus then he razed, and Pedasus. Me Jove preserved, with strength endowing, and with speed of foot. Else had I fallen beneath Achilles' hand, by Pallas aided, who before him moves, light of his life, and guides his brazen spear Trojans and Leleges alike to slay. 'Tis not in mortal man with him to fight, whom still some God attends, and guards from harm, and e'en, unaided, to the mark his spear unerring flies, uncheck'd, until it pierce a warrior's breast. Yet if the gods the scale impartial held, all brass-clad as he is, o'er me no easy triumph should he gain. To whom the King Apollo, son of Jove: Brave chief, do thou too to the immortal gods address thy prayer. Men say that thou art sprung from Venus, child of Jove. His mother owns a humbler origin, one born to Jove, the other to the aged ocean god. On then with dauntless spear, nor be dismay'd by his high tone and vaunting menaces. His words with courage fill'd the hero's breast, and on he sprang, in dazzling arms array'd. But not unmark'd of white-arm'd Juno pass'd, to meet Achilles through the press of men, who thus address'd the gods to council called: Neptune and Pallas, Aeneas comes, in dazzling arms array'd, to meet in fight the son of Peleus. Phoebus sends him forth. Say then, shall we, encountering, to retreat perforce constrain him? Or shall one of us beside Achilles stand, and give him strength, that he may nothing lack, and know himself by all the mightiest of the immortal gods belov'd, and those how powerless, by whose aid the Trojans yet maintain defensive war? Therefore to join the battle came we all from high Olympus, that in this day's fight no ill befall him, though the time shall come for him to meet the doom by fate decreed, when at his birth his thread of life was spun. But if Achilles from a voice divine receive not this assurance, he may well be struck with fear, if haply to some god he find himself opposed. 'Tis hard for man to meet, in presence visible, a god. To whom earth-shaking Neptune thus replied: Juno, thine anger carry not too far. It ill beseems thee. Not with my consent shall we, the stronger far, provoke to arms the other gods, but rather from the field retiring, let us from on high survey, to mortals left, the turmoil of the war. Should Mars or Phoebus then begin the fight, or stay Achilles, and his arm restrain, then in the contest we too may engage, and soon, methinks, will they be fain to join, driven from the field, the synod of the gods, subdued, perforce, by our victorious hands. The dark-haired monarch spoke, and led the way to the high wall, by Trojans built of old, with Pallas' aid, for godlike Hercules, within whose circle he might safety seek, when from the beach the monster of the deep might chase him toward the plain. There Neptune sat, and with him the other gods, a veil of cloud impenetrable around their shoulders spread. On the other side, upon the fair hill's brow, Phoebus with Mars the fort destroyer sat. On either side they sat, each facing each with hostile counsels, yet reluctant both to take the initiative of ruthless war, till Jove, enthroned on high, the signal gave. Then all the plain with men and horses throng'd, the brazen gleam illumined, rang the earth beneath their feet, as to the battle shock they rush'd. But in the midst, both hosts between, eager for fight, stood forth two warriors bold, proudly preeminent, Anchises' son Aeneas, and Achilles' godlike might. Aeneas first with threatening mien advanced, nodding his ponderous helm. Before his breast his shield he bore, and poised his brazen spear. Him met Achilles from the opposing ranks, fierce as a ravening lion, whom to slay pour forth the stalwart youths, the united strength of the roused village. He, unheeding, moves at first, but wounded by a javelin thrown by some bold youth, he turns, with gaping jaws and frothing fangs, collecting for the spring his breast too narrow for his mighty heart, and with his tail he lashes both his flanks and sides, as though to rouse his utmost rage. Then on, in pride of strength, with glaring eyes he dashes, if some hunter he may slay, or in the foremost rank himself be slain. So moved his dauntless spirit, Peleus' son, Aeneas, to confront. When near they came, thus first Achilles swift of foot, began. "Aeneas, why so far before the ranks advanc'd? Dost thou presume with me to fight? Perchance expecting that the throne of Troy and Priam's royal honours may be thine? E'en if thou slay me, deem not to obtain such boon from Priam. Valiant sons are his, and he not weak, but bears a constant mind. Or have the Trojans set apart for thee some favour'd spot, the fairest of the land, orchard or cornland, shouldst thou work my death, which thou shalt find, I trust, too hard a task? Already hast thou fled before my spear. Hast thou forgotten how amid thy herds alone I found thee, and with flying foot pursued thee down the steep of Ida's hill? Nor didst thou dare to turn, or pause in flight. Thou to Lyrnessus fledst. Lyrnessus I, with Pallas' aid, and Jove's, assail'd and took. Their women thence, their days of freedom lost, I bore away, my captives. Thee from death Jove and the other gods defended then, but will not now bestow, though such thy hope, their succour. Then I warn thee, while 'tis time, ere ill betide thee, to the general throng that thou withdraw, nor stand to me opposed. After the event may e'en a fool be wise." To whom in answer thus Aeneas spoke: "Achilles, think not me as though a fool, to daunt with lofty speech. I too could well, with cutting words and insults, answer thee. Each other's race and parents well we know from tales of ancient days, although by sight nor mine to thee, nor thine to me are known. To noble Peleus thou, 'tis said, wast born of Thetis, fair-hair'd daughter of the sea. Of great Anchises, heaven-descended chief, I boast me sprung, to him by Venus born. Of these shall one or other have this day to mourn their son, since not with empty words shall thou and I from mortal combat part. But if thou farther wouldst enquire, and learn the race I spring from, not unknown to men, by Dardanus, of cloud-compelling Jove begotten, was Dardania peopled first, ere sacred Ilium, populous city of men, was founded on the plain. As yet they dwelt on spring abounding Ida's lowest spurs. To Dardanus was Erichthonius born, great king, the wealthiest of the sons of men. For him were pastured in the marshy mead, rejoicing with their foals 3,000 mares. Them Boreas, in the pasture where they fed, beheld, enamour'd, and amid the herd, in likeness of a coal-black steed, appear'd. 12 foals, by him conceiving, they produced. These o'er the teeming cornfields as they flew, skimm'd o'er the topmost spray of the hoary sea. Again to Erichthonius Tros was born, the king of Troy. 3 noble sons were his, Ilus, Asarchus, and Ganymede, the fairest he of all the sons of men. Him, for his beauty, bore the gods away, to minister as cup-bearer to Jove, and dwell amid the immortals. Ilus next begot a noble son, Laomedon, Tithonus he, and Priam, Clytius, Lampus, and Icetian, plant of Mars, Capys, begotten of Asarchus, begot Anchises, and Anchises me. To Priam, godlike Hector owes his birth. Such is my race, and such the blood I boast. But Jove at will to mortals valour gives, or minishes, for he is Lord of all. Then cease we now, like babbling fools, to prate here in the centre of the coming fight. Terms of reproach we both might find, whose weight would sink a galley of 100 oars, for glibly runs the tongue, and can at will give utterance to discourse in every vein. Wide is the range of language, and such words as one may speak another may return. What need that we should insults interchange? Like women who some paltry quarrel wage, scolding and brawling in the public street, and in opprobrious terms their anger vent, some true, some false, for so their rage suggests. With words thou shalt not turn me from the field, till we have met in arms. Then try we now each other's prowess with our brazen spears." He said, and hurled against the mighty shield his brazen spear. Loud rang the weapon's point, and at arm's length Achilles held the shield with his broad hand, in fear that through its folds Aeneas' spear would easy passage find. Blind fool! forgetful that the glorious gifts bestowed by gods are not with ease o'ercome, nor yield before the assaults of mortal men, so broke not through Aeneas' sturdy spear, stayed by the golden plate, the gift of heaven. Yet through 2 plates it passed, but 3 remained, for 5 were in the shield by Vulcan wrought, 2 were of brass, the inner 2 of tin, and 1 of gold, which stayed the brazen spear. Achilles threw in turn his ponderous spear, and struck the circle of Aeneas' shield, near the first rim, where thinnest lay the brass, and thinnest too the o'erlying hide. Right through the Pelian shaft was driven, wide gaped the shield. Aeneas crouch'd in fear, as o'er his head he held his shield. The eager weapon passed through both the circles of his ample shield, and in the ground behind him quivering stood. Escaped the ponderous weapon, sharpest pain flashing across his eyes. In fear he stood, so close the spear had passed him. Onward then, drawing his trenchant blade, Achilles rush'd with fearful shout. A rocky fragment then Aeneas lifted up, a mighty mass, which scarce 2 men, as men are now, could bear. But he, unaided, lifted it with ease. Then had Aeneas, with the massive stone, or on the helmet, or the shield, his death averting, struck Achilles, and himself had by the sword of Peleus' son been slain, had not the earth-shaking God his peril seen, and to the Immortals thus addressed his speech. "Oh, woe is me for great Aeneas' sake, who by Achilles slain must visit soon the viewless shades, insensate, who relied on Phoebus' words. Yet not shall he avail from death to save him, yet oh, why should he, blameless himself, the guilt of others rue, who still his grateful sacrifice hath paid to all the gods in widespread heaven who dwell? Let us then interpose to guard his life, lest, if Achilles slay him, Saturn's son be moved to anger, for his destiny would have him live, lest heirless from the earth should perish quite the race of Dardanus, by Saturn's son, the best belov'd of all his sons, to him by mortal women born. For Jove the race of Priam hath abhorr'd, but o'er the Trojans shall Aeneas reign, and his sons' sons through ages yet unborn." Whom answer'd thus the stag-eyed Queen of Heaven: "Neptune, do thou determine for thyself Aeneas to withdraw, or leave to fall, good as he is, beneath Achilles' sword. But we before the immortal gods are bound, both I and Pallas, by repeated oaths, ne'er from his doom one Trojan life to save. Though to devouring flames a prey all Troy were blazing, kindled by the valiant Greeks." The Earth-shaker heard, and through the fight he pass'd, and through the throng of spears, until he came where great Achilles and Aeneas stood. Around the eyes of Peleus' son he spread a veil of mist. Then from Aeneas' shield the brass-tipped spear withdrawing, laid it down before Achilles' feet. Lifting up Aeneas, bore him high above the ground. O'er many a rank of warriors and of cars Aeneas flew, supported by the God, till to the field's extremest verge he came, where stood the Caucons, arming for war. There, to Aeneas, standing by his side, the Earth-shaker thus his winged words address'd: "Aeneas, say what God has moved thee thus against Achilles, reckless to contend, thy stronger far, and dearer to the gods? If e'er he cross thy path, do thou retire, lest e'en despite of fate thou find thy death. But when Achilles hath to fate succumb'd, then fearless with the foremost join the fray. No other Greek shall bear away thy spoils." Thus plainly warn'd, Aeneas there he left. Then from Achilles' eyes he purged the film. Astonish'd, he with his eyes wide open gazed, as thus he communed with his mighty heart: "O Heaven! what marvel do mine eyes behold? My spear before me laid, and vanish'd he at whom I hurl'd it with intent to slay. Then is Aeneas of the immortal gods in truth belov'd, though vain I deem'd his boast. A curse go with him! Yet methinks not soon will he again presume to prove my might, who gladly now in flight escapes from death." Then to the valiant Greeks my orders given: "Let me some other Trojan's mettle prove, then toward the ranks he sprang, each several man exhorting, "From the Trojans, valiant Greeks, no longer stand aloof, but man to man confront the foe, and nobly dare the fight. 'Twere hard for me, brave warrior though I be, to face such numbers, and to fight with all. Not Mars, nor Pallas, though immortal gods, could face and vanquish such a mighty mass. But what my single arm, and feet, and strength may profit, not a jot will I relax. Right through the ranks I mean to force my way, and small shall be that Trojan's cause for joy who comes within the compass of my spear." Thus he, exhorting. Hector, cheering on, meanwhile, the Trojans, with assurance given that he himself Achilles would confront. "Ye valiant Trojans, fear not Peleus' son. I too in words could with the gods contend, though not in arms, so much the stronger they. Not all his words Achilles shall make good. Fulfilling some, in others he shall fail, his course midway arrested. Him will I encounter, though his hands were hands of fire his hands, his strength as burnish'd steel." Thus he, exhorting, with uplifted spears advanced the Trojans. From the mingling host loud rose the clamour. Then at Hector's side Apollo stood, and thus address'd the chief: "Hector, forbear Achilles to defy, and 'mid the crowd withdraw thee from the fray, lest with the spear he slay thee, thrown from far, or with the sword in combat hand to hand." He said. Troubled by the heavenly voice, Hector amid the throng of men withdrew. Then, girt with might, amid the Trojans sprang, with fearful shouts, Achilles. First he slew Otryntes' son, Iphition, valiant chief of numerous warriors. Him a Naiad nymph in Hyde's fertile vale, beneath the feet of snow-clad Tmolus, to Otryntes bore. At him, as on he rush'd, Achilles hurl'd, and through his forehead drove his glittering spear. The head was cleft in twain. Thundering he fell, and o'er him thus Achilles made his boast: "Son of Otryntes, lie thou there, of men the most vainglorious. Here thou find'st thy death, far from thy place of birth, beside the lake Gygeian. There hadst thou thine heritage of old, beside the fish-abounding stream of Hyllus, and by Hermus' eddying flood." Thus he exulting. O'er Iphigenian's eyes were spread the shades of death. His mangled corpse was crushed beneath the Grecian chariot wheels in the first shock. Demoleon next he smote, an helpful aid in war, Antenor's son, pierced through the temples, through the brass-bound helm. Nor check'd the brazen helm the spear, whose point went crashing through the bone, that all the brain was shatter'd. Onward as he rush'd he fell. Then through the neck Hippodamus he smote, flying before him, mounted on his car. Deep groan'd he, breathing out his soul, as groans a bull by sturdy youths to the altar dragg'd, of Neptune, king divine of Helicaon, the earth-shaking god. Well pleased the gift receives, e'en with such groans his noble spirit fled. The godlike Polydore he next assail'd, the son of Priam. Him his aged sire would fain have kept at home, of all his sons, at once the youngest and the best belov'd, among them all for speed of foot unmatch'd, whose youthful folly in the foremost ranks, his speed displaying, cost him now his life. Him, as he darted by, Achilles' spear struck through the centre of the back, where met the golden clasps that held the glittering belt, and where the breastplate form'd a double guard. Right through his body passed the weapon's point. Groaning he fell upon his knees. Dark clouds o'erspread his eyes. Supporting with his hand his wounded bowels, on the ground he writhed. When Hector saw his brother Polydore writhing in death, a mist o'erspread his eyes. No longer could he bear to stand aloof, but sprang to meet Achilles, flashing fire, his keen spear brandishing. At sight of him, up leap'd Achilles, and exulting cried, "Lo, here the man who most hath wrung my soul, who slew my lov'd companion. Now, methinks, upon the pass of war, not long shall we stand separate, nor each the other shun." Then with stern glance to godlike Hector thus: "Draw near, and quickly meet thy doom of death." To whom thus Hector of the glancing helm, unterrified: "Achilles, think not me, as though a fool and ignorant of war, to daunt with lofty speech. I too could well, with cutting words and insult, answer thee. I know thee strong and valiant, and I know myself to thee inferior. But the event is with the gods, and I, if such their will, the weaker, with my spear may reach thy life. My point too hath ere now its sharpness prov'd." He said, and poising, hurl'd his ponderous spear, which from Achilles Pallas turn'd aside, with lightest breath, back to Hector sent, and laid before his feet. Intent to slay, onward Achilles rush'd with fearful shout. But Phoebus Hector from the field convey'd, as gods can only, veil'd in thickest cloud. Thrice Peleus' godlike son with brazen spear his onset made, thrice struck the misty cloud. But when, with power as of a god, he made his fourth essay, in fury thus he cried: "Yet once again, vile hound, hast thou escaped. Thy doom was nigh, but thee thy God hath saved, Phoebus, to whom, amid the clash of spears, well mayst thou pray. We yet shall meet again, when I shall end thee, if a guardian God I too may claim. Meanwhile, from thee I turn, and others seek, on whom my hap may light." He said, and drove through Dryops' neck his spear, and stretch'd him at his feet, and pass'd him by. Next with his spear he struck below the knee Philetor's son, Demuchus, stout and tall, and check'd his forward course, then, rushing on, dealt with his mighty sword the mortal blow. The sons of Bias next, Laogonus and Dardanus, he hurled from off their car, one with a spear, and one by sword stroke slain. Tros too he slew, Alastor's son, who came to meet him and embrace his knees, and pray to spare his life, in pity of his youth. Little he knew how vain would be his prayer, for not of temper soft, nor mild of mood was he, but sternly fierce. And as he knelt and clasp'd his knees, and would his prayer prefer, Achilles clove him with his mighty sword, gash'd through the liver. As from out the wound his liver dropp'd, the dark blood gushing forth his bosom fill'd, and darkness closed his eyes, as ebb'd his life away. Then through the ear Mulius he thrust, at the other ear came forth the brazen point. Echeclus next he met, son of Agenor, and his hilted sword full on the centre of his head let fall. The hot blood dyed the blade, the darkling shades of death and rigorous fate his eyes o'erspread. Next, where the tendons bind the elbow joint, the brazen spear transfixed Deucalion's arm. With death in prospect and disabled arm he stood, till on his neck Achilles' sword descending shard, and flung afar both head and helmet. From the spine's dissever'd joints the marrow flow'd, as stretch'd in dust he lay. The noble son of Pereus next he slew, Rigmus, who came from Thracia's fertile plains. Him through the waist he struck, the brazen spear plunged in his bowels. From the car he fell, and as Eurystheus, his charioteer, his horses turned, Achilles through the neck his sharp spear thrusting, hurled him to the ground, the startled steeds in wild confusion thrown. As rage the fires amid the wooded glen of some parched mountain's side, and fiercely burns the copsewood dry, while eddying here and there the flames are whirled before the gusty wind, so fierce Achilles raged, on every side pursuing, slaughtering, reeked the earth with blood. As when upon a well-rolled threshing floor 2 sturdy-fronted steers, together yoked, tread the white barley out, beneath their feet fast flies the grain, out-trodden from the husk, so by Achilles driven, his flying steeds his chariot bore, o'er bodies of the slain and broken bucklers trampling. All beneath was splashed with blood the axle, and the rails around the car, as from the horses' feet, and from the felloes of the wheels were thrown the bloody gouts. And onward still he pressed, panting for added triumphs, deeply dyed with gore and carnage his unconquered hands.
Book 21. Argument. The Battle in the River Scamander. The Trojans fly before Achilles, some towards the town, others to the river Scamander. He falls upon the latter with great slaughter, takes 12 captives alive to sacrifice to the shade of Patroclus, and kills Lycaon and Asteropaeus. Scamander attacks him with all his waves. Neptune and Pallas assist the hero. Simois joins Scamander. At length Vulcan, by the instigation of Juno, almost dries up the river. This combat ended, the other gods engage each other. Meanwhile Achilles continues the slaughter, and drives the rest into Troy. Agenor only makes a stand, and is conveyed away in a cloud by Apollo, who, to delude Achilles, takes upon him Agenor's shape, and while he pursues him in that disguise, gives the Trojans an opportunity of retiring into their city. The same day continues. The scene is on the banks and in the stream of Scamander. But when they came to eddying Xanthus' ford, fair flowing stream, born of immortal Jove, Achilles cut in twain the flying host, part driving toward the city, o'er the plain, where on the former day the routed Greeks, when Hector raged victorious, fled amain. On terror-struck they rushed, but Juno spread, to baffle their retreat, before their path clouds and thick darkness. Half the fugitives in the deep river's silvery eddies plunged. With clamour loud they fell, the torrent roared, the banks around re-echoed. Here and there they, with the eddies wildly struggling, swam, as when, pursued by fire, a hovering swarm of locusts riverward direct their flight, and as the insatiate flames advance, they cower amid the waters. So a mingled mass of men and horses, by Achilles driven, the deeply whirling stream of Xanthus choked. His spear amid the tamarisks on the bank the hero left. On savage deeds intent, armed with his sword alone, a god in power, he sprang amid the torrent. Right and left he smote. Then fearful rose the groans of men slain with the sword. The stream ran red with blood. As fishes flying from a dolphin crowd the shoal recesses of some open bay, in fear, for whom he catches he devours, so crouched the Trojans in the mighty stream beneath the banks. And when at length his land, wearied of slaughter, from the stream alive he dragged 12 youths, whose forfeit lives should be the bloody fine for slain Patroclus, paid, helpless from fear, as fawns, he brought them forth, their hands secured behind them with the belts which o'er their shirts of twisted mail they wore, and bade his comrades lead them to the ships. Then on again he dash'd, athirst for blood, and first encounter'd, flying from the stream, Lycaon, Priam's son. Him once before he by a nightly onslaught had surprised, and from his father's vineyard captive borne. where, as he cut, to form his chariot rail, a fig tree's tender shoots, unlooked for ill o'ertook him in the form of Peleus' son. Thence in his ship to Lemnos' thriving isle he bore him, ransomed there by Jason's son. His Imbrian host, Eetion, set him free with liberal gifts, and to Arisba sent. Escaping thence, he reached his native home. 12 days, save one, rejoicing with his friends, he spent, returned from Lemnos. Fate, the 12th, again consigned him to Achilles' hands, from him reluctant to receive his death. Him, when Achilles, swift of foot, beheld no spear in hand, of helm and shield bereft, all flung in haste away, as from the stream, reeking with sweat and faint with toil, he fled, he communed, wrathful, with his mighty heart. Ye gods, what marvel do mine eyes behold? Methinks the valiant Trojans, slain by me, ere long will from the realms of darkness rise, since, death escaping, but to slavery sold, in Lemnos' isle, this fellow hath returned, despite the hoary sea's impediment, which many a man against his will hath stayed. Now shall he taste my spear, that I may see if thence too he return, or if the earth may keep him safe, which e'en the strongest holds. Thus, as he stood, he mused, but all aghast approach'd Lycian, and would have fain have clasp'd the hero's knees, for longingly he sought escape from bitter death and evil fate. Achilles raised his spear, in act to strike. He, stooping, ran beneath and clasp'd his knees. Above his back the murderous weapon passed, and in the earth was fixed. One suppliant hand Achilles' knees embraced, the other held with unrelaxing grasp the pointed spear, as he, with winged words imploring, spoke. I clasp thy knees, Achilles. Look then down with pity on my woes, and recognize, illustrious chief, a suppliant's sacred claim. For in thy tent I first broke bread that day, when in my father's fruitful vineyard seized, thy captive I became, to slavery sold, far from my sire and friends, in Lemnos' isle. 100 oxen were my ransom then, at thrice so much I now would buy my life. This day is but the 12th, since, sorely tried, by lengthen'd suffering, back to Troy I came. Now to thy hands once more my cruel fate consigns me, surely by the wrath of Jove pursued, who gives me to thy power again. Me, doom'd to early death, my mother bore, old Altes' daughter, fair Laothoe. Altes, who ruled the warlike Leleges in softy Pedasus, by Satnois' stream. 2 sons she bore, and both by thee must die. Already one, the godlike Polydore, amid the foremost ranks thy spear hath slain, and now my doom hath found me. For from thee, since evil fate hath placed me in thy hands, I may not hope to fly, yet hear but this, and weigh it in thy mind, to spare my life. I come not of that womb which Hector bore, who slew thy comrade, gentle, kind, and brave." Thus Priam's noble son, imploring, spoke, but stern the answer fell upon his ear. "Thou fool, no more to me of ransom prate. Before Patroclus met the doom of death, to spare the Trojans still my soul inclined, and many captives ta'en alive I sold. But from henceforth, before the walls of Troy, not one of all the Trojans, whom the gods may to my hands deliver, least of all a son of Priam, shall escape the death. Thou too, my friend, must die. Why vainly wail? Dead is Patroclus too, thy better far. Me too, thou seest how stalwart, tall and fair, of noble sire, and of goddess mother born. Yet must I yield to death and stubborn fate, whene'er at morn or noon or eve the spear or arrow from the bow may reach my life." He said, and sank Lycaon's limbs and heart. He loosed the spear, and sat with both his hands upraised, imploring. But Achilles drew, and on his neck, beside the collarbone, let fall his trenchant sword. The two-edged blade was buried deep. Prone on the earth he lay. Forth gushed the crimson blood, and dyed the ground. Him, dragging by the feet, Achilles threw in the mid-stream, and thus with vaunting speech: "Lie there, amidst the fishes, who shall cleanse, but not with kindly thought, thy gory wounds. O'er thee, extended on thy bier, shall rise no mother's wail. Scamander's eddying stream shall to the sea's broad bosom roll thee down, and, springing through the darkly rippling wave, fishes shall rise, and banquet on thy flesh. On now the work of death, till, flying ye, and slaughtering, we reach the city wall. Nor this fair flowing, silver eddying stream shall aught avail ye, though to him ye pay in sacrifice the blood of countless bulls, and living horses in his waters sink. Ye all shall perish, till Patroclus' death be fully avenged, and slaughter of the Greeks, whom, in my absence, by the ships ye slew." He said. The mighty river at his words indignant chafed, and pondered in his mind how best to check Achilles' warlike toil, and from destruction guard the Trojan host. Meantime Achilles, with his ponderous spear, Asteropaeus, son of Pelegon, assailed with deadly purpose. Pelegon to broadly flowing Axius owed his birth, the river god commingling with the blood of Peribea, daughter eldest born of Acasenus. On him he sprang, he, from the river rising, stood opposed, two lances in his hand, his courage roused by Xanthus, who, indignant, saw his stream polluted by the blood of slaughtered youths, by fierce Achilles' hand, unpitying, slain. When near the warriors each to other came, Achilles, swift of foot, took up the word. "What man, and whence art thou, who dar'st to stand opposed to me? Of most unhappy sires, the children they, who my encounter meet." To whom th' illustrious son of Pelegon: "Great son of Peleus, why enquire my race? From far Paeonia's fertile fields I come, the leader of the long-spear'd Paeon host. 10 days have pass'd since I to Ilium came, From widely flowing Axius my descent. Axius, the purest stream on earth that flows. He Pelegon begot, the spear renown'd. Of Pelegon I boast me sprung, and now address thee, brave Achilles, to the fight." Threat'ning he spoke. Achilles raised on high the Pelian spear, but ambidexter, he from either hand at once a javelin launch'd. One struck, but pierc'd not through, the mighty shield, stay'd by the golden plate, the gift of heaven. Achilles' right forearm the other grazed. Forth gush'd the crimson blood, but glancing by, and vainly longing for the taste of flesh, the point behind him in the earth was fixed. Then at Asteropaeus in his turn, with deadly intent, the son of Peleus threw his straight-directed spear. His mark he missed, but struck the lofty bank, where deep infixed, to half its length, the Pelian ash remained. Then from beside his thigh Achilles drew his trenchant blade, and furious onward rush'd, while from the cliff Asteropaeus strove in vain with stalwart hand to wrench the spear. 3 times he shook it with impetuous force, 3 times relaxed his grasp. A 4th attempt he made to bend and break the sturdy shaft, but him preventing, Peleus' godlike son with deadly stroke across the belly smote, and gush'd his bowels forth. Upon the ground gasping he lay, and darkness seal'd his eyes. Then on his breast Achilles sprang, and stripp'd his armour off, and thus with vaunting speech: "So lie thou there, 'tis hard for thee to fight, though river-born, against the progeny of mighty Jove. A widely flowing stream thou claimest as author of thy parentage. My high descent from Jove himself I boast. My father, Peleus, son of Aeacus, reigns o'er the numerous race of Myrmidons. The son of Jove himself was Aeacus. High o'er all rivers that to the ocean flow is Jove exalted, and in like degree superior is his race in power to theirs. A mighty river hast thou here at hand, if that might aught avail thee. But his power is impotent to strive with Saturn's son. With him not Achelous, king of streams, presumes to vie, nor in the mighty strength of deeply flowing wide Oceanus, from whom all rivers, all the boundless sea, all fountains, all deep wells derive their source.
Yet him appalls the lightning bolt of Jove, and thunder pealing from the vaults of heaven." He said, and from the cliff withdrew his spear. Him left he lifeless there upon the sand, extended. O'er him the dark waters wash'd, and eels and fishes thronging gnawed his flesh. Then mid the Paeons' plumed host he rush'd, who fled along the eddying stream, when him, their bravest in the stubborn fight, they saw slain by the sword and arm of Peleus' son. Thersilochus and Mydon then he slew, Nisus and Thracius and Astypolus, Aeneas and Ophelestes, and yet more had been the slaughter by Achilles wrought. But from his eddying depths, in human form, with wrathful tone the mighty river spoke. "In strength, Achilles, and in deeds of arms, all mortals thou surpassest, for the gods themselves attend thee, and protect from harm. If Saturn's son have given thee utterly the Trojans to destroy, yet, ere thou slay, far from my waters drive them o'er the plain. For now my lovely stream is filled with dead, nor can I pour my current to the sea with floating corpses choked, while thou pursuest the work of death insatiate. Stay thy hand, with horror I behold thee, mighty chief." Whom answer'd thus Achilles, swift of foot: "Be it as thou wilt, Scamander, heaven-born stream. Yet cease I not to slay, until I drive these vaunting Trojans to their walls, and prove the force of Hector, if in single fight I be by him, or he by me subdued." He said, and fiercely on the Trojans rush'd, a God in might. To Phoebus then his speech the deeply eddying river thus address'd: "God of the silver bow, great son of Jove, obey'st thou thus the will of Saturn's son, who charged thee by the Trojans still to stand and aid their cause, till evening's late approach should cast its shadows o'er the fertile earth?" Thus as he spoke, from off the lofty bank Achilles, springing in mid-current, plunged. Then high the swelling stream, tumultuous, rose in all its angry flood, and with a roar as of a bellowing bull, cast forth to land the numerous corpses by Achilles slain, and many living in his caverned bed, concealed behind the whirling waters, saved. Fierce round Achilles rose the boiling wave, and on his shield descending drove him down, nor might he keep his foothold. But he grasped a lofty elm, well grown, which from the cliff uprooted all the bank had torn away, and with its tangled branches checked the flow of the fair river, which with all its length it bridged across. Then, springing from the deep, swiftly he fled in terror o'er the plain, nor ceased the mighty river, but pursued with darkly ruffling crest, intent to stay Achilles' course, and save the Trojan host. Far as a jav'lin's flight he rush'd,
in speed like the dark hunter eagle, strongest deemed, and swift-winged of all the feathered race. So on he sped. Loud rattled on his breast his brazen armour, as before the god, cowering, he fled. The god behind him still with thundering sound pursued. As when a man from some dark-watered spring through trenches leads, mid plants and gardens, the irrigating stream, and, spade in hand, the appointed channel clears, down flows the stream anon, its pebbly bed disturbing. Fast it flows with bubbling sound down the steep slope, o'ertaking him who leads. Achilles so the advancing wave o'ertook, though great his speed. But man must yield to gods. Oft as Achilles, swift of foot, essayed to turn and stand, and know if all the gods who dwell in heaven were leagued to daunt his soul, so oft the heaven-born river's mighty wave above his shoulders dashed. In deep distress he sprang on high, then rush'd the flood below, and bore him off his legs, and wore away the soil beneath his feet. Then, groaning thus, as up to heaven he looked, Achilles cried, "O Father Jove, will none of all the gods in pity save me from this angry flood? Content thereafter would I meet my fate. Of all the powers of heaven, my mother most hath wrong'd me, who hath buoyed me up with hope delusive, that before the walls of Troy I should by Phoebus' swift-winged arrows fall. Would that by Hector's hand 'twere mine to die, the bravest of their brave. A warrior so were by a warrior slain. Now I am doom'd ignobly here to sink, the mighty flood o'erwhelming me, like some poor shepherd lad borne down in crossing by a wintry brook." He said, and quickly clothed in mortal form, Neptune and Pallas at his side appear'd. With cheering words they took him by the hand, and thus the earth-shaking god his speech began. "Achilles, fear not thou, nor be dismayed. Such powerful aid by Jove's consent we bring, Pallas and I, from heaven. 'Tis not decreed that thou shouldst by the river be o'erwhelm'd. He shall retire ere long, and thou shalt see. And more, if thou wilt hear. We undertake that from the war thine arm shall not be stay'd, till thou shalt drive beneath the walls of Troy the crowd of flying Trojans. Thou thyself shalt Hector slay, and safe regain the ships. Such high renown we give thee to achieve." They to the other gods this said, return'd. He, greatly strengthened by the voice divine, press'd onward to the plain. The plain he found all flooded o'er, and floating armour fair, and many a corpse of men in battle slain. Yet onward lifting high his feet, he press'd right toward the stream. Nor could the mighty stream check his advance. Such vigour Pallas gave. Nor did Scamander yet his fury stay, but fiercer rose his rage, and rearing high his crested wave, to Simois thus he cried: "Dear brother, aid me with united force this mortal's course to check. He, unrestrained, will royal Priam's city soon destroy, nor will the Trojans his assault endure. Haste to the rescue, then, and from their source fill all thy stream, and all thy channels swell. Rouse thy big waves, and roll a torrent down of logs and stones, to whelm this man of might, who triumphs now, and bears him as a god. Not shall his strength or beauty then avail, or gallant arms, beneath the waters sunk, deep buried in the mud. Himself will I in sand embed, and o'er his corpse a pile of shingly gravel heap. Nor shall the Greeks be able to collect his bones, encased by me so deep in slime. His monument they here may raise, but when they celebrate his funeral rites, no mound will he require." He said, and on Achilles from on high came boiling, rushing down with thunderous roar, with foam and blood, and corpses intermixed. High rose the heaven-born river's darkling wave, and bore Achilles downward. Then, in fear, lest the broad waters of the eddying stream should quite o'erwhelm him, Juno cried out, and Vulcan thus her son in haste addressed: "Up, Vulcan, up, my son! For we had deemed that eddying Xanthus stood to thee opposed. Haste thee to aid, thy fiery strength display, while from the sea I call the stormy blast of Zephyr and brisk Notus, who shall drive the raging flames ahead, and burn alike the Trojans and their arms. Do thou, the while, burn down the trees on Xanthus' banks, himself assail with fire, nor by his honeyed words, nor by his menaces be turned aside, nor, till thou hear my voice, restrain thy power. Then stay the raging flames' unwearied course." Thus Juno spoke, and Vulcan straight prepared the heavenly fire, and first upon the plain the flames he kindled, and the dead consumed, who lay promiscuous, by Achilles slain. The plain was dried, and stayed the watery flood, as when the breath of Boreas quickly dries in autumn time a newly watered field, the tiller's heart rejoicing, so was dried the spacious plain. Then he, the dead consumed, against the river turned the fiery glare. Burnt were the willows, elms, and tamarisk shrubs, the lotus, and the reeds, and galingol, which by the lovely river grew profuse. The eels and fishes, mid the eddying whirl, mid the clear wave, were hurrying here and there in dire distress from Vulcan's fiery breath. Scorch'd by the flames, the mighty river spoke: "Vulcan, no god against thy power can stand. nor with thy fiery flames will I contend. Restrain thy wrath. Though Peleus' godlike son should from their city drive the Trojans straight, with rival parties, what concern have I? All scorch'd he spoke, his fair stream bubbling up, as when a cauldron on a blazing fire, filled with the melting fat of well-fed swine, boils up within, and bubbles all around, with well-dried wood beneath, so, bubbling up, the waters of the lovely river boiled. Nor onward would he flow, but checked his course by the blast o'erborne, and fiery strength of skilful Vulcan. And to Juno thus imploring, he his winged words addressed. Juno, what cause impels thy son, my stream, or all the rest, to visit with his wrath? E'en less than others, who the Trojans aid, have I offended. Yet at thy command will I withdraw, but bid that he too cease. And this I swear, no Trojan more to save, though to devouring flames a prey, all Troy were blazing, kindled by the valiant Greeks. This, when the white-arm'd goddess Juno heard, to Vulcan straight she thus addressed her speech. Vulcan, my glorious son, restrain thy hand in mortal men's behalf. It is not meet to press thus hardly an immortal god. She said, and Vulcan stayed his fiery strength, and back returning, in his wonted bed flowed the fair river. Xanthus thus subdued, these two their warfare ceased, by Juno checked, despite her wrath. But mid the other gods arose contention fierce, and discord dire, their warring passions roused on either side. With fearful crash they met, the broad earth groaned, loud rang the heaven as with a trumpet's sound. Jove on Olympus' height the tumult heard, and in his heart he laughed, a joyous laugh, to see the gods in angry battle met. Not long they stood aloof, led on by Mars, the buckler breaker, who to Pallas first, poising his spear, his bitter speech addressed. What dost thou here, thou saucy jade? To war the gods exciting, overbold of mood, led by thy haughty spirit? Dost thou forget how thou, the son of Tydeus, Diomed, didst urge against me, and with visible spear direct his aim, and aid to wound my flesh? For all I suffered then, thou now shalt pay. Thus as he struck the tasselled shield, awful to view, which not the lightning bolt of Jove himself could pierce. The blood-stained Mars against it thrust in vain his ponderous spear. The goddess stooped, and in her ample hand took up a stone that lay upon the plain, dark, rugged, vast, which men of elder days had set to mark the limits of their land. Full on the neck of Mars she hurled the mass, his limbs relaxing. O'er 700 feet prostrate he lay, his hair defiled with dust. Loud rang his armour, and with scornful smile Pallas addressed him thus with vaunting speech. Fool, hast thou yet to learn how mightier far my strength than thine, that me thou dar'st to meet? Bear thus the burthen of thy mother's curse, who works thee harm in wrath, that thou, the Greeks deserting, aid'st the haughty Trojans' cause." She said, and turned away her piercing glance. Him, deeply groaning, scarce to life restored, Jove's daughter, Venus, taking by the hand, led from the field, which, when the white-arm'd queen beheld, in haste to Pallas thus she cried: "O heav'n, brave child of aegis-bearing Jove, undaunted! Lo, again this saucy jade, amid the press, the bane of mortals, Mars, leads from the field. But haste thee in pursuit." Thus Juno. Pallas hasten'd in pursuit, well pleased, and Venus, with her powerful hand assailing, struck upon the breast. At once the goddess's courage and her limbs gave way. There on the ground the two together lay, while Pallas o'er them thus with vaunting speech: "Would all were such, who aid the Trojan cause, whene'er they meet in fight the warlike Greeks, as valiant and as stout as Venus proves, who brings her aid to Mars, confronting me. Then had our warlike labours long been o'er, and Ilium's strong-built citadel overthrown." Thus Pallas spoke. The white-arm'd goddess smiled, and to Apollo thus the earth-shaker spoke: "Phoebus, why stand we idly thus aloof? The war begun by others, 'tis not meet; and shame it were, that to Olympus' heights, and to the brazen-floor'd abode of Jove, we too, without a contest, should return. Thou then begin, as younger; 'twere not well for me, in age and practice more advanced. Feeble of soul, how senseless is thy heart! Hast thou forgotten all the cruel wrongs we two, alone of all th' immortals, bore, when here in Ilium for a year we served, by Jove's command, the proud Laomedon, for promis'd hire, and he our tasks assign'd? His fortress and a wall both broad and fair I built, the town's impregnable defence, while thou didst on his plodding herds attend, in many-crested Ida's woody glens. But when the joyous seasons in their course had brought our labour's term, the haughty king denied our guerdon, and with threats dismissed. Bound hand and foot, he threatened thee to send, and sell to slavery in the distant isles, and with the sword cut off the ears of both. So in indignant sorrow we returned, robb'd of the hire he promised, but denied. For this thy favour dost thou show to Troy, and
dost not rather join thy force to ours, that down upon their knees the Trojans all should perish, with their babes and matrons chaste?" Whom answer'd thus the far-destroying king: "Earth-shaking God, I should not gain with thee the esteem of wise, if I with thee should fight for mortal men, poor wretches, who, like leaves, flourish a while, and eat the fruits of earth, but sapless soon decay. From combat then refrain we, and to others leave the strife." He turn'd, thus saying, for he deem'd it shame his father's brother to assail in arms. But him his sister, goddess of the chase, rebuked, and thus with scornful speech address'd: "Fliest thou, Apollo, and to Neptune leav'st the easy victory and baseless fame? Why o'er thy shoulder hangs thine idle bow? Ne'er in our fathers' halls again, as erst among the immortals, let me hear thee boast how thou with Neptune wouldst in arms contend." Thus she. Apollo answer'd not a word, but Jove's imperial consort, fill'd with wrath, assail'd with bitter words the archer queen. "How canst thou dare, thou saucy minx, to stand opposed to me, too great for thine assault, despite thy bow? Though Jove hath given thee power o'er feeble women, whom thou wilt to slay, e'en as a lion, better were't for thee to chase the mountain beasts and flying hinds, than thy superiors thus to meet in arms. But since thou darest confront me, thou shalt know and feel how far my might surpasses thine." She said, and with the left hand both the wrists of Dian grasping, with her ample right the bow and quiver from her shoulders tore, and with them, as she turn'd away her head, with scornful laughter buffeted her ears. The arrows keen were scatter'd on the ground. Weeping, the goddess fled, as flies a dove the hawk's pursuit, and in a hollow rock finds refuge, doom'd not yet to fall a prey. So, weeping, Dian fled, and left her bow. Then Hermes to Latona thus: "With thee I strive not; a shame it were to meet in fight a consort of the cloud-compelling Jove. Freely amid th' immortals make thy boast, that by thy prowess thou hast vanquish'd me." Thus he. Latona gather'd up the bow and fallen arrows, scatter'd here and there amid the whirling dust. Then these regain'd, following her daughter, from the field withdrew. Meanwhile to high Olympus fled the maid, and to the brazen-floor'd abode of Jove. There, weeping, on her father's knees she sat, while quiver'd round her form the ambrosial robe. The son of Saturn towards him drew his child, and thus, with gracious smile, enquiry made. Which of the heavenly powers hath wrong'd thee thus, my child, as guilty of some open shame? To whom the bright-crown'd goddess of the chase: Thy wife, my father, white-arm'd Juno, she hath dealt thus rudely with me, she from whom all jars and strife among the gods proceed. Such converse while they held, the gates of Troy Apollo enter'd, for the well-built wall alarm'd, lest e'en against the will of fate that Greeks that day should raze it to the ground. The other gods were to Olympus gone, triumphant these, and those in angry mood, and took their seats before the cloud-girt sire. But on the Trojans pressing, Peleus' son, horses and men alike promiscuous slew, as in a city which the gods in wrath have fired, whose volleying smoke ascends to heaven. On all her people grievous toil is cast, on many harm and loss. Such toil, such loss, Achilles wrought amid the Trojan host. Upon a lofty tower, the work of gods, the aged Priam stood, and thence beheld, by fierce Achilles, driven in flight, confused, their courage quite subdued, the Trojan host. Then, groaning, from the tower he hastened down, and to the warders cried along the wall, Stand to the gates, and hold them opened wide, that in the crowd of fugitives may pour, and refuge find. For close upon their flight Achilles hangs, disaster now is near. But while our friends, received within the walls, find time to breathe again, replace in haste the closely fitting portals, for I fear that man of blood may e'en the city storm. He said. The gates they opened, and drew back the solid bars. The portals, opening wide, let in the light, but in the vacant space Apollo stood, the Trojan host to save. The flyers, parched with thirst, and dust begrimed, straight for the city and the lofty wall, made from the plain. Achilles, spear in hand, pressed hotly on the rearmost, for his soul with rage was filled, and maddening lust of fame. And now the lofty gated city of Troy the son of Greeks had won, but Phoebus roused Agenor's spirit, a valiant youth and strong, son of Antenor. He his bosom filled with dauntless courage, and beside him stood to turn aside the heavy hand of death, as, veiled in cloud, against the oak he leaned. He, when Achilles' awful form he knew, yet firmly stood, though much perplexed in mind, as thus he communed with his mighty heart. Oh, woe is me! Should I attempt to fly before Achilles' might, where fly the rest across the plain, disorder'd, he would soon o'ertake me, and in flight ignoble slay. Or should I leave the others to their fate, scatter'd by Peleus' son, and from the wall, and o'er the plain of Troy direct my flight, far as the foot of Ida's hill, and there lie hid in thickest covert, and at eve,
refreshed by bathing in the cooling stream, and purged the sweat, retrace my steps to Troy. Yet why, my soul, admit such thoughts as these? For should he mark me flying from the town, and overtake me by his speed of foot, no hope were left of me to escape from death. So far his strength exceeds the strength of man. But how, if boldly, I await him here before the wall? His flesh is not to wounds impervious, but a single life is his. Nor is he more, they say, than mortal man, though Jove assists him, and his triumph wills. He said, and stood collected to await Achilles' onset, and his manly heart with courage filled was eager for the fray. As when a panther from the thicket's depth comes forth to meet the hunter, undismayed, nor turned to flight by baying of the hounds, nor wounded, or by javelin, or by sword, or by the spear transfixed, remits her rage, but fights until she reach her foe, or die. Agenor so, Antenor's godlike son, disdained to fly, ere prove Achilles' might. Before his breast his shield's broad orb he bore, and poised his spear, and thus he called aloud, Thy hope, renowned Achilles, was this day the valiant Trojans' city to destroy? Unconscious of the toils, the woes, that ye around her walls await ye? For within are warriors brave and numerous, who will fight in her defence, for parents, children, wives. Thou too, Achilles, here shall meet thy doom, as powerful as thou art, and warrior bold. He said, and threw with stalwart hand the spear. Achilles' leg he struck below the knee, nor missed his aim, and loudly rang the greaves of new-wrought tin. But back the brazen point rebounded, nor the heavenly armour pierced. In turn Achilles on Agenor sprang, but Phoebus robbed him of his hoped-for prize, who, veil'd in thickest cloud, convey'd away Antenor's son, and from the battle bore to rest in peace, while he by guile withdrew the son of Peleus from the flying crowd. For in Agenor's very likeness clad, before him stood the far-destroying king. Then fled Achilles, hastening in pursuit, o'er the fertile plain with flying foot pursued. Beside Scamander's eddying stream Apollo turned, but little space before him flying, subtly lured him on, each moment hoping to attain his prize. Meantime the general crowd in panic flight with eager haste the city's refuge sought, and all the town with fugitives was filled. Nor did they dare without the walls to stand for mutual aid, nor halt to know what friends were safe, who left upon the battlefield. But through the gates poured in the hurrying mass, who to their active limbs their safety owed. Book 22, Argument. The Death of Hector. The Trojans, being safe within the walls, Hector only stays to oppose Achilles. Priam is struck at his approach, and tries to persuade his son to re-enter the town. Hecuba joins his entreaties, but in vain. Hector consults within himself what measures to take, but at the advance of Achilles his resolution fails him, and he flies. Achilles pursues him thrice round the walls of Troy. The gods debate concerning the fate of Hector. At length Minerva descends to the aid of Achilles. She deludes Hector in the shape of Deiphobus. He stands the combat and is slain. Achilles drags the dead body at his chariot in the sight of Priam and Hecuba. Their lamentations, tears, and despair. Their cries reach the ears of Andromache, who, ignorant of this, was retired into the inner part of the palace. She mounts up to the walls and beholds her dead husband. She swoons at the spectacle. Her excess of grief and lamentation. The 30th day still continues. The scene lies under the walls and on the battlements of Troy. Thus they, from panic flight, like timorous fawns, within the walls escaping, dried their sweat, and drank, and quenched their thirst, reclining safe on the fair battlements. But nearer drew with slanted shields the Greeks. Yet Hector, still in front of Ilium and the Scaean gate, stayed by his evil doom, remained without. Then Phoebus thus to Peleus' godlike son: Achilles, why with active feet pursue? Thou mortal, me immortal. Knowest thou not my godhead, that so hot thy fury burns? Or heed'st thou not that all the Trojan host, whom thou hast scared, while thou art here withdrawn, within the walls a refuge safe have found? On me thy sword is vain, I know not death. Enraged Achilles, swift of foot, replied: Deep is the injury, far-darting king, most hostile of the gods, that at thy hand I bear, who here hast lured me from the walls, which many a Trojan else had fail'd to reach, ere by my hand they bit the bloody dust. Me of immortal honour thou hast robb'd, and them, thyself from vengeance safe, hast saved. Had I the power, that vengeance thou shouldst feel. Thus saying, and on mightiest deeds intent, he turn'd him cityward with fiery speed. As when a horse, contending for the prize, whirls the swift car, and stretches o'er the plain, e'en so, with active limbs, Achilles raced. Him first the aged Priam's eyes discern'd, scouring the plain, in arms all dazzling bright, like to the autumnal star, whose brilliant ray shines eminent amid the depth of night, whom men the dog star of Orion call. The brightest he, but sign to mortal man of evil augury and fiery heat. So shone the brass upon the warrior's breast. The old man groaned aloud, and lifting high his hands, he beat his head, and with loud voice called on his son, imploring. He, unmoved, held post before the gates, awaiting there Achilles' fierce encounter. Him his sire, with hands outstretched and piteous tone addressed. "Hector, my son, await not here alone that warrior's charge, lest thou to fate succumb beneath Pelides' arm, thy better far. Accursed be he! Would that the immortal gods so favour'd him as I, then should his corpse soon to the vultures and the dogs be given. So should my heart a load of anguish lose, by whom I am of many sons bereaved, many and brave, whom he has slain or sold to distant isles in slavery. And e'en now within the city walls I look, in vain, for two, Lycian brave, and Polydore, my gallant sons by fair Laothoe. If haply yet they live, with brass and gold their ransom shall be paid. Good store of these we can command, for with his daughter fair a wealthy dowry aged Altes gave. But to the viewless shades should they have gone, deep where their mother's sorrow and my own. But of the general public well I know, far lighter were the grief than if they heard that thou hadst fallen beneath Achilles' hand. Then enter now, my son, the city gates, and of the women and the men of Troy be still the guardian, nor to Peleus' son with thine own life immortal glory give. Look too on me with pity, me on whom, e'en on the threshold of mine age, hath Jove a bitter burthen cast, condemned to see my son struck down, my daughters dragged away in servile bonds, our chamber's sanctity invaded, and our babes by hostile hands dashed to the ground, and by ferocious Greeks enslaved, the widows of my slaughter'd sons. On me at last the ravening dogs shall feed, when by some foeman's hand, by sword or lance, my soul shall from my body be divorced. Those very dogs which I myself have bred, fed at my table, guardians of my gate, shall lap my blood, and overgorged shall lie e'en on my threshold. That a youth should fall victim to Mars beneath a foeman's spear may well beseem his years, and if he fall with honour, though he die, yet glorious he. But when the hoary head and hoary beard and naked corpse to ravening dogs are given, no sadder sight can wretched mortals see." The old man spoke, and from his head he tore the hoary hair. Yet Hector firm remained. Then to the front his mother rush'd, in tears, her bosom bare, with either hand her breast sustaining, and with tears address'd him thus: "Hector, my child, thy mother's breast revere, and on this bosom, if thine infant woes have e'er been hush'd, bear now in mind, dear child, the debt thou owest, and from within the walls ward off this fearful man, nor in the field encounter. Cursed be he! Should he prevail and slay thee, not upon the funeral bed, my child, my own, the offspring of my womb, shall I deplore thee, nor thy widowed wife, but far away,
Beside the Grecian ships thy corpse shall to the rav'ning dogs be given." Thus they, with tears and earnest prayers imploring, addressed their son. Yet Hector firm remained, waiting the approach of Peleus' godlike son. As when a snake upon the mountainside, with deadly venom charged, beside his hole awaits the traveller, and filled with rage, coiled round his hole, his baleful glances darts, so, filled with dauntless courage, Hector stood, scorning retreat, his gleaming buckler propped against the jutting tower. Then, deeply moved, thus with his warlike soul communion held: "Oh, woe is me! If I should enter now the city gates, I should the just reproach encounter of Polydamas, who first his counsel gave within the walls to lead the Trojan forces. On that fatal night when great Achilles in the field appear'd, I heeded not his counsel. Would I had! Now, since my folly hath the people slain, I well might blush to meet the Trojan men and long-robed dames of Troy, lest some might say, to me inferior far, this woeful loss to Hector's blind self-confidence we owe. Thus shall they say. 'Twere better far, or from Achilles, slain in open fight, back to return in triumph, or myself to perish nobly in my country's cause. What if my bossy shield I lay aside, and stubborn helmet, and, my ponderous spear propping against the wall, go forth to meet the unmatch'd Achilles? What if I engage that Helen's self, and with her all the spoil, and all that Paris in his hollow ships brought here to Troy, whence first this war arose, should be restored, and to the Greeks be paid an ample tribute from the city's store, her secret treasures, and hereafter bind the Trojans by their elders' solemn oaths, not to withhold, but fairly to divide whate'er of wealth our much-loved city holds. But wherefore entertain such thoughts, my soul? Should I so meet him, what if he should show nor pity, nor remorse, but slay me there, defenceless as a woman, and unarmed? Not this the time, nor he the man, with whom, by forest oak or rock, like youth and maid, to hold light talk, as youth and maid might hold. Better to dare the fight, and know at once to whom the victory is decreed by heaven." Thus as he stood, he mused, but near approach'd Achilles, terrible as plumed Mars, from his right shoulder brandishing aloft the ashen spear of Peleus, while around flash'd his bright armour, dazzling as the glare of burning fire, or of the rising sun. Hector beheld, and trembled at the sight, nor dared he there await the attack, but left the gates behind, and, terror-stricken, fled. Forward with flying foot Pelides rush'd, as when a falcon, bird of swiftest flight, from some high mountain top on timorous dove swoops fiercely down. She, from beneath, in fear evades the stroke; he, dashing through the brake, shrill shrieking, pounces on his destined prey, so Hector, flying from his keen pursuit, beneath the walls his active sinews plied. They, by the watchtower, and beneath the wall, where stood the wind-beat fig tree, raced amain along the public road, until they reached the fairly flowing fount, whence issued forth, from double source, Scamander's eddying streams. One with hot current flows, and from beneath, as from a furnace, clouds of steam arise. Midsummer's heat, the other rises cold as hail, or snow, or water crystallized. Beside the fountains stood the washing troughs of well-wrought stone, where erst the wives of Troy and daughters fair their choicest garments washed, in peaceful times, ere came the sons of Greece. There raced they, one in flight, and one pursuing. Good he who fled, but better who pursued with fiery speed. For on that race was staked no common victim, no ignoble ox. The prize at stake was mighty Hector's life. As when the solid-footed horses fly around the course, contending for the prize, tripod, or woman, of her lord bereft, so raced they thrice around the walls of Troy, with active feet. And all the gods beheld. Then thus began the sire of gods and men: "A woeful sight mine eyes behold, a man I love in flight around the walls. My heart for Hector grieves, who, now upon the crown of deeply furrowed Ida, now again on Ilium's heights, with fat of choicest bowls hath piled mine altar, whom around the walls with flying speed Achilles now pursues. Give me your counsel, gods, and say, from death if we shall rescue him, or must he die, brave as he is, beneath Pelides' hand?" To whom the blue-eyed goddess Pallas thus: "O father, lightning-flashing, cloud-girt king, what words are these? Wouldst thou, a mortal man, long doom'd by fate, again from death preserve? Do as thou wilt, but not with our consent." To whom the cloud compeller thus replied: "Be of good cheer, my child. Unwillingly I speak, yet both thy wishes to oppose. Have then thy will, and draw not back thy hand." His words fresh impulse gave to Pallas' zeal, and from Olympus' heights in haste she sped. Meanwhile on Hector, with untiring hate, the swift Achilles press'd, as when a hound through glen and tangled brake pursues a fawn, roused from its lair upon the mountain side, and if awhile it should evade pursuit, low crouching in the copse, yet quests he back, searching unwearied till he find the trace. So Hector sought to baffle, but in vain, the keen pursuit of Peleus' active son. Oft as he sought the shelter of the gates beneath the well-built towers, if haply thence his comrades' weapons might some aid afford, so oft his foemen with superior speed would cut him off, and turn him to the plain. he toward the city still essayed his flight, and, as in dreams, when one pursues in vain, one seeks in vain to fly, the other seeks as vainly to pursue, so could not now Achilles reach, nor Hector quit his foe. Yet how should Hector now the doom of death have 'scaped, had not Apollo once again, and for the last time, to his rescue come, and given him strength and suppleness of limb? Then to the crowd Achilles, with his head, made sign that none at Hector should presume to cast a spear, lest one might wound, and so the greater glory obtain, while he himself must be contented with the second place. But when the fourth time in their rapid course the founts were reach'd, the eternal Father hung his golden scales aloft, and placed in each the lots of doom, for great Achilles one, for Hector one, and held them by the midst. Down sank the scale, weighted with Hector's death, down to the shades, and Phoebus left his side. Then to Pelides came the blue-eyed maid, and stood beside him, and bespoke him thus: Achilles, loved of heaven, I trust that now to thee and me great glory shall accrue in Hector's fall, insatiate of the fight. Escape he cannot now, though at the feet of aegis-bearing Jove, on his behalf, with earnest prayer, Apollo prostrate fall. But stay thou here and take thy breath, while I persuade him to return and dare the fight. So Pallas spoke, and he, with joy obeying, stood leaning on his brass-barbed ashen spear. The goddess left him there, and went, the form and voice assuming of Deiphobus, in search of godlike Hector. Him she found, and standing near, with winged words addressed: Sorely, good brother, hast thou been bested by fierce Achilles, who around the walls hath chased thee with swift foot. Now stand we both for mutual succour, and his onset wait. To whom great Hector of the glancing helm: Deiphobus, of all my brothers, sons of Hecuba and Priam, thou hast been still dearest to my heart, and now the more I honour thee, who dar'st on my behalf, seeing my peril, from within the walls to sally forth, while others skulk behind. To whom the blue-eyed goddess thus replied: With many prayers, good brother, both our sire and honour'd mother, and our comrades all, successively implored me to remain. Such fear is fallen on all. But in my soul, on thine account, too deep a grief I felt. Now forward boldly, spare we not our spears. Make trial, if Achilles to the ships from both of us our bloody spoils can bear, or by thine arm himself may be subdued. Thus Pallas leered him on with treacherous wile. But when the two were met, and close at hand, first spoke great Hector of the glancing helm. No more before thee, Peleus' son, I fly. Thrice have I fled around the walls, nor dared await thine onset. Now my spirit is roused to stand before thee, to be slain or slay. But let us first the immortal gods invoke, the surest witnesses and guardians they of compacts. At my hand no foul disgrace shalt thou sustain, if Jove with victory shall crown my firm endurance, and thy life to me be forfeit. Of thine armour stripped I promise thee, Achilles, to the Greeks thy body to restore. Do thou the like. With fierce regard Achilles answer'd thus: Hector, thou object of my deadly hate, talk not to me of compacts. As 'tween men and lions no firm concord can exist, nor wolves and lambs in harmony unite, but ceaseless enmity between them dwells. So not in friendly terms, nor compact firm, can thou and I unite, till one of us glut with his blood the mail-clad warrior Mars. Mind thee of all thy fence, behooves thee now to prove a spearman skill'd, and warrior brave. For thee escape is none. Now by my spear hath Pallas doom'd thy death. My comrade's blood, which thou hast shed, shall all be now avenged." He said, and poising hurled his weighty spear. But Hector saw, and shunn'd the blow. He stoop'd, and o'er his shoulder flew the brass-tipped spear, and in the ground was fixed. But Pallas drew the weapon forth, and to Achilles' hand, all unobserved of Hector, gave it back. Then Hector thus to Peleus' matchless son: "Thine aim has fail'd, nor truly has my fate, thou godlike son of Peleus, been to thee from heav'n reveal'd. Such was indeed thy boast, but flippant was thy speech, and subtly fram'd to scare me with big words, and make me prove false to my wonted prowess and renown. Not in my back will I receive thy spear, but through my breast confronting thee, if Jove have to thine arm indeed such triumph given. Now, if thou canst, my spear in turn elude, may it be deeply buried in thy flesh. For lighter were to Troy the load of war, if thou, the greatest of her foes, wert slain." He said, and poising hurled his ponderous spear, nor miss'd his aim. Full in the midst he struck Pelides' shield, but glancing from the shield the weapon bounded off. Hector was grieved that thus his spear had bootless left his hand. He stood aghast, no second spear was nigh, and loudly on Deiphobus call'd a spear to bring. But he was far away. Then Hector knew that he was duped, and cried, "O heaven! The gods above have doom'd my death. I deem'd indeed that brave Deiphobus was near at hand, but he within the walls is safe, and I by Pallas am betray'd.
Now is my death at hand, nor far away. Escape is none, since so hath Jove decreed, and Jove's far-darting son, who heretofore have been my guards, my fate hath found me now. Yet not without a struggle let me die, nor all inglorious, but let some great act, which future days may hear of, mark my fall." Thus as he spoke, his sharp-edged sword he drew, ponderous and vast, suspended at his side, collected for the spring, and forward dash'd. As when an eagle, bird of loftiest flight, through the dark clouds swoops downward on the plain to seize some tender lamb or cowering hare, so Hector rush'd and waved his sharp-edged sword. Achilles his wrath was roused, with fury wild his soul was filled. Before his breast he bore his well-wrought shield, and fiercely on his brow nodded the four-plumed helm, as on the breeze floated the golden hairs, with which the crest by Vulcan's hand was thickly interlaced. And as amid the stars' unnumber'd host, when twilight yields to night, one star appears, Hesper, the brightest star that shines in heaven, gleam'd the sharp-pointed lance, which in his right Achilles poised, on godlike Hector's doom intent, and scanning eagerly to see where from attack his body least was fenced, all else the glittering armour guarded well, which Hector from Patroclus' corpse had stripped. One chink appear'd, just where the collarbone, the neck and shoulder parts, beside the throat, where lies exposed the swiftest road of death. There levell'd he, as Hector onward rush'd. Right through the yielding neck the lance was driven, but sever'd not the windpipe, nor destroyed his power of speech. Prone in the dust he fell, and o'er him vaunting, thus Achilles spoke: "Hector, Patroclus stripping of his arms, thy hope was that thyself wast safe, and I, not present, brought no terror to thy soul. Fool! In the hollow ships I yet remained, I, his avenger, mightier far than he, I, who am now thy conqueror. By the dogs and vultures shall thy corpse be foully torn, while him the Greeks with funeral rites shall grace." Whom answer'd Hector of the glancing helm, prostrate and helpless: "By thy soul, thy knees, thy parents' heads, Achilles, I beseech, let not my corpse from Grecian dogs be torn. Accept the ample stores of brass and gold, which as my ransom by my honour'd sire and mother shall be paid thee, but my corpse restore, that so the men and wives of Troy may deck with honours due my funeral pyre." To whom with fierce aspect Achilles thus: "Knee me no knees, vile hound, nor prate to me of parents. Such my hatred, that almost I could persuade myself to tear and eat thy mangled flesh. Such wrongs I have to avenge. He lives not who can save thee from the dogs.
not though with ransom 10 and 20-fold he here should stand, and yet should promise more. No, not though Priam's royal self should sue to be allowed for gold to ransom thee. No, not e'en so thy mother shall obtain to lay thee out upon the couch, and mourn o'er thee, her offspring, but on all thy limbs shall dogs and carrion vultures make their feast. To whom thus Hector of the glancing helm, dying: I know thee well, nor did I hope to change thy purpose. Iron is thy soul, but see that on thy head I bring not down the wrath of heaven, when by the Scaean gate the hand of Paris, with Apollo's aid, brave warrior as thou art, shall strike thee down. E'en as he spoke, his eyes were closed in death, and to the viewless shades his spirit fled, mourning his fate, his youth and vigour lost. To him, though dead, Achilles thus replied: Die thou! My fate I then shall meet, whene'er Jove and the immortal gods shall so decree. He said, and from the corpse his spear withdrew, and laid aside, then stripped the armour off, with blood besmear'd. The Greeks around him throng'd, gazing on Hector's noble form and face, and none approach'd that did not add a wound. And one to other look'd and said, Good faith, Hector is easier far to handle now, than when erewhile he wrapped our ships in fire. Thus would they say, then stab the dead anew. But when the son of Peleus, swift of foot, had stripped the armour from the corpse, he rose, and standing thus the assembled Greeks addressed: O friend, the chiefs and counsellors of Greece, since heaven hath granted us this man to slay, whose single arm hath wrought us more of ill than all the rest combined, advance we now before the city in arms, and trial make what is the mind of Troy, if, Hector slain, they from the citadel intend retreat, or still, despite their loss, their ground maintain. But wherefore entertain such thoughts, my soul? Beside the ships, unwept, unburied, lies Patroclus, whom I never can forget, while number'd with the living, and my limbs have power to move. In Hades, though the dead may be forgotten, yet e'en there will I the memory of my loved companion keep. Now to the ships return, we, sons of Greece, glad paeans singing. With us he shall go, great glory is ours, the godlike Hector slain, the pride of Troy, and as a god revered. And foully Hector's corpse misused. Of either foot he pierced the tendon through, that from the ankle passes to the heel, and to his chariot, bound with leathern thongs, leaving the head to trail along the ground. Then mounted, with the captured arms, his car, and urged his horses. Nothing loth they flew. A cloud of dust the trailing body raised. Loose hung his glossy hair, and in the dust was laid that noble head, so graceful once, now to foul insult doom'd by Jove's decree, in his own country by a foeman's hand. So lay the head of Hector. At the sight his aged mother tore her hair, and far from off her head the glittering veil she threw, and with loud cries her slaughter'd son bewailed. Piteous his father groaned, and all around was heard the voice of wailing and of woe. Such was the cry, as if the beetling height of Ilium all were smouldering in the fire. Scarce in his anguish could the crowd restrain the old man from issuing through the Dardan gates. Low in the dust he rolled, imploring all, entreating by his name each several man. Forbear, my friends, though sorrowing, stay me not. Leave me to reach alone the Grecian ships, and there implore this man of violence, this haughty chief, if haply he my years may reverence, and have pity on my age, for he too has a father, like to me, Peleus, by whom he was begot and bred, the bane of Troy, and most of all to me, the cause of endless grief, who by his hand have been of many stalwart sons bereft. Yet all, though grieved for all, I less lament than one whose loss will sink me to the grave, Hector. Oh, would to heaven that in mine arms he could have died! With mourning then, and tears, we might have satisfied our grief, both she who bore him, hapless mother, and myself. Weeping he spoke, and with him wept the crowd. Then mid the women Hecuba poured forth her vehement grief. My child, oh, whither now, heart-stricken, shall I go, of thee bereft? Of thee, who wast to me by night and day and a boast, the strength of all the men of Troy, and women, as a god they worshipped thee. For in thy life thou wast the glory of all, but fate hath found thee now. Weeping she spoke, but not as yet was known to Hector's wife. To her no messenger had brought the tidings that without the walls remained her husband. In her house, withdrawn, a web she wove, all purple, double wool, with varied flowers in rich embroidery, and to her neat-haired maidens gave command to place the largest cauldrons on the fire, that with warm baths, returning from the fight, Hector might be refreshed. Unconscious she, that by Achilles' hand, with Pallas' aid, far from the bath, was godlike Hector slain. The sounds of wailing reached her from the tower, tottered her limbs.
the distaff left her hand, and to her neat-haired maidens thus she spoke. Haste, follow me, some too, that I may know what mean these sounds. My honour'd mother's voice I hear, and in my breast my beating heart leaps to my mouth, my limbs refuse to move. Some evil, sure, on Priam's house impends. Be unfulfilled my words, yet much I fear lest my brave Hector be cut off alone by great Achilles from the walls of Troy, chased to the plain, the desperate courage quench'd, which ever led him from the general ranks far in advance, and bade him yield to none. Then from the house she rush'd, like one distract with beating heart, and with her went her maids. But when she reach'd the tower, where stood the crowd, and mounted on the wall, she look'd around, and saw the body, which with insult foul the flying steeds were dragging toward the ships. Then sudden darkness overspread her eyes, backward she fell, and gasped her spirit away. Far off were flung the adornments of her head, the net, the fillet, and the woven bands, the nuptial veil by golden Venus given, that day when Hector of the glancing helm led from Eetion's house his wealthy bride. The sisters of her husband round her press'd, and held, as in the deadly swoon she lay. But when her breath and spirit return'd again, with sudden burst of anguish, thus she cried: Hector, oh, woe is me! To misery we both were born alike, thou here in Troy, in Priam's royal palace, I in Thebes, by wooded Placos, in Eetion's house, who nursed my infancy. Unhappy he, unhappier I! Would I had ne'er been born! Now thou beneath the depths of earth art gone, gone to the viewless shades, and me hast left a widow in thy house, in deepest woe, our child an infant still, thy child and mine, ill-fated parents both. Nor thou to him, Hector, shalt be a guard, nor he to thee, for though he 'scape this tearful war with Greece, yet not for him remains, but ceaseless woe, and strangers on his heritage shall seize. No young companions own the orphan boy. With downcast eyes, and cheeks bedew'd with tears, his father's friends approaching, pinch'd with want, he hangs upon the skirt of one he plucks the cloak. Perchance, in pity, some may at their tables let him sip the cup, moisten his lips, but scarce his palate touch, while youths, with both surviving parents bless'd, may drive him from their feast with blows and taunts. Begone! Thy father sits not at our board. Then, weeping, to his widowed mother's arms he flies, that orphan boy, Astyanax, who on his father's knees erewhile was fed on choicest marrow and the fat of lambs, and when in sleep his childish play was hush'd, was lull'd to slumber in his nurse's arms on softest couch, by all delights surrounded. But grief awaits him now, Astyanax, of Trojans so surnamed, since thou alone wast Troy's defence and guard. But now on thee, beside the beaked ships, far from thy parents, when the rav'ning dogs have had their fill, the wriggling worms shall feed. On thee all naked, while within thy house lies store of raiment, rich and rare, the work of women's hands. These will I burn with fire, not for thy need, thou ne'er shalt wear them more, but for thine honour in the sight of Troy." Weeping she spoke, the women joined her wail. Book 23. Argument. Funeral Games in honour of Patroclus. Achilles and the Myrmidons do honour to the body of Patroclus. After the funeral feast he retires to the seashore, where, falling asleep, the ghost of his friend appears to him, and demands the rites of burial. The next morning the soldiers are sent with mules and wagons to fetch wood for the pyre, the funeral procession, and the offering their hair to the dead. Achilles sacrifices several animals, and lastly 12 Trojan captives at the pile, then sets fire to it. He pays libations to the winds, which, at the instance of Iris, rise and raise the flame. When the pile has burned all night, they gather the bones, place them in an urn of gold, and raise the tomb. Achilles institutes the funeral games, the chariot race, the fights of the cestus, the wrestling, the foot race, the single combat, the discus, the shooting with arrows, the darting the javelin, the various descriptions of which, and the various success of the several antagonists, make the greatest part of the book. In this book ends the 30th day. The night following, the ghost of Patroclus appears to Achilles. The 31st day is employed in felling the timber for the pile, the 32nd in burning it, and the 33rd in the games. The scene is generally on the seashore. Thus they, throughout the city, made their moan. But when the Greeks had come where lay their ships, by the broad Hellespont, their several ways they each pursued, dispersing. Yet not so Achilles let his Myrmidons disperse, but thus his warlike comrades he addressed. "My faithful comrades, valiant Myrmidons, loose we not yet our horses from the cars, but for Patroclus mourn, approaching near with horse and car. Such tribute claim the dead, then free indulgence to our sorrows given. Loose we the steeds, and share the evening meal." He said, and they with mingled voices raised the solemn dirge. Achilles led the strain. Thrice round the dead they drove their sleek-skinned steeds. Mourning, with hearts by Thetis grief inspired, with tears the sands, with tears the warriors' arms were wet, so mighty was the chief they mourned. Then on his comrade's breast Achilles laid his blood-stained hands, and thus began the wail. "All hail, Patroclus, though in Pluto's realm! All that I promised, lo,
I now perform, that on the corpse of Hector, hither dragg'd, our dogs should feed, and that 12 noble youths, the sons of Troy, before thy funeral pyre, my hand, in vengeance for thy death, should slay." He said, and foully Hector's corpse misused, flung prostrate in the dust, beside the couch where lay Menoetius' son. His comrades then their glittering armour doff'd, of polish'd brass, and loosed their neighing steeds. Then round the ship of Peleus' son in countless numbers sat, while he the abundant funeral feast dispensed. There many a steer lay stretch'd beneath the knife, and many a sheep, and many a bleating goat, and many a white-tusk'd porker, rich in fat, there lay extended, singeing o'er the fire, and blood in torrents flow'd round the corpse. To Agamemnon then the kings of Greece, the royal son of Peleus, swift of foot, conducted. Yet with him they scarce prevail'd, so fierce his anger for his comrade's death. But when to Agamemnon's tent they came, he to the clear-voiced heralds gave command, an ample tripod on the fire to place, if haply Peleus' son he might persuade to wash away the bloody stains of war. But sternly he, and with an oath, refused. "No, by great Jove I swear, of all the gods highest and mightiest, water shall not touch this head of mine, till on the funeral pyre I see the body of Patroclus laid, and build his tomb, and cut my votive hair. For while I live and move mid mortal men, no second grief like this can pierce my soul. Observe we now the mournful funeral feast. But thou, great Agamemnon, king of men, send forth at early dawn, and to the camp bring store of fuel, and all else prepare, that with provision meet the dead may pass down to the realms of night. So shall the fire from out our sight consume our mighty dead, and to their wonted tasks the troops return." He said. They listened, and his words obeyed. Then busily the evening meal prepared, and shared the social feast, nor lacked there aught. The rage of thirst and hunger satisfied, each to their several tents the rest repaired. But on the many dashing ocean's shore Pelides lay, amid his myrmidons, with bitter groans. In a clear space he lay, where broke the waves, continuous on the beach. There, circumfused around him, gentle sleep, lulling the sorrows of his heart to rest, o'ercame his senses. For the hot pursuit of Hector round the breezy heights of Troy his active limbs had wearied. As he slept, sudden appeared Patroclus' mournful shade, his very self, his height and beauteous eyes and voice, the very garb he wont to wear. Above his head it stood, and thus it spoke: "Sleep'st thou, Achilles? mindless of thy friend, neglecting not the living, but the dead? Hasten my funeral rites, that I may pass through Hades' gloomy gates. Ere those be done, the spirits and spectres of departed men drive me far from them, nor allow to cross the abhorred river. But forlorn and sad, I wander through the wide-spread realms of night. And give me now thy hand, whereon to weep, for never more, when laid upon the pyre, shall I return from Hades. Never more, apart from all our comrades, shall we two, as friends, sweet counsel take. For me, stern death, the common lot of man, has oped his mouth. Thou too, Achilles, rival of the gods, art destined here beneath the walls of Troy to meet thy doom. Yet one thing must I add, and make, if thou wilt grant it, one request. Let not my bones be laid apart from thine, Achilles, but together, as our youth was spent together in thy father's house, since first my sire, Menoetius, me a boy from Opus brought, a luckless homicide, who of Amphidamas, by evil chance, had slain the son, disputing o'er the dice. Me noble Peleus in his house received, and kindly nursed, and thine attendant named. So in one urn be now our bones enclosed, the golden vase, thy goddess mother's gift. Whom answer'd thus Achilles, swift of foot: Why art thou here, lov'd being? Why on me these sev'ral charges lay? Whate'er thou bidst will I perform, and all thy mind fulfil. But draw thou near, and in one short embrace let us, while yet we may, our grief indulge. Thus as he spoke, he spread his longing arms, but not he clasp'd, and with a wailing cry vanish'd, like smoke, the spirit beneath the earth. Up sprang Achilles, all amazed, and smote his hands together, and lamenting cried, O heaven! There are, then, in the realms below, spirits and spectres, unsubstantial all. For through the night Patroclus' shade hath stood, weeping and wailing at my side, and told his bidding. The image of himself it seem'd. He said. His words the general grief aroused. To them, as round the piteous dead they mourn'd, appear'd the rosy-finger'd morn, and straight from all the camp, by Agamemnon sent, went forth in search of fuel, men and mules, led by a valiant chief, Meriones, the follower of renowned Idomeneus. Their felling axes in their hands they bore, and twisted ropes, their mules before them driven. Now up, now down, now sideways, now aslope, they journeyed on. But when they reach'd the foot of spring-abounding Ida, they began, with axes keen, to hew the lofty oaks. They, loudly crashing fell. The wood they clove, and bound it to the mules. These took their way through the thick brushwood, hurrying to the plain. The axemen, too, so bade Meriones, the follower of renowned Idomeneus, were laden all with logs, which on the beach they laid in order, where a lofty mound, in memory of Patroclus and himself, Achilles had designed. When all the store of wood was duly laid, the rest remained in masses seated. But Achilles bade the warlike Myrmidons their armour don, and harness each his horses to his car. They rose and donned their arms, and on the cars warriors and charioteers their places took. First came the horse, and then a cloud of foot unnumbered. In the midst Patroclus came, borne by his comrades. All the corpse with hair they covered o'er, which from their heads they shore. Behind, Achilles held his head, and mourned the noble friend whom to the tomb he bore. Then on the spot by Peleus' son assigned, they laid him down, and piled the wood on high. Then a fresh thought Achilles' mind conceived. Standing apart, the yellow locks he shore, which, as an offering to Spercheius' stream, he nursed in rich profusion. Sorrowing then, looked o'er the dark blue sea, as thus he spoke. Spercheius, all in vain to thee his prayer my father Peleus made, and vow'd that I, return'd in safety to my native land, to thee should dedicate my hair, and pay a solemn hecatomb, with sacrifice of 50 rams, unblemish'd, to the springs whereon thy consecrated soil is placed, thine incense-honour'd altar. So he vow'd, but thou the boon withhold'st, since I no more my native land may see. The hair he vow'd to brave Patroclus thus I dedicate. He said, and on his comrade's hand he laid the locks. His act the general grief aroused. And now the setting sun had found them still indulging, and now the setting sun had found them still indulging o'er the dead. But Peleus' son, approaching, thus to Agamemnon spoke. Atrides, for to thee the people pay readiest obedience, mourning too prolonged may weary. Thou then from the pyre the rest disperse, and bid prepare the morning meal. Ours be the farther charge, to whom the dead was chiefly dear. Yet let the chiefs remain. The monarch Agamemnon heard, and straight dispersed the crowd amid their several ships. The appointed band remained, and piled the wood. 100 feet each way they built the pyre, and on the summit, sorrowing, laid the dead. Then many a sheep and many a slow-paced ox they flayed and dressed around the funeral pyre. Of all the beasts Achilles took the fat, and covered o'er the corpse from head to foot, then heaped the slaughter'd carcasses around. Then jars of honey placed, and fragrant oils resting upon the couch, next, groaning loud, 4 powerful horses on the pyre he threw. Then, of 9 dogs that at their master's board had fled, he slaughtered 2 upon his bier. Last, with the sword, by evil counsel swayed, 12 noble youths he slew, the sons of Troy. The fire's devouring might he then applied, and, groaning, on his loved companion called. All hail, Patroclus, though in Pluto's realm! All that I promised, lo, I now perform. On 12 brave sons of Trojan sires, with thee the flames shall feed. But Hector, Priam's son, not to the fire, but to the dogs I give. Such was Achilles' threat, but him the dogs molested not, for Venus, night and day, daughter of Jove, the ravening dogs restrained, and all the corpse o'erlaid with roseate oil, ambrosial, that, though dragged along the earth, the noble dead might not receive a wound. Apollo, too, a cloudy veil from heaven spread o'er the plain, and covered all the space where lay the dead. Nor let the blazing sun the flesh upon his limbs and muscles parch. Yet burnt not up Patroclus' funeral pyre. Then a fresh thought Achilles' mind conceived. Standing apart, on both the winds he called, Boreas and Zephyrus, and added vows of costly sacrifice, and pouring forth libations from a golden goblet, prayed their presence, that the wood might haste to burn, and with the fire consume the dead. His prayer swift Iris heard, and bore it to the winds. They in the hall of gusty Zephyrus were gathered round the feast. In haste appearing, swift Iris on the stony threshold stood. They saw, and rising all, besought her each to sit beside him. She, with their requests, refused compliance, and addressed them thus: No seat for me, for I, o'er the ocean stream, from hence am bound to Ethiopia's shore, to share the sacred feast, and hecatombs, which there they offered to the immortal gods. But Boreas, thee, and loud-voiced Zephyrus, with vows of sacrifice Achilles calls to fan the funeral pyre, whereon is laid Patroclus, mourned by all the host of Greece. She said, and vanish'd. They with rushing sound rose, and before them drove the hurrying clouds. Soon o'er the sea they swept. The stirring breeze ruffled the waves. The fertile shores of Troy they reach'd, and falling on the funeral pyre, loud roar'd the crackling flames. They all night long, with current brisk, together fann'd the fire. All night Achilles from a golden bowl drew forth, and in his hand a double cup, the wine outpouring, moistened all the earth, still calling on his lost Patroclus' shade. As mourns a father o'er a youthful son, whose early death hath wrung his parents' hearts, so mourned Achilles over his friend's remains, prostrate beside the pyre, and groaned aloud. But when the star of Lucifer appeared, the harbinger of light, from whom following close spreads o'er the sea the saffron-robed morn, then paled the smouldering fire, and sank the flame, and o'er the Thracian sea that groaned and heaved beneath their passage, home the winds returned, and, weary, from the fire a space withdrawn, Achilles lay, o'ercome by gentle sleep. Anon, awakened by the tramp and din of crowds that followed Atreus' royal son, he sat upright, and thus addressed his speech. Thou son of Atreus, and ye chiefs of Greece, far as the flames extended, quench we first with ruddy wine the embers of the pyre, and of Menoetius' son Patroclus next, with care distinguishing, collect the bones, nor are they hard to know, for in the midst he lay, while round the edges of the pyre horses and men commixed. The rest were burnt. Let these, between a double layer of fat enclosed, and in a golden urn remain, till I myself shall in the tomb be laid, and o'er them build a mound, not over large, but of proportions meet. In days to come, ye Greeks, who after me shall here remain, complete the work, and build it broad and high. Thus spoke Achilles. They his words obeyed. Far as the flames had reach'd, and thickly strown the embers lay, they quench'd with ruddy wine. Then tearfully their gentle comrades' bones collected, and with double layers of fat enclosed, and in a golden urn encased. Then in the tent they laid them, overspread with veil of linen fair. Then, meting out the allotted space, the deep foundations laid around the pyre, and o'er them heaped the earth. Their task accomplished, all had now withdrawn, but Peleus' son the vast assembly stayed, and bade them sit. Then prizes of the games, tripods and cauldrons, from the tents he brought, and noble steeds, and mules, and sturdy steers, and women fair of form, and iron hoar. First, for the contest of the flying cars, the prizes he displayed. A woman fair, well skill'd in household cares, a tripod vast, two-handled, 22 measures round. These both were for the victor. For the next, a mare unbroken, 6 years old, in foal of a mule colt. The third, a cauldron bright, capacious of 4 measures, white and pure, by fire as yet untarnished. For the fourth, of gold 2 talents. For the fifth, a vase with double cup, untouched by fire, he gave. Then, standing up, he thus addressed the Greeks. Thou son of Atreus, and ye well-greaved Greeks, before ye are the prizes which await the contest of the cars. But if, ye Greeks, for any other cause these games were held, I to my tent should bear the foremost prize. For well ye know how far my steeds excel, steeds of immortal race,
which Neptune gave to Peleus, he to me his son transferr'd. But from the present strife we stand aloof, my horses and myself. They now have lost the daring courage, and the gentle hand of him who drove them, and with water pure wash'd oft their manes, and bathed with fragrant oil. For him they stand and mourn, with drooping heads, down to the ground, their hearts with sorrow fill'd. But ye, in order range yourselves, who boast your well-built chariots, and your horses' speed." He said. Up sprang the eager charioteers, the first of all Eumelus, king of men, son of Admetus, matchless charioteer. Next Tydeus' son, the valiant Diomed, with Trojan horses from Aeneas won, when by Apollo's aid himself escaped. Then heav'n-born Menelaus, Atreus' son, 2 flying coursers harness'd to his car. His own Podargus had for yoke-fellow Ithae, a mare by Agamemnon lent. Her Echepolus to Atrides gave, Anchises' son, that to the wars of Troy he might not be compell'd, but safe at home enjoy his ease. For Jove had blessed his store with ample wealth in Sicyoin's wide domain. Her now he yoked, impatient for the course. The fourth Antilochus, the gallant son of Nestor, son of Neleus, mighty chief, harnessed his sleek-skinned steeds. Of Pylian race were they who bore his car. To him his sire sage counsel pour'd in understanding ears. "Antilochus, though young in years thou art, yet Jove and Neptune love thee, and have well instructed thee in horsemanship. Of me thou need'st no counsel, skill'd around the goal to whirl the chariot. But thou hast, of all, the slowest horses, whence I augur ill. But though their horses have the speed of thine, in skill not one of them surpasses thee. Then thou, dear boy, exert thine every art, that so thou mayest not to fail to gain a prize. By skill, far more than strength, the woodman fells the sturdy oak. By skill, the steersman guides his flying ship across the dark blue sea, though shattered by the blast. 'Twixt charioteer and charioteer 'tis skill that draws the line. One, vainly trusting to his courser's speed, drives reckless here and there. O'er all the course his horses, unrestrained, at random run. Another, with inferior horses far, but better skill'd, still fixing on the goal his eye, turns closely round, nor overlooks the moment when to draw the rein, but holds his steady course, and on the leader waits. A mark I give thee now, thou canst not miss. There stands a wither'd trunk, some 6 feet high, of oak or pine, unrotted by the rain. On either side have 2 white stones been placed, where meet 2 roads, and all around there lies a smooth and level course. Here stood, perchance, the tomb of one who died long years ago, or former generations here have placed, as now Achilles hath decreed, a goal, there drive, as only not to graze the post, and leaning o'er the wicker body, leave close on the left the stones. Thine off-side horse then urge with voice and whip, and slack his rein, and let the near-side horse so closely graze, as that thy knave may seem to touch the goal. But yet beware, lest striking on the stone thy steeds thou injure, and thy chariot break, a source of triumph to thy rivals all, of shame to thee. But thou sage caution use, for following, if thou make the turn the first, not one of all shall pass thee, or o'ertake, not though Arion's self were in the car, Adrastus' flying steed of heavenly race, nor those which here Laomedon possessed. This said, and to his son his counsels given, the aged Nestor to his seat withdrew. Fifth in the lists Meriones appeared. They mounted on their cars, and cast their lots. Achilles shook the helmet. First leaped forth the lot of Nestor's son, Antilochus. Next came the king Eumelus, after whom the valiant Menelaus, Atreus' son. The fourth Meriones, and last of all, but ablest far, Tydides drew his place. They stood in line. Achilles pointed out, here on the level plain, the distant goal, and there in charge the godlike Phoenix placed, his father's ancient follower, to observe the course assigned, and true report to make. Then all at once their whips they raised, and urged by rein and hand and voice their eager steeds. They from the ships pursued their rapid course athwart the distant plain. Beneath their chests rose, like a cloud or hurricane, the dust. Loose floated on the breeze their ample manes. The cars now skimmed along the fertile ground, now bounded high in air. The charioteers stood up aloft, and every bosom beat with hope of victory, each with eager shout cheering his steeds that scoured the dusty plain. But when the farthest limits of the course attained, they turned beside the hoary sea, strained to their utmost speed, were plainly seen the qualities of each. Then in the front appeared Eumelus' flying mares, and next the Trojan horses of Tydides came. Nor these were far behind, but following close, they seemed in act to leap upon the car. Eumelus, on his neck and shoulders broad, felt their warm breath, for o'er him, as they flew, their heads were downward bent, and now, perchance, had he, or passed, or made an even race, but that, incensed with valiant Diomed, Apollo wrested from his hands the whip. Then tears of anger from his eyelids fell, as gaining more and more the mares he saw, while, urged no more, his horses slacked their speed. But Pallas marked Apollo's treacherous wile, and hasting to the chief restored his whip, and to his horses strength and courage gave. The goddess then Admetus' son pursued, and snapped his chariot yoke. The mares, released, swerved from the track. The pole upon the ground lay loosened from the car, and he himself beside the wheel was from the chariot hurled. From elbows, mouth, and nose the skin was torn, his forehead crushed and battered in. His eyes were filled with tears, and mute his cheerful voice. Tydides turned aside, and far ahead of all the rest passed on, for Pallas gave his horses courage, and his triumph willed. Next him the fair-haired Menelaus came, the son of Atreus. But Antilochus thus to his father's horses called aloud: "Forward, and stretch ye to your utmost speed. I ask you not with those of Diomed in vain to strive, whom Pallas hath endued with added swiftness, and his triumph willed. But haste ye, and o'ertake Atrides' car, nor be by Ithae, by a mare, disgraced. Why, my brave horses, why be left behind? This too I warn ye, and will make it good. No more at Nestor's hand shall ye receive your provender, but with the sword be slain, if by your faults a lower prize be ours. Then rouse ye now, and put forth all your speed, and I will so contrive as not to fail of slipping past them in the narrow way." He said. The horses, of his voice in awe, put forth their powers awhile. Before them soon Antilochus the narrow pass espied. It was a gully where the winter's rain had lain collected, and had broken through a length of road, and hollowed out the ground. There Menelaus held his cautious course, fearing collision. But Antilochus, drawing his steeds a little from the track, bore down upon him sideways. Then in fear the son of Atreus to Antilochus shouted aloud: "Antilochus, thou driv'st like one insane! Hold in a while thy steeds. Here is no space where wider grows the road. There thou mayst pass, but here thou wilt but cause our cars to clash, and bring us both to harm." He said, but madlier drove Antilochus, plying the goad, as though he heard him not. Far as a discus' flight by some stout youth that tests his vigour, from the shoulder hurled, so far they ran together, side by side. Then dropped Atrides' horses to the rear, for he himself forbore to urge their speed, lest meeting in the narrow pass the cars should be o'erthrown, and they themselves, in haste to gain the victory, in the dust be rolled. Then thus reproachful to Antilochus: "Antilochus, thou most perverse of men, beshrew thy heart! We Greeks are much deceived, who gave thee fame for wisdom. Yet e'en now thou shalt not gain, but on thine oath, the prize." He said, and to his horses called aloud: "Slack not your speed, nor as defeated mourn. Their legs and feet will sooner tire than yours, for both are past the vigour of their youth." Thus he. The horses, of his voice in awe, put forth their powers, and soon the leaders neared. Meanwhile the chieftains, seated in the ring, looked for the cars that scoured the dusty plain. The first to see them was Idomeneus, the Cretan king. For he, without the ring, was posted high aloft, and from afar he heard and knew the foremost horseman's voice. Well too he knew the gallant horse that led, all baying the rest, but on his front alone a star of white, full orbed as the moon. Then up he rose, and thus the Greeks addressed: "O friends, the chiefs and counsellors of Greece, can ye too see, or I alone, the cars? A different chariot seems to me in front, a different charioteer, and they who first were leading must have met with some mischance. I saw them late, ere around the goal they turned, but see them now no more, though all around my eyes explore the wide-spread plain of Troy. Perhaps the charioteer has dropped the reins, or round the goal he could not hold the mares. Perchance has missed the turn, and on the plain is lying now beside his broken car, while from the course his mettled steeds have flown. Stand up and look yourselves, I cannot well distinguish, but to me it seems a chief who reigns o'er the Greeks, though of Aetolian race, the son of Tydeus, valiant Diomed." Sharply Oileus' active son replied: "Idomeneus, why thus before the time so rashly speak, while the high-stepping steeds are speeding yet across the distant plain? Thine eyes are not the youngest in the camp, nor look they out the sharpest from thy head. But thou art ever hasty in thy speech, and ill becomes thee this precipitance. Since others are there here, thy betters far. The same are leading now, that led at first, Eumelus' mares. 'Tis he that holds the reins." To whom in anger thus the Cretan chief: "Ajax, at wrangling good, in judgment not; and for aught else, among the chiefs of Greece, of small account, so stubborn is thy soul. Wilt thou a tripod or a cauldron stake, and Agamemnon, Atreus' son, appoint the umpire to decide whose steeds are first? So shalt thou gain thy knowledge at thy cost." He said. Up sprang Oileus' active son, in anger to reply, and farther yet had gone the quarrel. But Achilles' self stood up, and thus the rival chiefs addressed: "Forbear both, Ajax and Idomeneus, this bitter interchange of wordy war. It is not seemly, and yourselves, I know, another would condemn who so should speak. But stay ye here, and seated in the ring, their coming wait. Then, hurrying to the goal, we'll soon be here, and then shall each man know whose horses are the second, whose the first." Thus said. But Tydeus' son drew near, his lash still laid upon his horse's shoulder points, as lightly they, high-stepping, scoured the plain. Still on the charioteer the dust was flung, as close upon the flying-footed steeds followed the car with gold and tin inlaid, and lightly, as they flew along, were left impressed the wheel tracks on the sandy plain. There in the midst he stood, the sweat profuse,
downpouring from his horses' heads and chests. Down from the glittering car he leaped to earth, and leaned his whip against the chariot yoke. Nor long delayed the valiant Sthenelus, but eagerly sprang forth to claim the prize. Then to his brave companions gave in charge to lead away the woman, and to bear the tripod, while himself unyoked the steeds. Next came the horses of Antilochus, who had, by stratagem and not by speed, o'er Menelaus triumphed. Yet e'en so Atrides' flying coursers pressed him hard, for but so far as from the chariot wheel a horse, when harnessed to a royal car, whose tail, back streaming with the utmost hairs, brushes the felloes close before the wheel, small space between, he scours the wide-spread plain, so far was Menelaus in the rear of Nestor's son. At first a discus cast between them lay, but rapidly his ground gained, so well the speed and courage served of Ithae, Agamemnon's beauteous mare. And but a little farther were the course, had passed him by, nor left the race in doubt. Behind the noble son of Atreus came, a javelin's flight apart, Meriones, the faithful follower of Idomeneus. His were the slowest horses, and himself the least experienced in the rapid race. Dragging his broken car, came last of all, his horses driven in front, Admetus' son. Achilles, swift of foot, with pity saw, and to the Greeks his winged words addressed. See where the best of all the last appears, but let him take, as meet, the second prize. The first belongs of right to Tydeus' son. Thus he. They all assented to his words, and by the general voice of Greece, the mare had now been his. But noble Nestor's son, Antilochus, stood up his right to claim, and to Achilles Peleus' son replied, Achilles, thou wilt do me grievous wrong, if thou thy words accomplish. For my prize thou tak'st away, because mishap befell his car and horses, by no fault of his. Yet had he to the Immortals made his prayer, he surely had not thus been last of all. But pitying him, if so thy mind incline, thy tents contain good store of gold and brass and sheep, and female slaves, and noble steeds. For him, of these hereafter mayst thou take a prize of higher value, or e'en now, and with the applause of all. But for the mare I will not give her up, and let who will stand forth. My own right hand shall guard my prize. He said, and smiled Achilles, swift of foot, delighted, for he loved the noble youth, to whom his winged words he thus addressed. Antilochus, if such be thy request, that for Eumelus I should add a prize, and to him I give my breastplate, from Asteropaeus won, of brass, around whose edge is rolled a stream of shining tin, a gift of goodly price. He said, and bade Automedon, his friend and comrade, bring the breastplate from his tent. He went and brought it. In Eumelus' hand he placed it. He with joy the gift received. Then Menelaus, sad at heart, arose, burning with wrath against Antilochus. And while the herald in the monarch's hand his royal scepter placed, and bade the Greeks keep silence, thus the godlike hero spoke: "Antilochus, till now reputed wise, what hast thou done? Thou hast impugned my skill, and shamed my horses, who hast brought thine own, inferior far, before them to the goal. But come, ye chiefs and counsellors of Greece, judge ye between us, favouring neither side, that none of all the brass-clad Greeks may say that Menelaus hath by false reports o'erborne Antilochus, and holds his prize, his horses fairly worsted, and himself triumphant only by superior power. Or come now, I myself will judgment give, nor deem I any Greek will find to blame in my decision, for 'tis fair and just. Antilochus, come forward, noble chief, and standing, as 'tis meet, before the car and horses, in thy hand the slender whip, wherewith thou drov'st, upon the horses lay thy hand, and by earth-shaking Neptune swear, that not of malice, and by set design, thou didst by fraud impede my chariot's course." To whom Antilochus with prudent speech: "Have patience with me yet, for I, O King, O Menelaus, am thy junior far. My elder and superior thee I own. Thou know'st the o'er-eager vehemence of youth, how quick in temper, and in judgment weak. Set then thy heart at ease. The mare I won I freely give, and if aught else of mine thou shouldst desire, would sooner give it all, than all my life be lower'd, illustrious King, in thine esteem, and sin against the gods." Thus saying, noble Nestor's son led forth, and placed in Menelaus' hands the mare. The monarch's soul was melted, like the dew which glitters on the ears of growing corn that bristle o'er the plain. E'en so thy soul, O Menelaus, melted at his speech, to whom were thus addressed thy winged words: "Antilochus, at once I lay aside my anger. Thou art prudent, and not apt to be thus led astray. But now thy youth thy judgment hath o'erpower'd. Seek not henceforth by trickery o'er thine elders to prevail. To any other man of all the Greeks I scarce so much had yielded, but for that thyself hast labour'd much, and much endur'd, thou, thy good sire, and brother, in my cause. I yield me to thy prayers, and give to boot the mare, though mine of right. I am not of a harsh, unyielding mood." He said, and to Noemon gave in charge, the faithful comrade of Antilochus, the mare. Himself the glittering cauldron took. Of gold 2 talents to the fourth assigned. Fourth in the race Meriones received. Still the 5th prize, a vase with double cup, remained. Achilles this to Nestor gave before the assembled Greeks, as thus he spoke. Take this, old man, and for an heirloom keep, in memory of Patroclus' funeral games, whom thou no more amid the Greeks shalt see. Freely I give it thee, for thou no more canst box, or wrestle, or in sportive strife the javelin throw, or race with flying feet. For age with heavy hand hath bowed thee down. He said, and placed it in his hand. The old man received with joy the gift, and thus replied. All thou hast said, my son, is simple truth. No firmness now my limbs and feet retain, nor can my arms, with freedom, as of old, straight from the shoulder, right and left, strike out. Oh, that such youth and vigour yet were mine, as when the Achaeans in Buprasium held the royal Amarynceus' funeral games, and when the monarch's sons his prizes gave. Then could not one of all the Achaean race, or Pylians, or Aetolians, vie with me. In boxing, Clytomedes, Enops' son, I vanquish'd. Then Anchius, who stood up to wrestle with me, I with ease o'erthrew. Iphiclus I outran, though fleet of foot. In hurling with the spear, with Phyleus strove, and Polydorus, and surpassed them both. The sons of Actor in the chariot race alone o'ercame me, as in number more, and grudging more my triumph, since remained this contest to reward the richest prize. They were twin brothers. One who held the reins still drove and drove, the other plied the whip. Such was I once. But now must younger men engage in deeds like these, and I, the chief of heroes once, must bow to weary age. But honour thou with fitting funeral games thy comrade. I accept, well pleased, thy gift, my heart rejoicing, that thou still retain'st of me a kindly memory, nor o'erlook'st the place of honour, which among the Greeks belongs to me of right. For this the gods reward thee with a worthy recompense." He said. Achilles listened to the praise of Neleus' son, then joined the general throng. Next he set forth the prizes to reward the labours of the sturdy pugilists. A hardy mule he tethered in the ring, unbroken, 6 years old, most hard to tame. And for the vanquish'd man a double cup. Then rose, and to the Greeks proclaimed aloud, "Thou son of Atreus, and ye well-grieved Greeks, for these we bid 2 champions brave stand forth, and in the boxer's manly toil contend, and he whose stern endurance Phoebus crowns with victory, recognized by all the Greeks, he to his tent shall lead the hardy mule. The loser shall the double cup receive." He said. Up sprang Epeius, tall and stout, a boxer skilled, the son of Panopeus, who laid his hand upon the mule, and said, "Stand forth, if any care the cup to win. The mule, methinks, no Greek can bear away from me, who glory in the champion's name. Is't not enough that in the battle-field I claim no special praise? 'Tis not for man in all things to excel. But this I say, and will make good my words: who meets me here, I mean to pound his flesh, and smash his bones. See that his seconds be at hand, and prompt to bear him from the ring, by me subdued." He said. They all in silence heard his speech. Only Euryalus, the godlike chief, son of Mecistheus, Teleon's son, stood forth opposing. He had once in Thebes joined in the funeral games of Oedipus, and there had vanquished all of Cadmean race. On him attended valiant Diomed, with cheering words and wishes of success. Around his waist he fastened first the belt, then gave the well-cut gauntlets for his hands, of wild bull's hide. When both were thus equipped, into the centre of the ring they stepped. There, face to face, with sinewy arms upraised, they stood awhile, then closed, strong hand with hand mingling in rapid interchange of blows. Dire was the clatter of their jaws, the sweat poured forth profuse from every limb. Then rush'd Epeius on, and full upon the cheek, half turn'd aside, let fall a stagg'ring blow. Nor stood Euryalus, but legs and feet knock'd from beneath him, prone to earth he fell. And as a fish that flounders on the sand, thrown by rude Boreas on the weedy beach, till cover'd o'er by the returning wave, so flounder'd he beneath that stunning blow. But brave Epeius took him by the hand, and raised him up. His comrades crowded round, and bore him from the field with dragging steps, spitting forth clotted gore, his heavy head rolling from side to side. Within his tent they laid him down, unconscious. To the ring then, back returning, bore away the cup. Achilles next before the Greeks displayed the prizes of the hardy wrestler's skill. The victor's prize, a tripod vast, fire-proof, and at 12 oxen by the Greeks appraised, and for the vanquish'd man a female slave, priced at 4 oxen, skilled in household work. Then rose, and loudly to the Greeks proclaimed, "Stand forth, whoe'er this contest will essay." He said, and straight uprose the giant form of Ajax Telamon. With him uprose Ulysses, skilled in every crafty wile. Girt with the belt, within the ring they stood, and each with stalwart grasp laid hold on each, as stands 2 rafters of a lofty house, each propping each, by skilful architect designed the tempest's fury to withstand. Creaked their backbones beneath the tug and strain of those strong arms, their sweat poured down like rain, and bloody wheels of livid purple hue their sides and shoulders streaked, as sternly they for victory and the well-wrought tripod strove. Nor could Ulysses Ajax overthrow, nor Ajax bring Ulysses to the ground, so stubbornly he stood. But when the Greeks were weary of the long protracted strife, thus to Ulysses mighty Ajax spoke: "Ulysses sage, Laertes' godlike son, or lift thou me, or I will thee uplift. The issue of our struggle rests with Jove." He said, and raised Ulysses from the ground. Nor he his ancient craft remember'd not, but lock'd his leg around, and striking sharp upon the hollow of the knee, the joint gave way. The giant Ajax backwards fell, Ulysses on his breast. The people saw and marvelled. Then in turn Ulysses strove Ajax to lift. A little way he moved, but fail'd to lift him fairly from the ground. Yet crook'd his knee, that both together fell, and side by side defiled with dust they lay. And now a third encounter they had tried, but rose Achilles, and the combat stay'd. "Forbear, nor waste your strength in farther strife. Ye both are victors. Both then bear away in equal meed of honour, and withdraw, that other Greeks may other contests wage." Thus spoke Achilles. They his words obey'd, and brushing off the dust, their garments donn'd. The prizes of the runners, swift of foot, Achilles next set forth. A silver bowl, 6 measures its content, for workmanship unmatch'd on earth, of Sidon's costliest art, the product rare, thence o'er the misty sea, brought by Phoenicians, who in port arrived, gave it to Tausus, by Euenus last, the son of Jason, to Patroclus paid, in ransom of Lycon, Priam's son, which now Achilles, on his friend's behalf, assigned as his reward, whoe'er should prove the lightest foot and speediest in the race. A steer well fattened was the second prize, and half a talent for the third of gold. He rose, and to the Greeks proclaimed aloud: "Stand forth, whoe'er this contest will essay." He said. Up rose Oileus' active son. Up rose Ulysses, skill'd in every wile, and noble Nestor's son, Antilochus, who all the youth in speed of foot surpass'd. They stood in line. Achilles pointed out the limits of the course, as from the goal they stretch'd them to the race. Oileus' son first shot ahead, Ulysses following close. nor farther than the shuttle from the breast of some fair women, when her outstretched arm has thrown the wool athwart the warp, and back withdraws it toward her breast. So close behind Ulysses pressed on Ajax, and his feet trod in his steps, ere settled yet the dust. His breath was on his shoulders, as the plain he lightly skimmed, the Greeks with eager shouts still cheering, as he strained to win the prize. But as they neared the goal, Ulysses thus to blue-eyed Pallas made his mental prayer: "Now hear me, goddess, and my feet befriend." Thus as he pray'd, his prayer the goddess heard, and all his limbs with active vigour fill'd. And as they stretch'd their hands to seize the prize, tripp'd up by Pallas, Ajax slipp'd and fell amid the offal of the lowing kine, which o'er Patroclus, Peleus' son, had slain. His mouth and nostrils were with offal fill'd. First in the race Ulysses bore away the silver bowl. The steer to Ajax fell, and as upon the horn he laid his hand, sputtering the offal out, he called aloud: "Lo, how the goddess has my steps bewray'd, who guards Ulysses with a mother's care." Thus as he spoke, loud laugh'd the merry Greeks. Antilochus the sole remaining prize received, and, laughing, thus the Greeks address'd: "I tell you, friends, but what yourselves do know, how of the elder men the immortal gods take special care. For Ajax' years not much exceed my own. But here we see a man, one of former age and race of men, a hale old man we call him, but for speed not one can match him, save Achilles' self." Thus he, with praise implied of Peleus' son, to whom in answer thus Achilles spoke: "Antilochus, not unobserv'd of me, nor unrewarded shall thy praise remain. To thy half-talent add this second half." Thus saying, in his hand he placed the gold. Antilochus with joy the gift received. Next in the ring the son of Peleus laid a ponderous spear, a helmet, and a shield. The spoil Patroclus from Sarpedon won. Then rose, and loudly to the Greeks proclaim'd: "For these we call upon two champions brave to don their arms, their sharp-edged weapons grasp, and public trial of their prowess make. And he who first his rival's flesh shall reach, and through his armour piercing first draw blood, he shall this silver-studded sword receive, my trophy from Asteropaeus won, well wrought, of Thracian metal. But the arms in common property they both shall hold, and in my tent a noble banquet share." He said. Up rose great Ajax Telamon, and Tydeus' son, the valiant Diomed. First from the crowd apart they donn'd their arms. Then, eager for the fight, with haughty stare, stood in the midst. The Greeks admiring gazed. When each approaching other near they came, thrice rush'd they on, and thrice in combat closed. Then through the buckler round of Diomed great Ajax drove his spear, nor reach'd the point to Tydeus' body, but by the breastplate stay'd, while, aim'd above the mighty shield's defence, his glittering weapon flash'd at Ajax' throat. For Ajax, fearing, shouted then the Greeks to seize the fight, and share alike the prize. But from Achilles' hand the mighty sword, with belt and scabbard, Diomed received. Next in the ring the son of Peleus placed a ponderous mass of iron, as a quoit, once wielded by Aetion's giant strength, but to the ships with other trophies borne, when by Achilles' hand Aetion fell. Then rose and loudly to the Greeks proclaim'd, "Stand forth, whoe'er this contest will essay. This prize, who wins, though widely may extend his fertile fields, for 5 revolving years it will his wants supply. Nor to the town, for lack of iron, with this mass in store, need he his shepherd or his ploughman send." He said, and valiant Polypoetes rose, Epeius, and Leonteus' godlike strength, and mighty Ajax, son of Telamon. Epeius first upraised the ponderous mass, and through the air hurled it, amid the laughter of the Greeks. Next came Leonteus, scion true of Mars. The third was Ajax, from whose stalwart hand beyond the farthest mark the missile flew. But when the valiant Polypoetes took the quoit in hand, far as a herdsman throws his staff, that, whirling, flies among the herd, so far beyond the ring's extremest bound he threw the ponderous mass. Loud were the shouts, and noble Polypoetes' comrades rose, and to the ships the monarch's gift conveyed. The archers' prizes next, of iron hoar, 10 sturdy axes, double-edged, he placed, and single hatchets 10. Then far away rear'd on the sand a dark-brow'd vessel's mast, on which with slender string a timorous dove was fastened, by the foot the archer's mark. He, that who should strike the dove, should to his tent the axes bear away. But who the string should sever, but should fail to strike the bird, as less in skill the hatchets should receive. Thus spoke Achilles. Straight uprose the might of royal Teucer, and Meriones, the faithful follower of Idomeneus. They, in a brass-bound helmet, shook the lots. The first was Teucer's. With impetuous force he shot, but vow'd not to the archer king of firstling lambs a solemn hecatomb. The dove he struck not, for the archer god withheld his aid, but close beside her foot the arrow sever'd the retaining string. The bird, released, soar'd heavenward, while the string dropped from the mast suspended towards the earth, and loudly shouted their applause the Greeks. Then snatched Meriones in haste the bow from Teucer's hand. His own already held his arrow, pointed straight. He drew the string, and to the far-destroying king he vowed of firstling lambs a solemn hecatomb. Aloft amid the clouds he marked the dove, and struck her as she soared beneath the wing. Right through the arrow passed, and to the earth returning fell beside Meriones. The bird upon the dark-prowed vessel's mast lighted a while, anon with drooping head and pinions fluttering vain, afar she fell, lifeless. The admiring crowd with wonder gazed. Meriones the axes bore away, while Teucer to the ships the hatchets bore. Last in the ring the son of Peleus laid a ponderous spear, and cauldron, burnished bright, priced at an ox's worth, untouched by fire, for those who with the javelin would contend. Up rose then Agamemnon, king of men, the son of Atreus, and Meriones, the faithful follower of Idomeneus. But Peleus' godlike son addressed them thus: "How far, Atrides, thou excell'st us all, and with the javelin, what thy pow'r and skill, preeminent, we know. Take thou this prize, and bear it to thy ships, and let us give to brave Meriones the brazen spear, if so it please thee. Such were my advice." He said, and Agamemnon, king of men, assenting, gave to brave Meriones his brazen spear, while in Talthybius' care his herald placed the king his noble prize. Book 24. Argument. The redemption of the body of Hector. The gods deliberate about the redemption of Hector's body. Jupiter sends Thetis to Achilles, to dispose him for the restoring it, and Iris to Priam, to encourage him to go in person and treat for it. The old king, notwithstanding the remonstrances of his queen, makes ready for the journey, to which he is encouraged by an omen from Jupiter. He sets forth in his chariot with a wagon loaded with presents, under the charge of Idaeus the herald. Mercury descends in the shape of a young man, and conducts him to the pavilion of Achilles. The conversation on the way. Priam finds Achilles at his table, casts himself at his feet, and begs for the body of his son. Achilles, moved with compassion, grants his request, detains him one night in his tent, and the next morning sends him home with the body. The Trojans run out to meet him. The lamentation of Andromache, Hecuba, and Helen, with the solemnities of the funeral. The time of 12 days is employed in this book, while the body of Hector lies in the tent of Achilles, and as many more are spent in the truce allowed for his interment. The scene is partly in Achilles' camp, and partly in Troy. The games were ended, and the multitude amid the ships their several ways dispersed, some to their supper,
some to gentle sleep yielding, delighted. But Achilles still mourned o'er his loved companion. Not on him lighted all-conquering sleep, but to and fro restless he tossed, and on Patroclus thought, his vigour and his courage, all the deeds they two together had achieved, the toils, the perils they had undergone, amid the strife of warriors, and the angry waves. Stirred by such memories, bitter tears he shed. Now turning on his side, and now again upon his back, then prone upon his face, then starting to his feet along the shore, all objectless, despairing, would he roam. Nor did the morn above the sea appearing, unmarked of him, arise. His flying steeds he then would harness, and behind the car the corpse of Hector, trailing in the dust, thrice make the circuit of Patroclus' tomb. Then would he turn within his tent to rest, leaving the prostrate corpse with dust defiled. But from unseemly marks the valiant dead Apollo guarded, who with pity viewed the hero, though in death, and round him threw his golden aegis, nor, though dragged along, allowed his body to receive a wound. Thus foully did Achilles in his rage misuse the mighty dead. The blessed gods with pitying grief beheld the sight, and urged that Hermes should, by stealth, the corpse remove. The counsel pleased the rest, but Juno still, and Neptune, and the blue-eyed maid retained the hatred, unappeased, with which of old Troy and her king and people they pursued, since Paris to the rival goddesses, who to his sheepfold came, gave deep offence, preferring her who brought him in return the fatal boon of too successful love. But when the 12th revolving day was come, Apollo thus the assembled gods addressed: "Shame on ye, gods, ungrateful! Have ye not, at Hector's hand, of bulls and choicest goats, received your offerings meet? And fear ye now e'en his dead corpse to save, and grant his wife, his mother, and his child, his aged sire, and people to behold him, and to raise his funeral pyre, and with due rites entomb? But fell Achilles all your aid commands, of mind unrighteous, and inflexible his stubborn heart. His thoughts are all of blood, e'en as a lion, whom his mighty strength and dauntless courage lead to leap the fold, and 'mid the trembling flocks to seize his prey. E'en so Achilles hath discarded truth, and conscience, arbiter of good and ill. A man may lose his best loved friend, a son, or his own mother's son, a brother dear. He mourns and weeps, but time his grief allays, for fate to man a patient mind hath given. But godlike Hector's body, after death, Achilles, unrelenting, foully drags, lash'd to his car,
around his comrade's tomb. This is not to his praise, though brave he be. Yet thus our anger he may justly rouse, who in his rage insults the senseless clay." To whom indignant, white-arm'd Juno thus: "Some show of reason were there in thy speech, God of the silver bow. Could Hector boast of equal dignity with Peleus' son, a mortal one, and nurs'd at woman's breast, the other of a goddess born, whom I nurtur'd and rear'd, and to a mortal gave in marriage, gave to Peleus, best belov'd by all the immortals of the race of man. Ye gods attended all the marriage rites. Thou too, companion base, false friend, wast there, and, playing on thy lyre, didst share the feast." To whom the Cloud Compeller answer'd thus: "Juno, restrain thy wrath. They shall not both attain like honour. Yet was Hector once, of all the mortals that in Ilium dwell, dearest to all the gods, and chief to me, for never did he fail his gifts to bring, and with burnt offerings and libations due my altars crown. Such worship I received. Yet shall bold Hector's body not without the knowledge of Achilles be removed, for day and night his goddess mother keeps her constant watch beside him. Then some god bid Thetis hither to my presence haste, and I with prudent words will counsel her, that so Achilles may at Priam's hand large ransom take, and set brave Hector free." He said, and promptly on his errand sprang the storm-swift Iris. Into the dark blue sea she plunged, midway 'twixt Imbros' rugged shore and Samos' isle. The parting waters plash'd, as down to ocean's lowest depths she dropp'd, like to a plummet which the fisherman lets fall, encased in wild bull's horn, to bear destruction to the sea's voracious tribes. There found she Thetis in a hollow cave. Around her ranged the ocean goddesses. She in the midst was weeping o'er the fate her matchless son awaiting, doom'd to die far from his home on fertile plains of Troy. Swift-footed Iris at her side appear'd, and thus address'd her: "Hasten, Thetis! Jove, Lord of immortal counsel, summons thee." To whom the silver-footed goddess thus: "What would with me the mighty King of heaven? Press'd as I am with grief, I'm asham'd to mingle with the gods. Yet will I go, nor shall he speak in vain, whate'er his words." Thus as she spoke, her veil the goddess took, all black, than which none deeper could be found. She rose to go. The storm-swift Iris led the way before her. Ocean's parted waves around their path receded. To the beach ascending, upwards straight to heaven they sprang. The all-seeing son of Saturn there they found, and ranged around him all the immortal gods. Pallas made way, and by the throne of Jove sat Thetis. Juno, proffering to her hand a goblet fair of gold, and adding words of welcome, she the cup received and drank. Then thus began the sire of gods and men. Thou, Thetis, sorrowing to Olympus com'st, borne down by ceaseless grief. I know it well. Yet hear the cause for which I summoned thee. About Achilles, thy victorious son, and valiant Hector's body. For 9 days hath contest been in heaven, and some have urged that Hermes should by stealth the corpse remove. This to Achilles' praise I mean to turn, and thus thy reverence and thy love retain. Then haste thee to the camp, and to thy son my message bear. Tell him that all the gods are filled with wrath, and I above the rest am angry, that beside the beaked ships he, mad with rage, the corpse of Hector keeps. So may he fear me, and restore the dead. Iris, meantime, to Priam I will send, and bid him seek the Grecian ships, and there obtain his son's release, and with him bring such presents as may melt Achilles' heart. He said. The silver-footed queen obeyed. Down from Olympus' heights in haste she sped, and sought her son. Him found she in his tent, groaning with anguish, while his comrades round, plying their tasks, prepared the morning meal. For them a goodly sheep, full fleeced, was slain. Close by his side his goddess mother stood, and gently touched him with her hand, and said, How long, my son, wilt thou thy soul consume with grief and mourning, mindful nor of food nor sleep? Nor dost thou wisely to abstain from woman's love? For short thy time on earth. Death and imperious fate are close at hand. Hear then my words. A messenger from Jove to thee I come, to tell thee that the gods are filled with wrath, and he above the rest is angry, that beside the beaked ships thou, mad with rage, the corpse of Hector keep'st. Then ransom take, and liberate the dead. To whom Achilles, swift of foot, replied, So be it. Ransom let him bring, and bear his dead away, if such the will of Jove. Thus in the concourse of the ships they two, mother and son, their lengthened converse held. Then Saturn's son to Iris gave command, Haste thee, swift Iris, from Olympus' height, to Troy, to royal Priam bear my words, and bid him seek the Grecian ships, and there obtain his son's release, and with him take such presents as may melt Achilles' heart. Alone, no Trojan with him must he go. Yet may a herald on his steps attend, some aged man, his smoothly rolling car and mules to drive, and to the city back to bring his dead, whom great Achilles slew. Nor let the fear of death disturb his mind. Hermes shall with him as his escort go, and to Achilles' presence safely bring, arrived within the tent. Nor he himself will slay him, but from others will protect. Not ignorant is he, nor void of sense, nor disobedient to the gods' behest, but will, with pitying eyes, his suppliant. He said, and on his errand sped in haste the storm-swift Iris. When to Priam's house she came, the sounds of wailing met her ear. Within the court, around their father, sat his sons, their raiment all bedewed with tears, and in the midst, close covered with his robe, their sire, his head and neck with dirt defiled, which, wallowing on the earth, himself had heaped with his own hands upon his hoary head. Throughout the house his daughters loudly wailed, in memory of the many and the brave who lay in death, by Grecian warriors slain. Beside him stood the messenger of Jove, and whispered, while his limbs with terror shook, "Fear nothing, Priam, son of Dardanus, nor let thy mind be troubled. Not for ill, but here on kindly errand am I sent. To thee I come, a messenger from Jove, who from on high looks down on thee with eyes of pitying love. He bids thee ransom home the godlike Hector's corpse, and with thee take such presents as may melt Achilles' heart. Alone, no Trojan with thee, must thou go. Yet may a herald on thy steps attend, some aged man, thy smoothly rolling car and mules to drive, and to the city back to bring thy dead, whom great Achilles slew. Nor let the fear of death disturb thy mind. Hermes shall with thee, as thine escort, go, and to Achilles' presence safely bring. Arrived within the tent, nor he himself will slay thee, but from others will protect. Not ignorant is he, nor void of sense, nor disobedient to the gods' behest, but will with pitying eyes his suppliant view." Swift-footed Iris said, and vanish'd straight. He to his sons commandment gave, the mules to yoke beneath the smoothly rolling car, and on the axle fix the wicker seat. Himself the lofty cedar chamber sought, fragrant, high-roofed, with countless treasures stored, and called to Hecuba his wife, and said, "Good wife, a messenger from Jove hath come, who bids me seek the Grecian ships, and there obtain my son's release, and with me take such presents as may melt Achilles' heart. Say then, what think'st thou? For my mind inclines to seek the ships within the Grecian camp. So he. But Hecuba, lamenting, cried, Alas, alas! Where are thy senses gone? And where the wisdom, once of high repute, mid strangers, and mid those o'er whom thou reign'st? How canst thou think alone to seek the ships, entering his presence, who thy sons hath slain, many and brave? An iron heart is thine. Of that bloodthirsty and perfidious man, if thou within the sight and reach shalt come, no pity will he feel, no reverence show. Rather remain we here apart, and mourn. For him, when at his birth his thread of life was spun by fate, 'twas destined that afar from home and parents he should glut the maw of ravening dogs by that stern warrior's tent, whose inmost heart I would I could devour. Such for my son were adequate revenge, whom not in ignominious flight he slew, but standing, thoughtless of escape or flight, for Trojan men and Troy's deep-bosom'd dames. To whom in answer Priam, godlike sire: Seek not to hinder me, nor be thyself a bird of evil omen in my house, for thou shalt not persuade me. If indeed this message had been brought by mortal man, prophet, or seer, or sacrificing priest, I should have deemed it false, and laughed to scorn the idle tale. But now, for I myself both saw and heard the goddess, I must go, nor unfulfilled shall be the words I speak. And if indeed it be my fate to die beside the vessels of the brass-clad Greeks, I am content. By fierce Achilles' hand let me be slain. So once more in my arms I hold my boy, and give my sorrow vent. Then, raising up the coffer's polish'd lid, he chose 12 gorgeous shawls, 12 single cloaks, as many rugs, as many splendid robes, as many tunics. Then of gold he took 10 talents full, 2 tripods burnish'd bright, 4 cauldrons, then a cup of beauty rare, a rich possession, which the men of Thrace had given, when there he went, ambassador. In this he spared not, such his keen desire, his son to ransom. From the corridor with angry words he drove the Trojans all. Out with ye, worthless rascals, vagabonds! Have ye no griefs at home, that here ye come to pester me? Or is it not enough that Jove with deep affliction visits me, slaying my bravest son? Ye to your cost shall know his loss, since now that he is gone, the Greeks shall find you easier far to slay. But may my eyes be closed in death, ere see the city sacked and utterly destroyed. He said, and with his staff drove out the crowd. Before the old man's anger fled they all. Then to his sons
In threatening tone he cried to Paris, Helenus, and Agathon, Pammon, and Typhonus, Polites brave, Deiphobus, and bold Hippothous, and godlike Dius. All these 9, with threats and angry taunts, the aged sire assailed. Haste, worthless sons, my scandal and my shame! Would that ye all beside the Grecian ships in Hector's stead had died! Oh, woe is me, who have begotten sons in all the land, the best and bravest. Now remains not one, Mestor and Troilus, dauntless charioteer, and Hector, who a god 'mid men appear'd, nor like a mortal's offspring, but a god's. All these hath Mars cut off, and left me none but the vile and refuse, liars all, vain skipping coxcombs, in the dance alone, and in naught else renown'd, base plunderers from their own countrymen of lambs and kids. When, laggards, will ye harness me the car, equipp'd with all things needed for the way? He said. They quailed beneath their father's wrath, and brought the smoothly running mule wain out, well fram'd, new built, and fix'd the wicker seat. Then from the peg the mule yoke down they took, of boxwood wrought, with boss and rings complete, and with the yoke band brought they forth, 9 cubits long, and to the polish'd pole at the far end attach'd. The breast rings then fix'd to the pole piece, and on either side, thrice round the knob the leathern thong they wound, and bound it fast, and inward turn'd the tongue. Then the rich ransom from the chambers bought, of Hector's head, upon the wain they piled, and yoked the strong-hoofed mules, to harness train'd, the Mysians' splendid present to the king. To Priam's car they harness'd then the steeds, which he himself at polish'd manger fed. Deep thoughts revolving, in the lofty halls where met the herald and the aged king. When Hecuba, with troubled mind, drew near, in her right hand a golden cup she bore of luscious wine, that ere they took their way, they to the gods might due libations pour. Before the car she stood, and thus she spoke. Take, and to Father Jove thine offering pour, and pray that he may bring thee safely home from all thy foes, since sore against my will thou needst wilt venture to the ships of Greece. Then to Idaean Jove, the cloud-girt son of Saturn, who the expanse of Troy surveys, prefer thy prayer, beseeching him to send on thy right hand a winged messenger, the bird he loves the best, of strongest flight, that thou thyself mayst see and know the sign, and firm in faith approach the ships of Greece. But should all-seeing Jove the sign withhold, then not with my consent shouldst thou attempt, whate'er thy wish, to reach the Grecian ships.
to whom in answer godlike Priam thus: "O woman, I refuse not to obey thy counsel. Good it is to raise the hands in prayer to heaven, and Jove's protection seek." The old man said, and bade the attendant pour pure water on his hands. With ewer she, and basin, stood beside him. From his wife, the due ablutions made, he took the cup. Then in the centre of the court he stood, and as he poured the wine, looked up to heaven, and thus with voice uplifted prayed aloud: "O Father Jove, who rul'st on Ida's height, most great, most glorious, grant that I may find some pity in Achilles' heart, and send on my right hand a winged messenger, the bird thou lov'st the best, of strongest flight, that I myself may see and know the sign, and firm in faith approach the ships of Greece." Thus as he prayed, the Lord of counsel heard, and sent forthwith an eagle, feather'd king, dark bird of chase, and dusky thence surnamed. Wide as the portals, well secured with bolts that guard some wealthy monarch's lofty hall, on either side his ample pinions spread. On the right hand appear'd he, far above the city, soaring. They the fav'ring sign with joy beheld, and every heart was cheer'd. Mounting his car, in haste, the aged king drove through the court, and through the echoing porch. The mules in front, by sage Idaeus driven, that drew the four-wheel'd wain. Behind them came the horses, down the city's steep descent, urged by the old man to speed. The crowd of friends that followed mourned for him as doomed to death. Descended from the city to the plain, his sons and sons-in-law to Ilium took their homeward way. Advancing o'er the plain, they too escaped not Jove's all-seeing eye. Pitying, he saw the aged sire, and thus at once to Hermes spoke, his much-loved son: "Hermes, for thou in social converse lov'st to mix with men, and hear'st whome'er thou wilt, haste thee, and Priam, to the Grecian ships so lead, that none of all the Greeks may see, ere at Achilles' presence he attain." He said, nor disobey'd the heavenly guide. His golden sandals on his feet he bound, ambrosial work, which bore him o'er the waves, swift as the wind, and o'er the wide-spread earth. Then took his rod, wherewith he seals at will the eyes of men, and wakes again from sleep. This in his hand he bore, and sprang for flight. Soon the wide-spread Hellespont he reach'd, and Troy, and pass'd in likeness of a princely youth, in opening manhood, fairest term of life. The twain had passed by Ilus' lofty tomb, and halted there the horses and the mules beside the margin of the stream to drink, for darkness now
was creeping o'er the earth, when through the gloom the herald Hermes saw approaching near. To Priam thus he cried, "O son of Dardanus, bethink ye well, of prudent counsel great is now our need. A man I see, and fear he means us ill. Say, with the horses shall we fly at once, or clasp his knees, and for his mercy sue?" The old man heard, his mind confused with dread. So grievously he fear'd, that every hair upon his bended limbs did stand on end. He stood astounded. But the guardian God approach'd, and took him by the hand, and said, "Where, father, goest thou, thus with horse and mule, in the still night, when men are sunk in sleep? And fearest thou not the slaughter-breathing Greeks, thine unrelenting foes, and they so near? If any one of them should see thee now, so richly laden in the gloom of night, how wouldst thou feel? Thou art young thyself, and this old man, thy comrade, would avail but little to protect thee from assault. I will not harm thee, nay, will shield from harm, for, like my father's is, methinks, thy face." To whom in answer Priam, godlike sire, "'Tis as thou say'st, fair son, yet hath some God extended o'er me his protecting hand, who sends me such a guide, so opportune. Bless'd are thy parents in a son so graced, in face and presence, and of a mind so wise." To whom in answer thus the guardian God, "O father, well and wisely dost thou speak. But tell me this, and truly, dost thou bear these wealthy treasures to some foreign land, that they for thee in safety may be stored? Or have ye all resolved to fly from Troy, in fear, your bravest slain, thy gallant son, who never from the Greeks' encounter flinch'd?" To whom in answer Priam, godlike sire, "Who art thou, noble sir, and what thy race, that speak'st thus fairly of my hapless son?" To whom in answer thus the guardian God, "Try me, old man, of godlike Hector ask, for often in the glory-giving fight these eyes have seen him, chief, when to the ships the Greeks he drove, and with the sword destroyed. We gazed in wonder, from the fight restrain'd by Peleus' son, with Agamemnon wroth. His follower I, one ship convey'd us both. One of the Myrmidons I am, my sire Polyctor, rich, but aged, e'en as thou. 6 sons he hath, besides myself, the 7th, and I by lot was drafted for the war. I from the ships am to the plain come forth, for with the dawn of day the keen-eyed Greeks will round the city marshal their array. They chafe in idleness, the chiefs in vain strive to restrain their ardour for the fight." To whom in answer
Priam, godlike sire. If from Achilles, Peleus' son, thou art indeed a follower, tell me all the truth. Lies yet my son beside the Grecian ships, or hath Achilles torn him limb from limb, and to his dogs the mangled carcass given? To whom in answer thus the guardian God: On him, old man, nor dogs nor birds have fed, but by the ship of Peleus' son he lies within the tent. 12 days he there hath lain, nor hath corruption touch'd his flesh, nor worms that wont to prey on men in battle slain. The corpse indeed, with each returning morn, around his comrade's tomb Achilles drags, yet leaves it still uninjured. Thou thyself mightst see how fresh, as dew besprent, he lies, from bloodstains cleansed, and closed his many wounds. For many a lance was buried in his corpse. So e'en in death the blessed gods above, who loved him well, protect thy noble son." He said. The old man, rejoicing, heard his words, and answered, "See, my son, how good it is to give the immortal gods their tribute due. For never did my son, while yet he lived, neglect the gods who on Olympus dwell, and thence have they remembered him in death. Accept, I pray, this goblet, rich embossed. Be thou my guard, and under heaven my guide, until I reach the tent of Peleus' son." To whom in answer thus the guardian God: "Old father, me thy younger wouldst thou tempt in vain, who bidst me at thy hands accept thy proffered presents. To Achilles' wrong I dread his anger, and hold it shame to plunder him, though through fear of future ill. But as thy guide, I could conduct thee safe as far as Argos, journeying by thy side, on shipboard or on foot, nor by the fault of thy conductor shouldst thou meet with harm." Thus spoke the guardian God, and on the car mounting in haste, he took the whip and reins, and with fresh vigour mules and horses filled. When to the ship towers and the trench they came, the guard had late been busied with their meal, and with deep sleep the heavenly guide o'erspread the eyes of all. Then opened wide the gates, and pushed aside the bolts, and led within both Priam and the treasure-laden wain. But when they reached Achilles' lofty tent, which for their king the Myrmidons had built, of fir trees felled, and overlaid the roof with rushes mown from off the neighbouring mead, and all around a spacious court enclosed with cross-set palisades, a single bar of fir the gateway guarded, which to shut 3 men of all the others scarce sufficed, and 3 to open, but Achilles' hand, unaided, shut with ease the massive bar. Then for the old man Hermes oped the gate, and brought him within the court
the gifts designed for Peleus' godlike son. Then from the car sprang to the ground, and thus to Priam spoke. "Old man, a god hath hither been thy guide. Hermes I am, and sent to thee from Jove, father of all, to bring thee safely here. I now return, nor to Achilles' eyes will I appear. Beseems it not a god to greet a mortal in the sight of all? Go thou in, and clasp Achilles' knees, and supplicate him for his father's sake, his fair-haired mother's, and his child's, that so thy words may stir an answer in his heart." Thus saying, Hermes to Olympus' heights returned, and Priam from his chariot sprang, and left Idaeus there in charge to keep the horses and the mules, while he himself entered the dwelling straight, where wont to sit Achilles, loved of heaven. The chief he found within, his followers seated all apart. Two only in his presence minister'd, the brave Automedon and Alcimus, a warrior bold. Scarce ended the repast of food and wine, the table still was set. Great Priam enter'd, unperceived of all, and, standing by Achilles, with his arms embraced his knees, and kissed those fearful hands, blood-stained, which many of his sons had slain. As when a man, by cruel fate pursued, in his own land, hath shed another's blood, and, flying, seeks beneath some wealthy house a foreign refuge, wondering all behold. On godlike Priam so with wonder gazed Achilles. Wonder seized the attendants all, and one to other looked. Then Priam thus to Peleus' son his suppliant speech addressed: "Think, great Achilles, rival of the gods, upon thy father, e'en as I myself upon the threshold of unjoyous age. And haply he from them that dwell around may suffer wrong, with no protector near to give him aid. Yet he, rejoicing, knows that thou still liv'st, and day by day may hope to see his son returning safe from Troy, while I, all hapless that have many sons, the best and bravest through the breadth of Troy begotten, deem that none are left me now. 50 there were, when came the sons of Greece, 19 the offspring of a single womb, the rest the women of my household bore. Of these have many by relentless Mars been laid in the dust, but he, my only one, the city's and his brethren's sole defence, he, bravely fighting in his country's cause, Hector, but lately by thy hand hath fallen. On his behalf I venture to approach the Grecian ships, for his release to thee to make my prayer, and priceless ransom pay. Then thou, Achilles, reverence the gods, and for thy father's sake look
pitying down on me, more needing pity, since I bear such grief as never man on earth hath borne, who stoop to kiss the hand that slew my son." Thus as he spoke, within Achilles' breast fond memory of his father rose. He touched the old man's hand, and gently put him by. Then wept they both, by various memories stirred. One, prostrate at Achilles' feet, bewailed his warrior son. Achilles for his sire, and for Patroclus wept, his comrade dear. And through the house their weeping loud was heard. But when Achilles had indulged his grief, and eased the yearning of his heart and limbs, uprising, with his hand the aged sire pitying his hoary head and hoary beard, he raised, and thus with gentle words addressed: "Alas, what sorrows, poor old man, are thine! How couldst thou venture to the Grecian ships alone, and to the presence of the man whose hand hath slain so many of thy sons, many and brave? An iron heart is thine. But sit thou on this seat, and in our hearts, though filled with grief, let us that grief suppress, for woeful lamentation naught avails. Such is the thread the gods for mortals spin, to live in woe, while they from cares are free. 2 coffers lie beside the door of Jove, with gifts for man, one good, the other ill, to whom from each the Lord of lightning gives. Him sometimes evil, sometimes good befalls. To whom the ill alone, him foul disgrace and grinding misery o'er the earth pursue. By God and man alike despised he roams. Thus from his birth the gods to Peleus gave excellent gifts, with wealth and substance blessed above his fellows. O'er the Myrmidons he ruled with sovereign sway, and heaven bestowed on him a mortal, an immortal bride. Yet this of ill was mingled in his lot, that in his house no rising race he saw of future kings. One only son he had, one doom'd to early death. Nor is it mine to tend my father's age, but far from home, thee and thy sons in Troy I vex with war. Much have we heard too of thy former wealth. Above what Lesbos northward Macar's seat contains, and Upper Phrygia, and the shores of boundless Hellespont. 'Tis said that thou in wealth and number of thy sons wast blessed. But since on thee this curse the gods have brought, still round thy city war and murder rage. Bear up, nor thus with grief incessant mourn. Vain is thy sorrow for thy gallant son. Thou canst not raise him, and mayst suffer more. To whom in answer Priam, godlike sire: "Tell me not yet, illustrious chief, to sit while Hector lies uncared for in the tent. But let me quickly go, that with mine eyes I may behold my son. And thou, accept the ample treasures which we tender thee, mayst thou enjoy them, and in safety reach thy native land, since thou hast spared my life, and bidst me still behold the light of heaven. To whom Achilles thus with stern regard: Old man, incense me not. I mean myself to give thee back thy son. For here of late, dispatch'd by Jove, my goddess mother came, the daughter of the aged ocean god. And thee too, Priam, well I know, some god, I cannot err, hath guided to our ships. No mortal, though in vent'rous youth, would dare our camp to enter, nor could hope to pass unnoticed by the watch, nor easily remove the ponderous bar that guards our doors. But stir not up my anger in my grief, lest, suppliant though thou be, within my tent I brook thee not, and Jove's command transgress." He said. The old man trembled and obeyed. Then to the doorway, with a lion's spring, Achilles rushed, not unaccompanied, with him Automedon and Elymus, his two attendants, of his followers all, next to the lost Patroclus, best esteemed. They from the yoke the mules and horses loosed, then led the herald of the old man in, and bade him sit, and from the polish'd wain the costly ransom took of Hector's head. 2 robes they left, and 1 well-woven vest to clothe the corpse, and send with honour home. Then to the female slaves he gave command to wash the body, and anoint with oil, apart, that Priam not see his son, lest his grieved heart its passion unrestrained should utter, and Achilles, roused to wrath, his suppliant slay, and Jove's command transgress. When they had washed the body, and with oil anointed, and around it wrapped the robe and vest, Achilles lifted up the dead with his own hands, and laid him on the couch, which to the polish'd wain his followers raised. Then, groaning, on his friend by name he called. "Forgive, Patroclus, be not wroth with me, if, in the realm of darkness, thou shouldst hear that godlike Hector to his father's arms for no mean ransom I restore, whereof a fitting share for thee I set aside." This said, Achilles to the tent returned. On the carved couch, from whence he rose, he sat beside the wall, and thus to Priam spoke. "Old man, thy son, according to thy prayer, is given thee back. Upon the couch he lies. Thyself shalt see him at the dawn of day. Meanwhile, the evening meal demands our care. Not fair-hair'd Niobe abstained from food when in the house her children lay in death. 6 beauteous daughters, and 6 stalwart sons. The youths, Apollo with his silver bow, the maids, the archer queen Diana slew, with anger fill'd that Niobe presumed herself with fair Latona to compare. her many children, with her rivals 2, so by the 2 were all the many slain. 9 days in death they lay, and none was there to pay their funeral rites. For Saturn's son had given to all the people hearts of stone. At length the immortal gods entombed the dead, nor yet did Niobe, when now her grief had worn itself in tears, from food refrain. And now in Sipylus, amid the rocks and lonely mountains, where the goddess nymphs that love to dance by Achelous' stream, 'tis said, were cradled, she, though turned to stone, broods o'er the wrongs inflicted by the gods. So we too, godlike sire, the meal may share, and later thou thy noble son mayst mourn, to Troy restored. Well worthy he thy tears. This said, he slaughter'd straight a white-fleeced sheep. His comrades then the carcass flay'd and dress'd, the meat prepar'd, and, fasten'd to the spits, roasted with care, and from the fire withdrew. The bread Automedon from baskets fair apportioned out. The meat Achilles shared. They on the viands set before them fell. The rage of thirst and hunger satisfied, in wonder Priam on Achilles gazed, his form and stature, as a god he seemed. And he too looked on Priam, and admired his venerable face and gracious speech. With mutual pleasure each on other gazed, till godlike Priam first addressed his host. Dismiss me now, illustrious chief, to rest, and lie we down in gentle slumbers wrapped. For never have mine eyes been closed in sleep, since by thy hand my gallant son was slain. But groaning still I brood upon my woes, and in my court with dust my head defile. Now have I tasted bread, now ruddy wine hath o'er my palate passed, but not till now. Thus he. His comrades and the attendant maids Achilles ordered in the corridor 2 mattresses to place, with blankets fair of purple wool o'erlaid, and on the top rugs and soft sheets for upper covering spread. They from the chamber, torch in hand, withdrew, and with obedient haste 2 beds prepared. Then thus Achilles spoke in jesting tone: Thou needs must sleep without, my good old friend, lest any leader of the Greeks should come, as is their custom, to confer with me. Of them whosoe'er shall find thee here by night, forthwith to Agamemnon would report, and Hector might not be so soon restored. But tell me truly this, how many days for godlike Hector's funeral rites ye need, that for so long a time I may myself refrain from combat, and the people stay? To whom in answer Priam, godlike sire: If by thy leave we may indeed perform his funeral rites, to thee, Achilles, great will be our gratitude, if this thou grant. Thou know'st how close the town is hemm'd around, and from the mountain, distant as it is, the Trojans well may fear to draw the wood. 9 days to public mourning would we give,
the 10th to funeral rites and funeral feast. Then on the 11th would we raise his mound, the 12th renew the war, if needs we must. To whom Achilles, swift of foot, replied, So shall it be, old Priam. I engage to stay the battle for the time required. Thus speaking, with his hand the old man's wrist he grasped, in token that he need not fear. Then in the corridor lay down to rest old Priam and the herald, elders sage, while in his tent's recess Achilles slept, the fair Briseis resting by his side. In night-long slumbers lay the other gods and helmet chiefs, by gentle sleep subdued. But on the eyes of Hermes, guardian god, no slumber fell, deep pondering in his mind how from the ships in safety to conduct the royal Priam and the guard elude. Above the sleeper's head he stood and cried, Old man, small heed thou tak'st of coming ill, who, when Achilles gives thee leave to go, sleep'st undisturbed, surrounded by thy foes. Thy son hath been restored, and thou hast paid a generous price. But to redeem thy life, if Agamemnon and the other Greeks should know that thou art here, full thrice so much thy sons, who yet are left, would have to pay. He said. The old man trembled, and aroused the herald, while the horses and the mules were yoked by Hermes, who with silent speed drove through the encampment, unobserved of all. But when they came to eddying Xanthus' ford, fair flowing stream, born of immortal Jove, to high Olympus Hermes took his flight, as morn in saffron robe o'er all the earth was light diffusing, they with funeral wail drove cityward the horses. Following came the mules that drew the litter of the dead. The plain they traversed o'er, observed of none, or man or woman, till Cassandra fair as golden Venus, from the topmost height of Pergamus, her father in his car, upstanding, saw. The herald at his side him too she saw, who on the litter lay. Then lifted up her voice, and cried aloud to all the city, Hither, Trojans, come, both men and women, Hector see, restored. If while he lived, returning from the fight, ye met him ere rejoicing, who indeed was all the city's chiefest joy and pride. She said, nor man nor woman then was left within the city. O'er the minds of all grief passed, resistless. To the gates in throngs they pressed, to crowd round him who brought the dead. The first to clasp the body were his wife and honour'd mother. Eagerly they sprang on the smooth rolling wain to touch the head of Hector. Round them, weeping, stood the crowd weeping, till sunset all the livelong day had they before the gates for Hector mourned, had not old Priam from the car addressed the crowd. Make way, that so the mules may pass. When to my house I shall have brought my dead,
ye there may vent your sorrow as ye will." Thus as he spoke, obedient to his word, they stood aside, and for the car made way. But when to Priam's lordly house they came, they laid him on a rich wrought couch, and called the minstrels in, who by the hero's bed should lead the melancholy chorus. They poured forth the music of the mournful dirge, while women's voices joined in loud lament. White-armed Andromache the wail began, the head of Hector clasping in her hands. "My husband, thou art gone in pride of youth, and in thine house hast left me desolate. Thy child an infant still, thy child and mine, unhappy parents both. Nor dare I hope that he may reach the ripeness of his youth, for ere that day shall Troy in ruin fall, since thou art gone, her guardian, thou whose arm defended her, her wives, and helpless babes. They now shall shortly o'er the sea be borne, and with them I shall go. Thou too, my child, must follow me, to servile labour doom'd, the suff'ring victim of a tyrant lord, unless perchance some angry Greek may seize and dash thee from the tower, a woeful death. Whose brother, or whose father, or whose son by Hector hath been slain, for many a Greek by Hector's hand hath bit the bloody dust, not light in battle was thy father's hand. Therefore for him the general city mourns. Thou to thy parents' bitter grief hast caused, Hector, but bitterest grief of all hast left to me. For not to me was given to clasp the hand extended from thy dying bed, nor words of wisdom catch, which night and day with tears I might have treasured in my heart." Weeping she spoke, the women joined her wail. Then Hecuba took up the loud lament. "Hector, of all my children dearest thou, dear to the immortals too, in life wast thou, and they in death have borne thee still in mind. For other of my sons, his captives made, across the watery waste to Samos' isle, or Imbros, or the inhospitable shore of Lemnos, hath Achilles, swift of foot, to slavery sold. Thee, when his sharp-edged spear hath robbed thee of thy life, he dragged indeed around Patroclus' tomb, his comrade dear, whom thou hadst slain. Yet so he raised not up his dead to life again. Now liest thou there, all fresh and fair, as dew besprent, like one whom bright Apollo, with his arrows keen, God of the silver bow, hath newly slain." Weeping she spoke, and roused the general grief. Then Helen third the mournful strain renewed. "Hector, of all my brethren dearest thou, true godlike Paris claims me as his wife, who bore me hither. Would I then had died! But 20 years have passed since here I came, and left my native land. Yet ne'er from thee I heard one scornful, one degrading word, as when from others I have borne reproach, thy brothers, sisters, or thy brothers' wives, or mother. For thy sire was ever kind, e'en as a father. Thou hast checked them still with tender feeling, and with gentle words. For thee I weep, and for myself no less. For, through the breadth of Troy, none love me now, none kindly look on me, but all abhor." Weeping she spoke, and with her wept the crowd. At length the aged Priam gave command, "Haste now, ye Trojans, to the city bring good store of fuel. Fear no treacherous wile, for when he sent me from the dark-ribbed ships, Achilles promised that from hostile arms till the 12th morn we should no harm sustain." He said, and they the oxen and the mules yoked to the wains, and from the city thronged. 9 days they labour'd, and brought back to Troy good store of wood. But when the 10th day's light upon the earth appear'd, weeping, they bore brave Hector out, and on the funeral pile, laying the glorious dead, applied the torch. While yet the rosy-finger'd morn was young, round noble Hector's pyre the people pressed. When all were gather'd round, and closely thronged, first on the burning mass, as far as spread the range of fire, they poured the ruddy wine, and quench'd the flames. His brethren then, and friends, weeping, the hot tears flowing down their cheeks, collected from the pile the whitened bones. These in a golden casket they enclosed, and o'er it spread soft shawls of purple dye. Then in a grave they laid it, and in haste with stone in ponderous masses covered o'er, and raised a mound, and watched on every side from sudden inroad of the Greeks to guard. The mound erected, back they turned, and all, assembled duly, shared the solemn feast in Priam's palace, heaven-descended king. Such were the rites to glorious Hector paid. End of Book 24, Part 2. End of the Iliad of Homer, rendered into English blank verse by Edward, Earl of Derby. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.